Hey Tyler, just through the first 2 weeks, how would you assess the offensive line's pass protection?
The offensive line pass protection is going to need some work. We've been focusing on pass protection a lot this offseason, but when you have an offensive line with three new starters, it's going to take some time to build that in-game chemistry. But we're definitely taking strides in the right direction.
As far as the identity of this group, you guys talked all offseason about what you wanted it to be, but what would you assess it to be through the first two games?
I would assess our identity as just. I feel like our identity is still the same. We're still finishing blocks whenever we're in the right position. But that's the thing, whenever we're in the right position, whenever we play with the right technique. So our mindset of still being dominant, still being nasty, finishing blocks, that mindset is still there. We just have to add technique and what we learn in practice to that mindset. But our identity hasn't changed. We're still the same offensive line. We just have to back up all the stuff that we taught this offseason. We just got to prove it now.
Yeah, on Saturday night, Coach Saban said that that game was a midterm, not the final. With the full season still ahead of you, how do you feel the mindset of the team is right now?
The mindset of the team, we're pissed off. I'm not gonna lie. We like who wants to lose at home, But there's only ever been two undefeated teams to win the national championship here at the University of Alabama, and all of our goals are still obtainable. We can still win the SEC West, we can still win the SEC, and get a college football playoff spot. So this was just a wake up call for us, and we're all taking heed to what coach is saying, and we understand that in order to be who we are, be who we need to be, in order to play at the Alabama standard, we have to execute.
Yeah, touching on that, he said he expects this team to respond. He said he hasn't talked to you guys since Saturday. What does respond mean in your guys' eyes?
In our eyes, to respond is to play to the Bama standard, and that's what we didn't do. We had a lot of opportunities to capitalize off of their mistakes, and that's what we didn't do, and that's not playing to the Bama standard. So a response from us is playing to the Bama standard.
Hey, Tyler, you guys got called for an illegal man downfield as an offensive line group. When you have a scrambling quarterback like Jalen is, how difficult is that to be wary of trying to stay within the field of play so you don't get flagged for that while at the same time still being able to block downfield if he does tuck the ball and go?
It's very difficult, and it's hard to be mad at Darian Dalcourt for that penalty, but it's a rule. But like you said, having a mobile quarterback like Jalen, you want to get downfield and get a block for him. So that's a rule that we just kind of have to live with. It's a part of the game, but that's who we are as an offensive line. We're going to go downfield and get blocks. We're going to finish plays. We're going to play through the whistle. So he did what any of us would have done. So we'll just learn from it and go for it.
What do you say to a young guy like Caden who might have his head down after a rough start against an opponent like Texas?
You're an 18-year-old playing in front of 100,000 people, playing against one of the most talented teams in the country. Like you're going to make mistakes, no matter when it is. And then I told him my story. I gave up a sack against Texas A&M last year, and I just took him through my mindset. And the thing that inspires me about Caden is he and I had that same mindset. After he had those bad plays, we talked it through. He was like, "All right, next play, let's roll." And that's what kind of kept me going last year. And to see that out of him, to know where I am, and to know how my season ended up after giving up that sack against A&M after he had this kind of game, I'm very excited to see how he responds for the rest of the season because I see a lot of great things coming from him.
The running backs combined had 63 yards on 20 carries. Just how does that compare to your expectations for that group and what you're trying to create for them entering the season?
Obviously, that's not what we wanted to put out as an offensive line. JC and I, Seth as well. We've all talked about being dominant at the point of contact, dominating the line of scrimmage, and we obviously didn't do that this weekend. So we just got to hone in on our technique, trust the running game, trust the running backs, and really come together with them and see what they're looking at as far as where they're hitting the hole, what's making them cut back, and just grow as a team. It's only week 2. It's a long season. So we're definitely going to grow from here.
In pass protection, even when you're able to stop your man, Coach Saban mentioned that you guys gave up a little bit too much ground before you anchored. What's the key to dropping a quicker anchor?
Texas, they brought a lot of games. So the reason why some of us were a little late to anchor down is because they'll probably have an NT game, TN game, EN game. So just when it comes to the team, you have things in the back of your head, but when it comes down to it, we got to anchor. We got to anchor soon, and no matter what that other team presents, we just have to do our job and stay true to our rules at the end of the day.
You guys were able to run the ball fairly well in the first half. What changed, and then what can you guys do to improve the run game going against USF this weekend?
I don't think anything really changed. We just have to carry. We started out hot. We just have to be able to carry that momentum into the second half. And we just have to trust in Coach Reese's play calling and trust in him, and just execute what he has set out. But as far as going into USF, we're going to go into that game plan meeting later, figure out what we need to do, figure out what they present, and just really practice better and pay more attention in practice to what they present and how we can take advantage of what they do.
Excuse me, Tyler. What was the key? Or the Texas defensive line was very physical. What was the challenge, and how do you think you guys met their defensive line's physicality?
I feel like we met their physicality. Is just towards the end of the game they started doing a lot of movement. So that was the thing that Coach Wolf pointed out to us. These guys are physical. They play low, so that's something that we focused on a lot this week. But we just have to be more consistent with that.
Coach Saban said multiple times that the future is now. What do you think that means in terms of how this team needs to respond the rest of the season?
As far as Coach Saban saying the future is now, we get compared to a lot of the older BAMA teams, and it's just time has passed. Now, me saying that, we're still playing to the BAMA standard. We still want to play the same way that those teams played, but it's just a different generation of guys, different group of guys. There's different things that we have to deal with as college athletes today. But regardless of that fact, we're still playing to the BAMA standard. If the BAMA standard is the goal, week in and week out. Those guys laid the groundwork. They laid the foundation of who we need to be as a team. And then us as being the future, we add our we adjust to that. But at the end of the day, it all reverts back to the standard.
As someone right next to Seth, what do you tell him to kind of shake off those snaps, and then also just how much confidence do you have in him moving forward?
I have the ultimate confidence in Seth. We all have bad plays. But it's all about how you respond. So Seth has that same mindset. I feel like all offensive linemen have to have that mindset of like, okay, I messed up, next play. So whenever I saw Seth, I was just like, hey, be you. Shake it off, next play. There's nothing you can do about it now. Control what you can control. He can't go back and unflinch the ball. You know what I mean? So what's the point of dwelling on it? We got a game to play. So I have the ultimate confidence to say.
Kind of similar to that, Coach Saban said after the game that he didn't see Jalen having his head down after he made mistakes. Is that something you kind of saw him keeping his head up, and really the offense as a whole when mistakes were made? Is it confidence upper kind of guys putting their head down?
Yeah, I mean that's what we love about Jalen. Through the mistakes that he made, he never put his head down. He was always there for us. He always had a smile on his face. Even down to the last drive, he was like, "I love where we are," because he still had that hope. He still had that drive, and he still had that fight. And that's what I'm most proud of about our offense. Although we didn't execute, we fought. Every guy. I'd like to give a shout out to the wide receivers because they showed up when they needed to. Give a big shout out to the tight ends because they blocked really well. We just have to be better together as a whole and just ultimately execute. And I'm excited to see how we grow the rest of this season as an offense. Thank you, y'all guys. Have a great day.
Hey, Dallas, what do you guys as a front seven need to do to affect the quarterback more than you did against Texas?
Just put more pressure on the quarterback, but it's schemes that we could put, pressures that we could put, all type of stuff. But, everything needs to be worked on. So.
It's been a lot of talk about identity today. Just where do you feel, how far do you guys feel that you're off from the identity that you want to establish?
It's week 2, it's still early in the season, so, we still have a lot more time to create the identity we want to create as a team.
It's only 2 weeks, but have you noticed anything different in terms of how teams are scheming to block you? Maybe putting more focus, maybe more double teams, anything like that going your way?
Yeah, of course, me and Chris Braswell, all the other guys on the D-line, it's going to be a lot of match protect, 7-man protections with 3-man routes, and a lot of running back chips and stuff like that. And, just different schemes to try and slow us down. So.
Coach Saban said today that he expects this team to respond. What is response in your eyes? How do you guys respond?
I mean, just play to the standard, honestly. We know what we have to do as a team, and we know what standard that we're supposed to play to. So, we just have to just play to that standard in practice, walkthroughs, meetings, everything. So.
Similar to that, as a leader on the team, what do you say to the guys to maybe learn from the loss and not let it affect the season in a negative way?
I mean, it's still early in the season. It's week 2. So, we can't let a game from week 2 determine how our season's going to be. So, there's still a lot more things to look forward to.
Just how would you describe the mood of the defense in the fourth quarter when Texas had the 2 touchdowns and then the clock-killing drive?
The same as the first quarter. So.
Yeah, Dallas, how excited are you to get back to South Florida this weekend?
I mean, I'm not from Tampa, but it's just I'm gonna have a lot of family come to the game. Of course, for a lot of it being 3 hours away. So.
You said it's only week 2, but you have Ole Miss in the SEC coming. So how much of a sense of urgency do you and the team feel to play up to the BAMA standard?
I mean, we got to play to the BAMA standard in practice. So, you can't even worry about week 4. We got practice today and the rest of the week, and then we play USF on Saturday. So, we still got a lot of things to worry about before we get to any SEC game.
Anything else? Thanks, Dallas.
Doing today? Good. So I don't think it's any huge secret or anything that we did not execute on a consistent enough basis, in this last game. And, too many turnovers, penalties, mental errors on defense, sacks. Things that are helpful in being consistent. In terms of whether it's sustaining drives, not giving up big plays that, lead to field position and scores. So the focus is 100% on how we get it turned around. The future is now. All right, so how do we get our players to we got to do a better job as coaches to help them be able to play, better, more consistently in the game, put them in a position where they have the best chance to be successful. But I think all these things are fixable, very fixable. I believe in our players. I think we've got good players. I think, Texas has a good team. And just like I said before, it was a test. It was like, an early test in the semester. We didn't grade out very well on the test. So, what are we going to do to get a better grade? I think that's what we have to really learn and grow from and make a commitment to. And, I think our players with the kind of character and attitude that we've shown, so far as a team, I think they'll respond the right way. And I think the coaches will do the same. South Florida is got a first-year coach, and, they're moving the ball and scoring points. And, it's not about necessarily always who we play. It's how we technically execute against the team that we play, so we have a chance to be successful. It's a road game. It's our first road game. They've got some good players. They've got a pretty good quarterback. They play hard on defense. So everyone's capable, but it's about you playing to your standard, us playing to our standard, and trying to play the kind of football that we need to play so that we have a chance to be more successful on a more consistent basis. Start over here, Trey.
Hey, Coach, when you go back and look at the film, what did you see as the biggest issue with the pass rush, and how do you kind of get more of that going forward?
Well, I think we gave up 1 sack on the pressure. Most of it was we gave up a sack on a 3-man rush. We gave up several sacks on 4-man rushes. I think we're too soft setting in the line. We got to be firmer in protection. Pocket can't collapse, but people have to get open. Quarterback has to process quickly and get the ball out of his hand. We can't hold the ball. So it's a combination of all those things, I think, that was a problem. But it wasn't like there was some scheme that they were running that we didn't have it picked up. We just didn't get them blocked like we need to.
What do you see as the identity of this offense?
I don't know that in this past game we had much of identity. I think we started out early in the game being able to run the ball effectively. And we did not mix up the play action pass and to complement the run game. And eventually, it got harder and harder to run the ball. We did make some explosive plays on offense, but it's too like hit or miss. You got to have consistency to be able to sustain drives. And that's the one thing that we didn't do. We made explosive plays, but we weren't consistent enough in terms of developing identity, to use your term. But the identity that we'd like to have is to be physical enough to be able to run the ball consistently, effectively, but also be able to have a good play action game to go with it, be able to drop back when we need to, and be efficient and effective in all those areas. And I can't say that we were in this game other than making some explosive plays. We didn't do that well enough.
How would you evaluate the defense's ability to create pressure on the quarterback in the first two games?
I think it was okay in the first game. Of course, it wasn't the same level of competition. And I think that obviously we didn't get any sacks in the game. We didn't have a lot of success, the kind of success that we'd like to have on third down. And I think that's something that we need to improve on, no doubt. We didn't do a great job of covering them. Sometimes you get coverage sacks. So we didn't cover them long enough that the quarterback couldn't get the ball out of his hand quickly. And we didn't affect the quarterback in the game at all. And we need to improve on that.
This 2-for-1 game contract with South Florida is a really unusual thing. I think it's the only 2-for-1 Alabama's been involved in since you've been here. Do you have any thoughts on why that style of contract is so uncommon?
Well, I think the goal is to, when you're trying to play home and home games, the goal is to try to enhance the quality of opponents that you have. So, you just can't go out and say, hey, let's play a game, and everybody agrees to it. You got to negotiate your way through to see who you can play and who you can't play. And, it's been our goal. Now, this was before conference realignment, so that may have some impact on it in the future. Was we wanted, since we're not going to play in a neutral site game, can we get 2 quality opponents to be able to play in every season besides the SEC games? So we have 10 games that, and look, it's not easy to find people that will play you. And sometimes you have to give and take a little bit to try to get those games to where we have a quality home schedule. And we are playing 2 teams that are Division I caliber, decent teams to play. So scheduling is very difficult. And we've tried to get it to where we're playing 2 teams. And I think in most years we are moving forward.
Go to Nick. How would you assess the players' energy levels heading into the Texas game, and if it was up to the standard you had for the team?
Yeah, I think the energy level was good. I think we started out the game really good. Did we sustain it for 60 minutes in the game? No. Did we play well in the fourth quarter? No. But it doesn't have as much about how you started. We started out, I thought, really well in the game. Good energy, physical, knocked the ball off of them a couple times, ran the ball effectively in the beginning of the game. But our ability to sustain was not what it needs to be, and we didn't play well enough in the fourth quarter.
We talked after the game about the Jalen Milroe's confidence level on the sidelines. He came to talk after you spoke on Saturday night, and we were really impressed with how positive he was despite not the best game. Is that what you're looking for throughout the year? And how big is that to be that confident player?
I think it's important at all positions. The one thing you don't want to do is get frustrated as a player. You don't want one play to affect the next play. And to stay positive, but you can say stay positive, but we all have self-talk, right? but you got to believe it. You can't just say, okay, I'm going to do this, but don't believe you can do it. You got to believe and trust in yourself too. So I think the players stayed positive. They tried to keep their energy level up. They didn't get frustrated in the game, and Jalen didn't either. But still, you got to trust and have faith, confidence in doing what you're coached to do on a consistent basis, and that's going to help you be successful.
Yeah, Coach, on Saturday night, you said the Texas game was a midterm, not the final. With a long season still to go, how do you think the team's mindset is right now?
Well, I haven't talked to the team since after the game. I'll see them today, when we watch the film. But I would be shocked if this team does not respond in a really positive way to trying to get better, to try to do the things they need to do to get fixed. But we have to have better execution. We got to do simple things better, whether it's pass protection, blocking, controlling the line of scrimmage, not giving up big plays on defense, whatever. Those are the things that are going to change. This is not just about attitude of players. They all wanted to win more than any fan, more than anybody in this room. And they put all the work and preparation into it. And, I feel badly for them that we weren't able to do whatever we need to do as coaches to try to help them have a better chance to be successful in the game. And we're all responsible for it, and we're all going to try to work hard to get better. So I would be shocked if these guys don't come in here today with the attitude that we're going to go out there and try to improve and get better. And the future is now. I mean, we got to do it now. That's the main thing.
What have you seen from Tyler Buckner over the last couple of weeks as he's had more time in the system?
Yeah, well, he played really well in the last scrimmage, and he's done well in practice. So we feel really good about sort of how he's continued to improve and develop and gain confidence in what he's doing, and have a good feeling around, the teammates and the receivers and all that type of thing.
I have two more, Joe.
Coach, throughout the offseason, you talked about having confidence that you had 7 or 8 starters along the offensive line. Did you have any consideration of making any moves during the game along the offensive line?
Not really. We have confidence in the guys that are playing, and sure, they need to play better. But, if we thought somebody was more ready to play, we want the competition. We want guys to improve, to compete for playing time. But we also want them to be able to take advantage of the opportunity when they get it. So they got to prepare themselves properly to be able to do that. And we're going to keep working with as many guys as we can to get them to be able to play winning football.
Hey, Coach, just wanted your assessment. I know it's been a small sample size to this point, just the pass catchers, receivers, and tight ends through 2 games so far.
Well, we only had one drop ball, one thing that you can consider being a drop ball in the last game. So that part of it was pretty decent in the last game. I don't think we always got the ball to guys at times. And I think there were times when we didn't do a good enough job of getting open so that we had options. So it's a combination of, I'm not disappointed in our receivers. I think our receivers can make explosive plays. Everyone's got to be more consistent so we can develop a timing in the passing game between the protection, the receivers, and the quarterback, so that we can be more consistent in what we're doing and eliminate some of the negative plays. That's the key to the drill. All right, thank you.
Coach Jay getting the sleep out his eye. Looked like he had one of them good naps early. Look at him. Get yourself straight before I bring you on stage, brother. You ready? Bringing them on, man. What's up, bro?
Coach, that's not tiredness. That's tears coming out my eyes.
Oh,
that's
Lord.
Tears, because I had to go back and I had to watch the game. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We're definitely going to talk about it. But we just want to welcome you all to the show tonight, man. It's Monday Night Quarterback with the coaches here on BAMA Football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. Shouts out to Kyle Henderson. He's not here with us tonight, but he is going to be chiming in, giving us some nuggets, things of that nature. Going across the panel, what's going on, my brother, Coach Sean? How you feeling tonight, man?
Feeling good. Feeling bad about the game, but feeling good in life, brother. That's all that matters.
At the end of the day, that's all that matters, man. This life is more than being a fan of a football team. We know that, but it do hurt. Coach Jay, I feel you, brother. I feel you. I think me and him was trying our best to just let each other get off the little call last week after the game, bro. It was it was one of them things. How you feeling right now, brother? What's going on, Coach Jay?
I felt, of course, we're all mad about the Texas game, and we're all mad about the loss. And again, we're going to talk a little bit about that. And eventually we got to move on and we got to focus on South Florida, man. But I had to just rewatch. Something just told me to rewatch it, especially what everyone's talking about on social media. Former Alabama players kind of doing their chimes. And to see not just once this happening, but to see this several times, because not the several times of Bama players getting absolutely bullied by Texas players after the play was over, right in front of Alabama bench, right in front of their own teammates while they're seeing it happen, and them doing nothing, just sitting there and watching it happen. That pissed me off more than anything that happened, because I didn't even catch it. I wasn't even paying attention to it until I had to go back and rewatch it. We want to talk about chemistry. We want to talk about continuity. We want to talk about how we want to bring back murder ball and this and that, but yet we can't even defend our own teammates. Are you kidding me? And I agree with Dante Hightower, how it breaks his heart and how Reggie Ragland feels and all these other players. That's embarrassing, man. And again, we'll get into that more, but that pissed me off more than anything else happened against that in that Bama game. That was a disgrace. How we talk all that smack about how we're going to bring back the old mentality of Bama, and to see Texas players not once but several times throughout the game bully you, not just during the play, but after the play, in front of your own teammates and bench, and you did nothing. That pissed me off more than anything that happened throughout that entirety of the game, guys. I'm sorry. I had to get that out. I'm sorry.
I feel you, man. Look, I'm
had
letting you
tears
see.
from my eyes.
You see, I'm letting you get it out because y'all know me. I get long-winded. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet on my just welcome to the show moment. Like this is probably, I want to say, probably a trend that I'm tired of seeing with this day and age of players. This is not a coaching failure at no point, guys. At some point, I got to go out there and I got to be a player. I got to be the 5-star. I got to be the dog. I got to be the guy. The same message I've been speaking in all these interviews, everything that I've been saying about bringing back murder ball and all this stuff, it's not the coach's job for me to go out there and do. It's their job to put me in position to do that. And just like Jay, man, it's not. I didn't see a lot of players out of position last game. We got beat on some plays. Yes, they took advantage of miscues. Yes, out of position plays there, but a lot of plays we weren't out of position. Guys were just not being the better guy. They were not fighting. They were, and the times where they did fight, man, it was like it came to no fruition. Nothing came from it because of our offensive struggles. But we're going to dive into the meeting everything of the Texas game, and also looking forward to the USF game. But I want y'all to understand, man, this is the best case scenario for a team that came in with so many questions. As bad as we want to feel, as bad as we want to look at the game and break it down and pick out all the negatives, this is probably the best case scenario. And we're going to get into that. I'm going to bring my point up later later in the show. But for now, let's get into the schematics of everything. Let's talk about the Texas game, post game. Let's try to stay detached from our emotions when we talk about this game, guys, because there was a lot of bad things. I'm not going to say a lot of bad things. There was some key bad things that happened, but there were a lot of good things that I saw that we can build off of moving forward and figuring out our identity, especially in the trenches, man. A lot of questions got answered. So before we came on, myself and Coach Sean, we were talking about, breaking down the offensive and defensive side, just like we did last week coming into the game. Coach Sean, coming into this game, we highlighted the battle in the trenches between our offensive line and their defensive line and today, chat, we're going to start on the offensive side. Offensive line wise, what did you see? What did you want to see from the offensive line, and what was expected contrasted to what actually happened? Break down what you saw, how you evaluated the O-line throughout this game.
For me, I'll be honest with you, man. It wasn't shocking at all. I had seen several scrimmage clips where they were struggling in pass protection. Uh, I don't really care who weighed 330 pounds. The bottom line is those guys got fatigued. They got beat up in the trenches. We struggled in pass protection. So I don't give a damn what quarterback you put in there. If we can't block up front, you're going to have issues. For me, I would have liked to see us run the ball a little more effectively. Jace was having some success. It's like we stopped running the ball for some reason. The game wasn't out of hand, or, I know we got in a few third and longs, but we should have stayed with the run. It seemed like the offensive line got a little more juice when they were run blocking instead of constantly pass blocking, constantly trying to find where the quarterback is. I was dissatisfied. I ain't gonna lie. You can always tell when an offensive lineman is fatigued because they'll start to lunge. The technique goes out the window. They'll start to try to rely on athletic abilities. Same things they do in high school. And that goes for seniors or juniors. Fatigue will make cowards of us all, man. And you definitely saw that with the offensive line. For me, I was dissatisfied. I enjoyed the power run game in the first quarter, maybe. But from the middle of the second quarter on, we were getting beat up. I'm not used to seeing Alabama get beat up in the trenches like that. And I'm talking about both lines, offense and defense.
Wait, coach, you're on mute. There you go.
Oh, my fault. I'm sorry. Y'all hear me now? Yeah. So I'm going to piggyback right off of what Sean was saying. Coach Sean, I'm right there with you. I think the offensive line started very strong. I think they started just like we needed them to. The first 3 run plays resulted in 2 first downs. Okay, you get what I'm saying. So the offensive run game came out. They established their momentum early. The first drive, I honestly believe that was the tone setter for us to come away with no points on that drive. Was probably a momentum killer, but I think Tommy Reese didn't go away from the run early. It's just the way the game started to unfold. The early mistake by Jalen Milroe caused the offensive line to start getting in panic mode. I saw Caden Parker start reaching and stop being patient and allowing things to develop. Started reaching, which was having him get beat. He was looking for things that weren't there, hesitating to cover his assignment. And he's a young guy, true freshman guy, going against, everybody that lined up across him since he's been in college has been a 5-star or higher. You know what I'm saying? Like a 4-star or higher. So the kid's not. It's different between game reps and practice reps. So he's got his welcome to college football moment. My problem will be if we see the same thing against USF, if we see the same thing against Ole Miss, that's when I would start having an issue and start wanting to question as far as his commitment. Offensive line wise, Booker, you got to be better, man. Latham, you got to be better. McLaughlin, you got to be more consistent. And Dalcourt, believe it or not, guys, Dalcourt played a strong first quarter. I don't know what happened after that first quarter. I don't know, bro. I thought we had Dalcourt from 2000, 19, 18, whenever he came in that game. I thought we had him. At least if we would have had Dalcourt for another half, I think we stick to that inside run game where we was having a lot of effectiveness at. But that kid, after the first quarter, it's just like the offensive line was not consistent. And they were winning some matchups here and there, and I didn't expect us to dominate. But guys, the way that we just could not fight in the trenches was a concern of mine. Coach Jay, give me your thoughts, man, on just the front, man, before we dive into any other part of the offensive side. Talk about that O-line.
I thought that we were way too inconsistent. The first quarter, again, like you just said before, in the power run game, I mean, Darren Delcourt had his best game, but Seth McLaughlin, again, on those combo blocks were really, I mean, it was like night and day. I'm like, what the hell is what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
But everything was clicking on all cylinders. I mean, Proctor was dominant in the first quarter in the run game. Latham and Booker were decent, but the fact that Proctor and Dalcourt, 2 guys that have been questioned, that have kind of been a little questionable, were having their best performances in the first quarter, especially against guys like T'Vondre Sweat, and then you had Ethan Burke coming off the edge, was really, really nice. I think that if we would establish, if the run game was more consistent, and if we had a little bit more drive, a little bit more push, and again, when those holes start to close and running backs can't get it going, it gets rough. And again, we can't put all the blame on the running backs. And again, the running backs didn't play perfect because I think Jace tried to bounce it off a little bit too much, instead of just trying to focus a little bit more inside, where he could have picked up a couple extra yards instead of trying to go for the big play. But offensively, the offensive line was really nice in the first quarter. I thought it was way more consistent. We just couldn't click in the passing attack. We just couldn't really click, and I don't know if that took away the momentum of the offensive line, of the fact that we became a little bit too predictable at times. Because for the most part, on second and let's say 7 or 8 or 9, for the most part, these were passing plays.
Mm-hmm.
But on run plays, when it was second or third and 5, these were starting to become a lot more pass plays in the first half. So maybe we were a little bit more too predictable. Maybe we made it a little bit too easier for Texas, for them to kind of to make those correct predictions and make those correct assessments and really have that much and make those adjustments, and knowing what we were going to do. Maybe that's on Tyrese for that. But at the same time, though, we talk about murder ball. We talk about physicality, and we talk about how this offensive line has all this size. Texas matched it like it was nothing. And this is the SEC, man. LSU has, when Mason Smith gets back in, he didn't play in the Florida State game. When he gets back, he's bigger than almost every single one of our offensive linemen. He's one of the better interior guys combined with him and Wingo. How is that going to look? How is it going to look when we go against a physical Auburn front? I mean, how the SC is as far as the matching the physicality, especially with our front. So that it is concerning a little. It is definitely concerning, the fact that this offensive line just couldn't really generate that much of a push. And maybe Tyrese has got to do a better job of scheming for it, because the drop off from the first quarter all the way to what we had in the second, third, and fourth quarter was staggering. So we got to try to get back to that. Maybe again, if this offensive line has more drive and more of a push, maybe we start to run a lot more zone read. Maybe for the most part, we start to incorporate more QB design runs, and we start to kind of really get their defense on their toes. But at the same time, though, this offensive line has got to step up. All the great Alabama teams that won national championships all of them had great offensive lines that were great in the run game and great in the passing attack. So we got to get back into that. I don't know if we can make adjustments and we can fix it. I think we in this Texas game, we showed the potential that we can. We just got to find a way to be more consistent.
I'm going to say this. One thing about this offense, and that I see early, that's going to have to be, in order for us to get rolling with Jalen Milroe at quarterback. And this is only right now with Jalen Milroe being at quarterback. In order for this offense, the way that Tommy Rees wants to call this ball game and keep a balanced edge, inside presence as far as attacking in the run game, extended run game, you can't have, when you go and you dial up the pass, whether it's quick pass game, stick pass game, deep shot, whatever, your decisions have to be made in clockwork manner. And one thing I noticed is the moment we were struggling to get the ball off in the pass game, which wasn't due to pressure, it was due to lack of reads. That's the moment offensive linemen started, our offensive run game, especially on the edge, started struggling. I don't know if you remember, but Jace McClellan in the first quarter, I think it was either the third or fourth carry he had. He could have bounced it outside, but he leaned inside. He kept leaning inside. I think Caden Proctor ended up coming through and helping him push through and gaining like 8 yards on the carry. Things of that nature made me realize that guys are doing their assignments. They're doing their assignments. It's the fact of finishing those assignments that's what ended up getting us in the second, third, and fourth quarter. Because the outcourt, like we said, was firing off the ball. People don't understand that first initial push in between the guards is so important when you talk about establishing any type of gain or any type of success with the run game. Inside the guards is probably your most important push. No matter if you're trying to get to the perimeter, because guys start to overcompensate when they're getting pushed from the inside. So once we started struggling with that, that's when I saw the change. But overall, if we could go down the line and give our guys a grade as far as an offensive line, I give our guys a B-, man, for that game, because there were times where they created opportunities. They created so many opportunities, and we knew they were going up against a talented front seven, a talented front three. You know, that defensive pass, that front seven, that front three for them is probably one of the most talented that you're going to see on our schedule this season. So for them to go in there and to create plays, create opportunities, like they did, I give them a B-, and that's being real hard on them, because there were so many matchups, one-on-ones that were being lost in that game, and it just hurt us. Too many of them were happening, you know, in different spots where we needed these guys to win. Coach Sean, what you grading these guys?
Man, I'm not giving them no B. Absolutely not.
I said a B-, man, and that's because of what I saw early on, man.
Nah, I'm not doing that,
Go
brother.
ahead.
I respect it, but the truth is in the details, man. That's like a D to me. It's 5 sacks, people getting knocked off the ball. You let one dude. I seen Seth and old boy double teaming dudes still getting whipped. Nah, man, we can't beat nobody like that. That's worth beating. That was a tremendously bad showing, and it wasn't even about the technique, like you said. You were right about that. I just didn't see the fight. I'm talking about when it was isolation, these dudes were getting whipped, like whipped up front. They was getting pressure on our quarterback with 3 people getting whipped, you know, and I'm not blaming individuals, because I understand protections. We had 5-man protection still getting whipped. I'm talking about stuff like, what's his name, Jared? Trevante, what's his name? Tavondre. Dude is a beast, I understand, but he was whipping Seth to death. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just not used to seeing our offensive line getting beat up like that. We got beat up, brother. We got straight whipped at the line of scrimmage. And I'm talking about those guys stayed on our side of the line of scrimmage. If I had to grade them, it'll be a slap D for this game, straight up. And I'm being nice, straight
That's
up.
good. All right, Coach Jay, what you got, man? Give him your grade.
I give him a C-. I give them a C- because there were opportunities in both the run and the pass play where I felt like, for the most part, especially when we were in pass pro, there were opportunities where Jalen Real, if he can just read, if he can just go and just find those reads instead of holding the ball for more than 2 or 3 seconds, you know, I think that it could change life.
That changes the mode. I'm telling you, that changes the whole mode of the game. The pressure is called up different from Texas. I mean, that's my point. When we were effective, that D-line was ineffective. Their Texas front was ineffective early in the first. I mean, whole first quarter, honestly. We just didn't capitalize on the plays. You can't help your old-line if you're missing the easy stuff, man. You can't. I mean, offensive line doing their job. You can't help them and now I bring 5 and it dismantles everything. Come on, I mean, the quarterback, and it wasn't on the O-line when they was bringing those 5. It was literally the quarterback not trusting his protection. The first read Jalen Monroe missed, guys. Come on now, that's elementary. That wasn't protection. That was elementary, guys. I'm sorry, Coach. Go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, no, I agree with you. I felt like, for the most part, we made it easy for Texas. We made it easy for Texas to make adjustments. We made it easy for Texas to go to we really bought them time to find the correct formations and really find what the kryptonite just for stopping the run and stopping the pass. Because that first quarter, you can tell that they were kind of feeling Alabama out. They didn't really know they had an idea of what to play, but they weren't really comfortable until we got into the second quarter. Once we got into the second quarter and they knew exactly what was going on, how Jalen Monroe was missing the first reads. A lot of the first down plays that we were doing were simple pass plays that we just couldn't really hurt on. And a lot of them were literally reads that were open to a point where defensive back and safeties had to turn their hips and they're chasing down. And again, this is what we talked about, the crossing routes and dig routes that were open, but Jalen Reed is he continues to look for those short intermediate throws and lock onto the first. It just makes it predictable now, because when you don't have, and honestly, I don't know, and maybe I can ask you guys both this. I don't think Tyrese trusts Jalen Monroe.
Me neither.
I think after the first quarter, I think after what he was able to see, and you can tell how he wanted to go a lot more balanced. He wanted to establish more of a power run game, but he wanted to get Texas defense and Pete Kukowski
off balance.
He wanted them off balance. He wanted that respect. He wanted them to kind of fear. You don't know what Alabama could do, because then guess what? We can run a lot more zone. We can run a lot more RPO based concepts to a point where you have to. I mean, we can throw it over the top of you, or we can establish and be dominant in the front. And when we become a little bit too predictable, because we're trying to figure out offensively what can work for Jalen Monroe to work with,
Right.
It's too late. Like, we've made the game, even though we can talk about how dominant Texas defensive line was, and again, our offensive line, again, it wasn't great. We didn't really help the offensive line out as much easier, I think, from a game plan perspective, because we couldn't really execute. We couldn't execute all the simple things, and it made it harder for our offensive line to really, in a way, to stop Tech. I mean, that's a really good front, man. And when you make it easier for them and make it too predictable,
it's going to be hard.
Like that.
I mean, it's going to be hard. Coach Sean, we said it. In order to bring pressure off of the offensive line, you have to test the secondary. Their secondary didn't do anything special on either one of those picks. The corner got the corner got looked into the route. You know what I'm saying? He got telegraphed. Hey, Milroe, drop back and look. And I see y'all giving Milroe a lot of crap in the comments. You know what I'm saying? Which is well deserved, because at this point, the reads that I was seeing, literally elementary stuff. This guy just didn't trust the protection, and I believe from that was the down spiral of everything else that led to how this game went about. Guys, we got to hold everybody accountable at every level. So as we get off of the offensive line, you guys saw we end up with like a C average for, and that's me being nice with our O-line and understanding what's behind it. And that's at the quarterback position. Before we go to quarterback position, running backs, wide receivers, our specialty groups, tight ends. If I had to grade them as a whole, I'm giving them a solid B, a B plus. And that's talking about, I'm talking about with their small sample size of what they got to work with. One early drop by Knee Black, who was thrown into some crazy going across the middle coverage. That first pass to Knee Black, and he fully extended for that one. You know, you don't get that from guys nowadays that care about, you know, that's pretty boy. So I don't want to hear that about them guys playing soft, but those wide receivers made all them big catches were saving Jalen's life, saving the game, and the two that got called back on Jermaine Burton, even the one that Jermaine Burton caught in the end zone was a bad pass, and he just played the ball. It was times last year stuff like that would happen, and guys would give up on the play. So I see a different mentality in our wide receivers and the tight ends. CJ Dupree did not give up on one route and got looked off more than half the game. I mean, the first pick that Jalen threw, CJ Dupree, backside slant with the strong side coverage. He's not even looking backside. CJ Dupree cuts across the front of the face of the linebacker, and the safety is late on dropping down the cover. And if you throw it there, it's probably 24, 25-yard gain, you know, because the kid's not moving slow when he catch the ball. He's not getting taken down one-on-one by safety. It's just things of that nature this guy did not remember. Coach Jay, talk to me, man. Wide receivers, tight ends, running backs, talk to me.
Yep, and I apologize for the background noise. Of course, we got the Bills game going on. I'm a huge Bills fan. Go Bills! But running backs and receivers. If I have to separate groups, I would give the running backs, just real quick. I'll give them a B minus. I'll give the running backs a B minus because of what I loved in the first quarter. But pass pro, and then when it came to us kind of bouncing it off a little bit, because we tried to, you can tell that we were trying to. The holes were opening up, and we had to try to create, and these running backs had to try to create opportunities of their own. You know, you kind of feel bad for them. Receivers, I'm giving this group an A, right? I understand that we have some drops, but these receivers did their job. They were getting open. They were getting behind. They were getting behind the secondary. They were getting behind bracket coverage. They were getting behind the too high. They were getting behind pretty much every defense that you threw at them. And then a lot of the plays that they had to make with Jalen Murrow throwing the ball, it wasn't because Jalen Murrow, for the most part, a majority of them weren't throwing them open. It was because they had to make plays on the ball in double coverage. The Kobe Prentice crazy catch, the Bonds of the world. I mean, these guys had to make plays on the football. So I feel bad for the receivers, and I feel bad for tight ends because they did exactly what we thought they could do. The Texas game was a complete failure last year because they couldn't get any separation. They didn't know the concepts that were designed from wasn't really the best, but these guys weren't making the effort to get open last year. These guys this year made the effort to get open, and you can just tell they enjoy this offense. They enjoy it. You can tell that it's extremely simple. It's very easy to follow, and they trust the process.
Yeah.
But if we don't have the quarterback that can deliver them the ball on time, and especially putting them in bad situations to a point where they're going to get blown up constantly, it's not going to make a difference. So it's just, and again, it's going to get back, and we'll talk about it in a little. But we got to find a quarterback that can get these guys the football. We got to find it because they're doing their jobs. They're getting open. They're finding ways. We got to find a way to deliver. So I'll give that group an A.
Coach Sean, you remember how we gave these guys high praises during the game? I honestly was astonished at the type of work these guys were putting in. I'm talking about mainly for me was big was run blocking. I saw a lot of key run blocks from our wide receivers and tight ends. So go ahead and highlight, man, what you saw.
I give them as far as the wide receivers, I give the wide receivers an A. I really liked how they played. They competed. I like how they released off the line of scrimmage. They had some issues getting open late in the game, but that's after Texas knew what we could and couldn't do. I give the running backs a B, but I will say I don't like the rotation. I played running back in college. I don't like the give 5 carries and you come out, give 3 carries and you come out, give 2 carries and you come out. Put somebody in, give them about 15 carries. Running back is a different position because you have to get in the rhythm.
Yeah,
running back in the offensive line also has to get in the rhythm from that running back. Every running back is different. Some guys are jump cut running backs. Some guys are straight press the line of scrimmage. Dudes are different. So when you flip flop running, and I understand what Coach Saban is trying to do. He's trying to keep everybody happy. I get it, but it's very, very difficult on offense to get a rhythm when you're changing running backs every 4 or 5 plays. So I give these guys an A on as far as the wide receivers are concerned. Maybe a B plus at the running backs because late in the game, I seen Jace miss a couple of holes. I even seen Jam trying to bust everything outside.
Yeah,
and I know what that usually means. So you got to put one guy in there and let him at least get hot or get cold, and then move forward, go with the flow of the game. The rotation, I'm not a big fan of it this quickly at that position, but in 2023, I do understand why.
Yeah, and Sean, you said something big about those running backs having to get in the rhythm. That's the thing that I think last year we didn't benefit from early in games having Bryce as a quarterback. You had guys breaking off, Brian Robinson breaking off, 8-9 yard runs early in the game, and we would go away from it before it stopped working. And honestly, I didn't see Tommy Rees do that. I felt like his play calling got forced into what we ended up with in the third quarter. After a big turnover like Milroe had, I saw the play calling change. And let's get on into the quarterback conversation. The thing is with Jalen Milroe tonight, y'all, he failed us. At the end of the day, he failed us. And we can't put it all on him, but the opportunities he had, we knew that we were going up against a good team. I saw a comment in here by, I think it's a Georgia fan. We're trying to discount what Texas. No, we're not discounting anything. My whole point of this whole game is offensively, when Texas had their opportunities, they capitalized. Alabama had multiple opportunities. We had four for sure. 4 for sure that I can point out if we was to get into dissecting and breaking down film. But you talking about taking advantage of opportunities, and it all stemmed down to the quarterback throwing the ball. That's what the difference in the game is. We lose by 10. How many points did we get taken off the ball because of missed plays or lack of execution? But 2 plays, which could have put 14 points on the board, was QB throws. True or false? And that's not discrediting Jalen Milroe for anything as far as him as a young man. But in this game, as at this level of college football, you have to be able to make those few plays when you're playing against good teams because it's always come down. It's a game of inches, guys. It's a game of inches. Jalen Milroe missed Jace McClellan on the wheel route by a few inches. Same thing with the deep pass to Burke. Who was the underthrown pass? Was it Bonds? He underthrew. Deep ball pass was underthrown to Bonds. I can't remember.
Yep. That was Bond. I know what you're talking about.
And then missed Burton on the scramble when he rolled out left and threw it short to McClellan. It got a first
wide
down.
Open
wide open, but he was open before the scramble out, man. That's what I'm saying. And those are the small things. Those are the small things that I'm saying matter in big games like this. A lot of people are not going to like it. They're going to say we're trying to blame Milroe, but it's not that we're blaming him. Those are the small things that we expect from a guy that's been in the program for 3 years. He's in his third start. He's already had to play under the lights. Coach Sean, follow up, man. Tell me, because you the one brought me back to that point about guys making the small plays. We're not going to be able to blow these guys out. You said it. You told me in my face. You said we're not going to be able to blow these guys out. We got to make the small plays.
Shout out to Tommy Lee. I agree with you 1,000%, Tommy Lee. I'd rather have my coordinators on the field gauging the temperature of the offense or the defense. For me, man, I mean, we all know Milroe. We all know the guy didn't have a great game. We all know he threw the ball in the zone coverage. We all know he did, and they teach that in youth league. I'll just be honest with you. They teach that in youth league. I understand. I'm not hard on the guy like he's terrible, this, that. And I'm not gonna say that, man, because if you listen to what Coach Saban said today in his press conference, he said one line that every fan should listen to, and this is why I'm backing up off bench Jalen Milroe right now. Coach Saban said they was asking him about Ty Buckner, and he said he didn't say Ty Buckner's name, but he said, well, if the other guy was better, he'd be playing. That's what he said.
Yep.
So you got to be careful calling for these quarterbacks that may possibly be worse than what we saw. I mean, I understand we all want different, including myself.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you guys here in the next segment what I found out. I went back and did some research on Tommy Rees. Great offensive coordinator. I think he called the game the way it was supposed to be called. But I do not think, now without that, I watched the game back a few times, I don't think they used Jalen Milroe to his strengths. They accentuated his weaknesses, not his strengths. Jalen Milroe is not a 5-step drop quarterback. Jalen Milroe is not a drop back, read defense, read coverage, find the receiver, go through progression. That's just not where he's at in his career right now. You got to use Jalen Milroe like you use Lamar Jackson at the time, like you use Cam at the time, like you use Jalen Hurts, the young man from Arkansas. You got to do a lot of things with Jalen Milroe that accentuates his strengths, not his weaknesses. And that's exactly what we done. We asked this kid to go out and go through progression and set his feet. That kid may have set his feet 3-4 times the entire game. He had happy feet. That's just not his game. He's not Bryce Young. They're two different guys, fellas. So I don't, I'm on the train of we got to do something different. But I did see some things that I think we could have did better. It's very familiar if you go back and you watch the 2 Clemson games Notre Dame had when they had Ian Book. The first game when they had Trevor Lawrence, they tried to turn Ian Book into a pocket passer. The guy dropped back 15, 16 times trying to read defense, and they lost that game. They didn't score a lot of points. They lost that game. They played Clemson again without Trevor Lawrence, of course, even though DJU had a great game that game, and they rolled him out. They did all sorts of things to help him out. Quick screens, quick passes, roll him out. A lot of quarterback keepers, and they scored a lot of points and won that game. So you can't fit a square peg into a round hole, guys. I mean, Jalen Milroe is just not that type of quarterback. And even though he did not play well, please don't mistake what I'm saying. We got to put him in position and not ask him to do things that's not his strength.
This is the game we said we test, give us our measuring stick of where we were. And I think that's what Tommy Rees had to do with Jalen Milroe. You had to see if the pocket the presence in the pocket had grown as much as you would want it to be for you to utilize the offense. Because you never go into the first game or the first 2 or 3 weeks with your full identity or your offensive scheme. You're still filling guys out under the lights, man. Guys do one thing in practice and do another thing once that whistle blows and the lights are on. So I really feel like we put Jalen Milroe to the test. And to me, we talking about grading guys. I'm gonna give Jalen Milroe a C-, y'all. Composure kept him from getting a D. His ability to stay in the game, keep his head in the game. I don't think Jalen Milroe's head was ever out of the game. I think things just happened that were above his level of learning as far as understanding what defense is going to try to do to him when he's in certain situations. And I saw last week the announcers, they were giving him credit for, this guy just seems to understand the process of why plays are being called, this, that, and the third. Against Texas, I didn't see that from Milroe. And so that was the game I felt like he needed to be tested. Week 2, non-conference game against a ranked opponent at home. It's all favor for you to be successful, but you experience some adversity. Now, how do we respond? That's why I'm not the one to call for a guy after one bad game. We saw Mac Jones throw 2 pick sixes his first start against Auburn. And that Auburn team was not national championship contenders. They were not.
Yeah, but their defense was top 5. That was the top 5 defense nationally in the country.
Do you not think that Texas defense is talented enough to be top 5 this year? The way that front is moving, especially in the Big 12.
It has a chance, but Mac Jones also threw for 336 yards and he had a 66% completion percentage with an 89 QBR.
Different side of mind and processing. And you look at the offense. Similar conceptual schemes, different type of motion and things that we saw more when Mac Jones was there. But you talk about just dissecting defenses for what they give you. Milroe didn't step up to the plate at the level we needed him to. And that's the only thing. We're not discounting Milroe for anything. Let's get into coaching, play calling. You were already leaning on
Shout out to Al
Sean.
Sanders. Shout out Al Sanders. What's up? What you said, Coach Mook? He had said an earlier comment about Coach Milroe.
I was talking about what your mic breaking up. What you saying, bro?
I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I was just saying about the offensive play calling. You were already leaning towards it. How Tommy Rees, didn't call the Milroe's scheme playing style. And I felt like that in the second half. When it came down to crunch time, when we were only down by 1, let's rely on what he does best. I feel like we put him in a position to drop back, and that second pick was that position. Even though the routes were open, things were open. I felt like for that time in that moment, let him be an athlete and let him play football to do what he thinks is best to be a player and get us back in the game. You get what I'm saying? And Sean, you were talking about it when we took the lead. Go back to that drive when Texas came down and just drove it. How they set the ball up for yours to just go play ball.
Exactly. And the thing about it is, man, I didn't see any design runs for Jalen Milroe. I don't remember none. No designed runs. I'm not talking about scramble.
That one when he had the empty back.
It was one QB. Yeah, it was one QB.
Yeah, that 27-yarder he broke.
Okay, that exactly. I didn't see any RPOs where he kept the ball on his own. No misdirection at all. It's like they tried to turn this guy into a pocket passer, and he made some things happen deep down the field. But I'm gonna tell the fans something. And I play with several different quarterbacks. The deep ball is the easiest ball to throw for a quarterback. Just the deep ball. That's the easiest ball to throw. So if you're going to use this guy, you got to use his strengths, especially when it was a one possession game. You got to let this guy go out there and cut it loose, man. You got to let him do what he's comfortable with doing. When that last interception, the one where I almost broke my TV, and I'm not that kind of fan, brother, when he dropped back and threw the ball into zone coverage, I was upset, but at the same time, look what they're asking this kid to do. This is a very important drive. You got this kid 3-step dropping, 5-step dropping, trying to read, go through progression.
We got to roll him out, get him off platform, man. So he got that option.
Yeah, you got to roll this guy out. You got to get him out of the pocket, get him somewhere in space where he can make a play with his feet or make a play with his arm. So for me, after I watched the game back a few times, I'm upset because he still missed a gang of open receivers. But Tommy Rees could have did a better job in the utilization of his skill set.
I think going forward, he does. He learned that in that Texas game. I honestly, a good coaching staff takes this, and somebody said it earlier in the chat. 2015, we lost an early game like this, y'all. But I don't. The only difference is, what we're going to jump into now, the defense. I don't see a 2015, 2016 style defense as good as this defense played. I don't see that angry defense, and they a lot of guys, like we said, on both sides of the ball, kids made plays last Saturday. This is week 2, guys. These guys are not in mid-season shape. Guys are still cramping up. Guys are out there with concussions. Caleb Downs out there with a concussion. Not wanting to, take that break. It's like we're seeing the early season woes. They're just highlighted now because of what Bama is coming off of last season. All the questions we're coming into the season with. We always start off these seasons with these similar questions. My question to you all as a panel, and we'll start with Coach Jay, on the defensive side, biggest area of concern in the trenches. Let's go start in the trenches just like we did on offense. Biggest area of concern in the defensive line.
That's the biggest concern is the interior pass rush, because I highlighted this in the Middle Tennessee game. The fact that it was a little concerning that we had there just wasn't that one player that was just dominant as far as interior pass rushing goes. Of course, Jaheim Otis is probably the best, definitely out of all of them, but I didn't see the Timothy Smiths and the Justin Abobies consistently blow plays up and use their own arsenal of pass rushing moves to just go ahead and affect the quarterback. I'm not talking about just standing him up and creating open holes for other players to make opportunities to get to the ball. I'm talking about pulling a Quentin Williams, a Vidarian Mathis, a Christian Barmore, those caliber of players where they can do both if they want. They can either blow the play up or they can simply just play gap, create opportunities for other players in order for them to get to the quarterback, right? You can do whatever you want with those guys. there's not that one player here. There's not that one player that can blow up the pocket and really kind of close that in. There's not that one particular player on this team. Maybe Otis has the potential of doing that, but I think with what they're asking for Otis, there's only really so much he can do, and I just don't think he's at that stage of his career yet to be there. So that's like, Tim Keenan is great in run support, but in pass and Coach Sean even talked about this in pass rushing situations. You don't want him there on the field. He's a non-factor. So it's figuring out what can we do to try to bolster this interior pass rushing set. Like, what can we do to bolster that? Because I don't really have that much of a concern with our linebackers. I thought our linebackers played solid. I thought our secondary, for the most part, is getting a little bit too much on them because they played excellent in the first half. And I think that the fatigue factor and the fact that we weren't really getting that much of a rush from our edge rushers in our interior, like Quentin Ewers pretty much had a clean pocket. And for the most part, it was just 3-step and quick release. The ball was already gone before they could even get to Quinn. But the secondary, for the most part, did a lot that we're just not really highlighting. They did a lot that game, and they were asked to do too much. And they got, again, we talked about with Steve Sarkisian. He's a phenomenal play designer. He's going to find weaknesses, and he's going to expose it. Right, Coach Sean highlighted this so much last week. So the interior pass rush, it's got to get better, guys. In order for us to get to where we need to get to, we just can't play the run well. We got to figure out a way to be way more diverse and to establish more of an interior pass rush.
Yeah, right there with you, Coach Jay. I'm going to talk about the linebackers before Coach Sean talk about the secondary. You highlighted linebackers. I feel like they did their job and some, especially Tresman Marshall with filling the run gaps, man. It was a lot of plays that Malachi Moore and Caleb Downs were making on the interior run game because of Tresman Marshall coming up and creating havoc, getting that extra, making that running back make that second or third read or not being able to make that first cut. Trez Marshall was there. And then his ability to get to the perimeter and stop plays that last year were going for – these 2 yard behind the line of scrimmage plays were going for 15, 16 yards last year. It was one play in particular in the second quarter. If Trez Marshall is not there sprinting to the sideline, that's instead of a 7-yard gain, that's a 17, 18-yard gain before the safety could get there to make the play. Caleb Downs, so I did see some adjustments on the defensive side, especially in the linebacker position, inside linebacker, when we got the play action with the tight end or the H-back releasing to the flats. I saw guys crashing to that. The one time we got beat on it, Caleb Downs was late. And it's the fact that he's a true friend. Caleb Downs, to be put in the situation he was put in against a Steve Sarkisian coach offense and the type of receivers, the caliber of receivers he was going against, the tight end he's going against, probably the number one tight end in this draft coming into next year, Jatavius Sanders. The type of positions Caleb Downs was put in as far as trying to make judgment calls, I feel like he held his own. There were key plays where they finally took advantage of him. They were able to complete the pass, but underneath him, it was easier on him because of what was happening with those inside linebackers. And let's talk about the outside linebackers, man. Dallas Turner, Braswell, Robinson. Even though they didn't get chances to affect the pass rush, I feel like you guys could have did better on pursuit. I feel like they could, on a lot of those run plays, you see Dallas Turner standing up behind the play, not getting in the mix, chasing it down. And that's something that I believe makes offensive linemen respect those edge rushers a lot more. Coach Sean, talk about the secondary for me, man. How you feel about those guys? I know we had a few penalties, but talk about it, man.
I feel like late in the game, we gave up a few extra stuff. I felt like the offense gained confidence in trying Kool-Aid because late in the game, they went at Kool-Aid just as much as they went at Terrion. But I will say this, Terrion, he had a few penalties. I think he had 3 penalties, but I'd much rather give up a 15-yarder than a touchdown. I think Coach Mook was one who said that, technique-wise, man, they were lacking a little bit after the fatigue set in. But let me say this, man. When you look at our schedule, when you look at Texas A&M, you look at LSU, you look at Tennessee, as a complete whole, quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, multiple wide receivers, as that combo, I don't know if we face another team with the talent that Texas had on that side of the ball. Sure,
maybe A&M. Maybe A&M.
I think they got 2 receivers. I don't know if Connor Weigman is. I can't say Connor Weigman, his deep ball. I don't know, man. I don't know if Texas A&M is even deep. Texas A&M may have 2 or 3 first rounders on that side of the ball, man.
I'm just
They got
saying,
several receivers who are awesome.
Petrino.
Their tight end, Coach Jay, has spoke on him several times. I mean, Quinn Ewers. Texas has a plethora of offensive weapons and ways to attack you, and their coach, man. So when you look at LSU and all these other teams we play, I don't know if we'll be tested quite to that effect again. I'm sure we'll be tested, obviously, but not quite like that. You know what I'm saying? I think if I had to grade the secondary, I'll give them a C, a high C, low B. I mean, because it could have got way worse. I mean, we held those guys to 13 points, man, in the bottom of the third, top of the fourth, whatever it was. Anytime you can hold an offense like that as a whole to that less of points, you got to give some kudos to that side of the ball because it could have been a lot worse, man. So, yes, I do think as fatigue set in, I mean, the defense have been on the field for 70-plus plays, bro. So, of course, they're going to give up some. But, so, I'm not too hard on the secondary. I think those guys, low B, high C, I don't think they played too bad at all.
You talk about a 14-point swing that was due to when they scored on big possessions, they were off of turnovers.
Yeah.
I can't remember short field, but I do remember the long drive when they came out after Milroe led down, and that to me that's one of those off schedule drives where they had already created 4 stops before that. Yep. So how much do you expect from a defensive secondary that's not getting a pass rush in front of them? I mean, Jarek, you called it out. Arnold made 2 smart pass interference calls. One of them shouldn't have been a pass interference call because he was looking back at the ball and him and the receiver tripped over each other's legs. Receiver just didn't fall. How you call the guy that falls, to call it on him? He's clearly both of them looking back. So it was one of those things. Arnold showed me a lot of improvement. But it all comes down to the small things, guys. And, Downs' inexperience got keyed. We thought, most people think when you talk about guys being inexperienced on the field, you want to go at that guy early, right? No, Sark is smart enough to let a guy get comfortable. He let Downs come up and not let him, but he watched Downs come up and run support very strong. Watch Downs break on the intermediate out cutting routes to his side of the field, very strong. Play those strong. His pass support game over top was strong. So he sucked him in. He allowed him to get real comfortable and to think he had a bead. And the moment he did, what happened? We sent the delay route at him, sent the delay post at him, and he never saw it coming. And when he did see it coming, Whittington, or was it Whittington or Worthy? That was Worthy, right?
Yeah. Had
him on the skinny shimmy post. I mean, it was nasty. I don't expect a freshman to be ready for that. Especially after the type of play calling that was coming at him. So I'm with you, man. I give them a strong B in that secondary. Strong B, because I see, like you said, I don't see anybody having that many receivers that can just 4 deep can rotate.
Yeah, not in abundance like that. Not like that.
Not with a tight end. Not with a tight end option that acts as your 5th or 6th receiver. You get what I'm saying?
Coach Jay has been on that tight end for a while. And that tight end
Sanders
showed me a lot, man. He showed me a lot.
He showed us a lot last year. He just didn't get the opportunities because of Hudson Card being out there. So, I mean, but he cooked last year. So give credit where credit is due, especially to Texas and their defensive front. I think they showed up and showed out, and their offensive line held up. They didn't dominate. They just held up, man. They gave Quinn Ewers. It was a couple times, especially the Braswell sack when Ewers threw it across the middle to Witten in the second half. That was so close, man. I mean, like inches. Braswell is falling on this guy while he's letting the ball go. So it's small things that I see will be improved. Move on to University of South Florida week. I know we want to continue to talk about Texas, but as a Bama fan base, we got to learn to, like Coach Saban say, process these things and move forward. We got another team in South Florida coming in. They're looking to continue to create madness. Simple as that. Anytime anybody can come in and create a different narrative for Bama or be a part of a narrative that says Alabama is not dominant or Alabama's not at the top anymore, I guarantee you they're jumping at the bit. So if you have looked, or if anybody's looked on the panel, what do you see going into this game just from an Alabama standpoint offensively, Coach Jay? Talk to me. You're muted, brother. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. Offensively, looking at South Florida, man, I think South Florida, for the most part, I think they're an aggressive. I think they're a little bit too much of an aggressive offense. I know they struggled week one, but week two they definitely were able to make adjustments. I like their physicality. I like their confidence. I like the quarterback's composure. I think that this is going to be an offense that's going to look at Alabama. They're going to take a look at a little bit of the weaknesses, and I think they're going to really challenge. They're going to challenge Alabama through the air. I think they're going to take some shots. A lot deep. I think they're going to take a look at the weaknesses and potentially test out Caleb Downs a little bit more often. I wouldn't be surprised at all, for the most part, if they try to, not just focus on the short intermediate routes, but really try to go beyond the 15, 20 yard marks. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I think if in a lot of teams that are not on the level of Texas, which for the most part, you take a look at the Middle Tennessees and South Florida of the world, teams like that typically try to go for short passes and try to get run after the catch Alabama's defense off guard. I think one thing Alabama has gotten really good at, even the Texas game in the first half, they were really solid in, was coming up and helping in run support, especially from our corners of playing that edge contain, just doing a really, really good job doing that, so that a lot of our other players can go ahead and clean up. So I think that for the most part, I wouldn't be surprised if they take chances. They just go out and say, you know what, let's take chances. Let's catch Alabama off guard pretty quickly, and let's see what we can do. I think, for what we can do defensively, we just got to go out and make adjustments. We got to go out there and make adjustments. And again, it starts with our interior guys, like I was implementing earlier. I think our interior and edge rushers have got to have a game. They got to have a game here. They got to try to get their confidence back, man, because what I saw from this offensive line, literally bullying these players, not during the play, but after the play. And the fact that we weren't doing anything, like typically, what would happen if, let's say, a Courtney Upshaw got bullied and he got thrown to the ground? You know what Dante Hightower and a lot of our Jesse Williams and a lot of these guys would have been doing to these players?
Ryan
they don't
Anderson.
care.
You had a young Ryan Anderson. You had a choir boy Christian Miller sitting there that we saw how much that boy used to get into it on the field. That boy would get on that field and turn into a different person, a whole thug. And I'm right there with you, Jay. Bro, go ahead.
Like we'll take that 15 easily, because we'll know that we'll kill you on the next series. You'll just piss us off even more. We'll kill you in the next series. I didn't see that at all for this team, so we got to try to establish that mentality back, guys. That's a very important. I know it's not the schematic in football talk, but it's a very, very important aspect when it comes to football. We gotta bring that back before anything else. We got to stand up for each other. We got to bring that continuity and chemistry back. But no, as far as everything else goes, interior and pass rush got to show improvement, because I think South Florida, they're going to go into this game. They're going to look at confidence. They're going to take a look at what Texas offensive line did a great job did a phenomenal job with communication, an incredible job with communication. They were clicking on all cylinders. I think they're going to take away for what that offensive line was able to do. And I think South Florida, they got some really good skill position players that has speed. And I think for the most part, they're going to take some shots. They're going to try to catch Alabama off early, and we'll see how we'll respond to that.
Coach Jay, give me your assessment going into this game, and I really want you to focus on this this offensive side in front. You always give a good perspective that I like to bounce off of when it comes to offensive side. Same with Coach Jay with defense. He has a different way of allowing me to look at things a certain way. So talk about this offensive front and just more so the run game. I think the pass game is going to end up getting there, whatever quarterback. But talk about the run game, what you want to see, because I love run scheme. I love run game. So just talk about it, brother.
I want dominance, man. This offensive line's got to be dominant. And I'm not just talking about just, creating some holes here and there. I'm talking about pushing dudes off the line of scrimmage 2, 3, 4 yards down. I want dominance. The middle, and Coach Sean, and both of you guys talked about, you, Sean, and of course, Coach Moot talked about this, how Middle Tennessee, we were creating opportunities. We were creating some lanes, but it wasn't consistent against Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee they were getting pressure. Middle Tennessee were taking advantage of gaps, and we talked about Darian Dalcourt, and we talked about how J.C. Latham and Booker just didn't really have the strongest amount of games, and we thought that it was cleaned up. Hell, for the first quarter in Texas, it looked cleaned up because we were moving them off the line, we were moving them off the ball, but then all of a sudden the adjustments came, and we just regressed. We regressed back to what we were in 2022, where we weren't even doing it. So I want to see dominance, just complete dominance, and I do think Jalen Monroe will be the starter. I think that for the most part, Tyrese, I think he's going to take a look at that Texas game. I think he's really going to see the true strengths and weaknesses of Jalen Milroe. And I think we're going to start to run a lot more potential.
Don't get it. Don't get into it, because this is where I want to throw it to Coach Sean.
Okay.
Coach Sean, schematically, what adjustments you think we're going to see with Tyrese in his office schematically to help Jalen Milroe? Talk to me.
If Milroe is the starter, I want to see him use Milroe's strengths against this team. They're undersized. They got some athletes on the offensive side of the ball. But if Jalen is going to be the starter for this game, and this is only if Jalen is the starter of this game, I want to see some quarterback keepers. I want to see some zone reads where he keeps the ball, RPOs where he keeps the ball. I want to see some things that accentuate his strengths. He can throw downfield. We all know that. I want to see some things based around him, because it's a better way to use that kid if he's going to be the starter. I don't want to, I understand in the flow of the game, at some point he's going to drop back and make a pass, 3rd and long at some point. I get it. But put some points on the board, man. I want this kid to get his confidence up. I want to let this kid go. If he's got the starter, I want to see him go in. I want to see him play well. For me, I'm a little different. For me, it'd be difficult at this point to bring another quarterback in and let him start. I think if Jalen goes out there and play well a couple series, I do think another quarterback will play this game. I'm not sure when. I don't think it'll be garbage time play. I think Coach Saban's going to let somebody else play this game. I really believe that.
Get out of my head, bro.
if for nothing else, to light a fire on the Milroe, you know what I mean? So I do think we'll see 2 quarterbacks this game. I don't think we'll see 3. I think we'll see just 2 quarterbacks this game, which to me, that's the way it should be. It's, at this point, it's not about getting reps to everybody. You should know at this point, with this amount of practice, who your top 2 quarterbacks are. You should know that. I understand we're trying to make everybody happy. I get it. But at this point, we got some big games on the schedule. Let the guys go out there. Let the guys play. Accentuate their strengths, not their weaknesses. And let's see who our starter is going forward.
Before I let you go real quick, Coach Boot, it's funny. My mom, she just texted me, and she just told me, said, you know who Jalen Milroe reminds me of? If he can just reach that ceiling and how he kind of plays like. He said he plays like Nick Marshall from Auburn. And I couldn't agree with that more. When you look at how Nick Marshall and that 2013 Auburn team, which is, again, Bama fans may be pissed off what I'm about to say. That was one of the that offense was fun to watch. Exactly, but look at the amount of run design plays and the amount of the creative design plays that they were to establish and catch defenses. Like, you knew they were going to run the ball, but the plays of how they were able to design it made it was night and day. It made it so much easier, not just on the offensive line, but it would literally caught defenses off guard. Maybe that's something that we have to do with Jalen Milroe more design play, of more design runs, and really just be more creative. We can still be creative and run RPOs and still get Jalen Milroe to throw the football a little bit more, but that creativity of what Nick Marshall was able to do in 2013 and 2014, maybe it's something that if we do one with Milroe, like Coach Sean said, we got to use his strengths, because if he's playing a role that, let's be honest, he's just not ready for. Ty Simpson and Buckner fits that role, but like Coach Saban said, there's a reason why they're not starting over Milroe.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And I'm gonna say it like this.
Remember that point.
I'm gonna say it like this. You brought up the perfect scenario. I said it Saturday after the game. You see, Jalen Milroe's deep ball talent has never been in question. It's just that ability to be a quarterback. Quarterbacks are required to read defenses. Somebody posted a crazy comment, said, what college quarterbacks know how to read a defense? The ones that are started and are having a good season and have good careers, they learn how to read defenses. That's 60-70% of the play. Delivering the ball is the easy part. You throw the ball from the time you step on the field, man. As a quarterback, you start throwing the ball. It's not about necessarily getting the ball there. It's knowing when to let it go so it can get there. Getting the ball into the athlete's hands. And if like, to piggyback off of just how we're going to come back in off of this loss to Texas going into USF, I honestly believe we see more of those play action rollouts. We get Jalen Milroe off platform, get him on the move, get him trusting in that, throwing that ball on the run, because it was a lot of times like the Burton play we were talking about earlier where he tossed it off to McClellan. Milroe last year, I believe, would have tried to force that downfield to Burton, but him trying to focus on being a quarterback, and trying to be create those Bryce plays when there's no need to create those Bryce plays is causing him to be kind of tired. And I want him to get out there and play football. And you do need to call plays that allow him to play football. Put him on the move. Keep his eyes in the area. Make the defense move with him. Don't let the defense sit and wait on him. That's one thing I did want to highlight. Second half, defense waited on a lot of things in that past game. Well, things were opening up late in play, or 3 and 4 seconds into the clock. But you got to be able to make those reads. You got to be able to throw guys open. And I want to see that this week, especially if we're going to go deep. Guys getting behind guys, I don't want to see them slowing down for the ball. You have this 75, 80-yard arm talent. Put it on the rope if you have to. Get these guys a chance to make plays. You got to test them. You got to test them downfield. And just give guys an opportunity. But I would love to see a three-headed monster back there with Milroe, Justice, Jam, Milroe, Jace, Justice, like just having that rotation, man.
Hangs the ball.
This man needs to eat. This man needs to eat. Hold on one second. Shout out to my boy Tim Lovett. Games like this is why we continue to lose the top 3 defensive tackles and inside linebackers in the nation to Georgia. I know the defense played too many snaps, but zero pressure is crazy. I can't argue with it.
To piggyback off Tim real quick. Somebody in the chat tell me the last, and I'm not talking about 4-star, number 6 rank, 5 rank. What's the last top ranked 5-star interior defensive lineman we got?
Damian Payne.
Was Damian Payne a 5-star?
Yeah, he was like the number 2 or number 3.
Because I think
interior.
And then James Smith.
James Smith too last year. Then you got Jaheim Otis was like number 4, I think. He just missed.
Check this out. All those guys play on the inside, right? Play on the interior.
Yep.
Well, I know Jaheim Otis just moved outside from what he say, or play a little bit of the outside a little bit. He played DN a little bit. If those guys are 3-4 base, that's a great. I love that. Quentin Williams. Shout out to Crimson Tide Beast. Why not get these kids in there to get them ready for the run game, bro? Why not get these kids in there? Because I seen 44 playing. He played a little bit. Didn't do much. Why not get the young kid in there, man? You know what I mean? Get him in there and let him get beat up. Get him in there and get him some reps. Because nothing helps a player adjust to college football
and game reps.
That's a
game reps.
Look what Texas did with Anthony Hill.
Let's make sure we clarify that game reps matter, y'all. I've seen
yes,
I've played with practice players, guys I line up next to. If I go out and I line up in the slot, and they motion the H over to me, because we used to run small H, come from the slot, and I knew it was one guy in practice, man, just running prettiest, cleanest routes. I knew because of his routes, I was gonna be open. You know what I'm saying? How he looked. Yeah. So it'll be times in the game playing, and at this time it's NAIA ball. This ain't high school ball, man. You have to do your job. And it'll be times he come in the game, man. Any type of hand on his shoulder, and then he's giving up on the route. And that affected the whole phase of the offense. So I don't see that from guys, in our wide receiver group. I don't see that from guys. So Milroe has opportunities out there. He got to just take them. And so let's jump to the defensive side before we get too carried away, man. Defensively, I think we just need to make the plays, y'all. I think we just honestly just make the plays. It was a lot of times playing against Steve Sarkisian offense. Like you said, Sean, we held those guys to 13 points for majority of the game. And there were a lot of plays where they made mistakes. We were able to rebound and keep them out of the end zone. Terry and Arnold made smart plays, not giving up points on one of those drives. The other one ended up resulting in a touchdown, but we weren't out of the game. So defensively, execution wise, Coach Sean, talk to me. What you trying to see as far as pressure, all that stuff?
Get Kendrick Blackshear in the game a little more too. Kendrick Blackshear brings the juice, man. I mean, I know we got some great inside linebackers. When Trez seemed to get a little fatigued, Kendrick came in and was thumping. That kid has made an impact for 2 weeks straight. Yeah, him and Campbell. And I hope we get him in the game a little bit more early. Kendrick is juiced, man. I think that kid is primed to have a great season if we can get him on the field a little bit more. We've got several guys that can play that position, several guys, and injuries take a toll on some guys throughout the season. I'd love to see Kendrick get in a little bit more. I want to see Quindarius Robinson a little bit more, because to me, right now, Quindarius Robinson to me is our best pass rusher. To me,
he's one, and then right behind him is Braswell. Turner hasn't showed up for me in 2 weeks, y'all. That's just my personal opinion, and I know he's a fan favorite. I know he's supposed to be the Will Anderson replacement, but Will Anderson
He's
didn't
not.
dominate last year. I like Jihad when he's on the field. I like Blackshear when he's on the field. I like Marshall out there. I mean, Campbell and Blackshear, that combination there is just energy and intensity that I want to see on the field majority of the time. Lawson got the smart. He got the athletic ability. Lawson played a solid game too. Defensively, guys, we have to impose some type of will. And I mean, like, not like even against Middle Tennessee State where they had opportunities and just missed them. We got to make it to where they have no options.
Yeah.
Going into week 3, we have to make it to where it's like, okay, we're running the ball only because our offense is on the field. We can't do nothing else. We need that. This game, I don't want to see it being in question coming into post-game show after this game, y'all. I want Jaheim Odin and those guys. We need 6 sacks. We need a big sack game. We need a crazy game that people get overhyped about, but guys actually go out there and dominate, not have questions out there. Week 1, it was okay because it was week 1. But week 3, after the suffering loss like you did to Texas, where you just didn't execute and you didn't make the 4 big plays you need to compensate for them 10 points that you gave up, guys, we got to see it this week. Coach Sean, Coach Jay, coaching schematics. Let's talk about it. What do you see Nick Saban trying to implement this game on both sides of the ball as a team?
Go ahead, Coach
What
Jay.
do we see Nick Saban trying to implement? Coach Jay, you take it away.
I wouldn't mind if I wouldn't mind at all for this game if we became a little bit more aggressive, right? Sending Quindarius Robinson, you guys are right. They are our best pass rushers, which is kind of crazy because we had huge expectations for Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell. But I wouldn't mind. But for the most part, I actually believe that we're going to see much more reps from a lot of these guys. We're going to see a huge set of rotation. I wouldn't mind at all if we see Quindarius Robinson start to play a little bit more off the edge. I wouldn't mind at all if you start to see him play that little bit of that role where he's playing both as an off ball or potentially playing as an edge player. I think we're going to be a little bit more aggressive. I think our secondary was fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was fine against Texas. The biggest question for me was that defensive front, and especially when it came to pass rush situations, because there were times, for the most part, we had 3 linemen playing. And again, it was a lot of our nickel and dime packages. It is what is there, but for the most part, we weren't getting pressure with our base 4. We certainly weren't getting pressure if we were rushing with 3. So we got to start being a little bit more aggressive. I think that's one thing you can say with Kevin Steele is that I think we game planned a little bit too much with the run game. You can tell that the first we in order for us to win that game, we had to eliminate all run plays. We had to eliminate that and rely on Quinn Ewers, because Quinn Ewers, for the most part, even though we know the potential that Quinn Ewers has, the fact of the matter is he just hasn't really played that well. And I think we looked at that Rice game and said, you know what? I trust our defensive linemen on base 3 with 3 and with that base 4 of them getting to the quarterback and just relying for the most. We got to stop the run first. That just has to be the mentality. I trust our front 4 in order for them to get it, and it just didn't happen.
Coach
just
Jay,
didn't happen. We didn't.
Before you continue, man, Smoking Bud said something in the chat that I want Alabama fans to realize. And I've been saying it since before we started. What made Alabama defense so great, and you were just talking about it, being able to get pressure with the front guys, not having to send 5. Having a true spy, and letting your outside linebackers do their work while your interior guys just continue to push, continue to gap contain and push. The moment you can establish that, because our guys are covering every play. There was only 2 plays where the ball was released less than 3 seconds and it was a positive play. You get what I'm saying? Like a big play. Only 2. So that means our coverage is doing their job. Whether we're dropping 5, whether we're dropping 6. When we dropped 8, they didn't convert. My thing was, the one time they did was the late pass, the late completion to Whittington coming across the middle when Braswell was on Ewers' back, literally bringing him down as he was releasing the ball. But, the opportunities are there. My thing is, you can't ask guys to cover for 5 seconds 60 times a game or 40 times, however many times they drop back. You can't ask, your linebackers to fill 60 times a game or how many times they run the ball, 30 times. You can't ask them guys to do it. You can't act physically. Even with a deep rotation, it's just not going to happen. There's momentum that's, swings and, it's just so much that goes into play when you're talking about dominating the trenches, and it all starts with design. So I feel confident that we're going to be aggressive. We have to be. I think we see more blitzes. I think we see more jam coverage on the outside, closer on the pressure, allowing guys to be athletes, making Kool-Aid cover and allow him to not be in question when he's in cover. because that's one thing I did see. Kool-Aid questioned a lot of them coverage calls that was coming out. He saw one thing, and on the play you keep, the little reverse play when Ewers goes out and throws it back. If Kool-Aid had a line like the defense was, everybody, the call that got sent in based off of what this book plays, instead of being smart and being a football player on the field, they score on that play. But at the last before the snap, he looked at the lineman, he saw the motion, he said he was calling the safety, come back. I got one under. Mine's out. And he ran, made the play. So that's the type of thing I like to see from you, talking about guys picking it up and understanding and changing mentality. I think we do see signs, but it has to be more effectuous. Go ahead, Coach Sean.
For me, I wish we played more aggressive. One thing I liked watching about Georgia's defense is, I know we have that formation. What is it? Rabbits? What is it? Where we got all the linebackers on the field at
Cheetah
one time.
package.
Cheetah package.
A little raptor. No, raptor package.
Raptor package. Okay. Well, listen, Georgia, whatever they call theirs, they play like that a lot, bro. A lot. Georgia will live and die with that blitz, man. They'll send the house. I'll never forget when they played Tennessee last year, a couple weeks after we did. Man, they beat up Hendon Hooker so bad, bro. They sent everybody, and they're willing to live or die with what happened on the back end. They come in to get that quarterback, man, and they're going to do bodily harm to him. I wish we were more aggressive like that. I see us every once in a while, we'll rush 3 and drop 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is. I want to see us be more aggressive, man. And also, I want to see one of our D tackles, in our case, nose tackles. I want to see a nose tackle step up and dominate, man.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen any interior lineman really dominate. I got spoiled with Quentin Williams. I got spoiled with Deron Payne. I got spoiled with Dalvin Tomlinson and Deshaun Hand and even and Jonathan Allen, even though he played DN. I got spoiled with these guys, man. So I want to see somebody come in and dominate from that nose, dominate the 3 technique, dominate the 5 technique. I want to see one lineman come in and absolutely take over the line of scrimmage.
Sean,
that's
you literally saying it, bro. You literally saying it. We haven't had a lineman that could do both in pass and run, because to me, Otis does awesome on the run game. I'm talking about stuff in the run game, creating havoc.
But Otis I watched him he tend to get lazy throughout the game.
After his contact, he tends to let off as if, where my help at? No, don't be looking for your help. Finish the play. You done dominated 2 dudes. Make it that much better by chasing that 3rd one down.
Yes, man. That boy Quentin Williams, that boy's motor never stopped. And that's why
remember that.
And look,
you remember him having the 2 guys with both one hand?
Yeah, man, yes.
Bro, that was crazy to me.
That's why Quentin signed that, what was it, 179 million right now?
He became the richest out of all of them.
Yeah, man. So I want all the young defensive linemen who play at Bama to look at that kid, man. You know, that kid wore himself. I'll never forget that Oklahoma game. He absolutely dominated them, man. So I want to see an interior lineman step up to the plate and dominate your box, man. Dominate.
And it helps the defensive line because you create more opportunities for other players to make plays.
That's how tackles create value. How do you create opportunities for people around you to where you're the kid from Georgia, Jordan Davis, what's his name?
Yeah.
It wasn't that he was just this great pass rusher. This dude demanded 3. Because if you put 2 on him, he was going to affect your quarterback.
Yeah.
Him and Jalen Carter. Both
Jalen Carter.
Picks.
And I'm telling you guys, it's not a matter of scheme at this point, guys. I'm telling you, these guys were in place. We didn't talk about this play, and I don't want to continue talking about Texas, but small things like having guys in place to where your DB can break on a pass behind or that's 6 yards short of the line to force another turnover and downs in a key moment, and 2 DBs going to throw their shoulder on one guy instead of both DBs wrapping up and carrying this dude to the bench, literally picking him up and carrying him. Both of y'all picking up and carrying. You remember when Reuben Foster and them DBs used to get hits on the sideline? Either the dude was going down or they was holding them up and handing them to the teammates on the sideline. You know, that's the type of energy we need, y'all. And
look, not to interrupt you, Coach, I apologize. Coach Sark, when you guys see those short passes throughout to the receiver, just real quick, just raise up, hike, throw it out there. That's seeing if your corners want to tackle.
Yeah,
that's seeing if your corners are gonna come up and make the play. Or are they gonna? Because I know just from coaching now, if you throw up a hot right out there, a shotgun quick as we call it, and the corner is lagging or he's hesitating,
We coming at it.
we're gonna keep working him. We're gonna keep working that guy. That's a fact.
The thing, and that's why I said the DBs, especially the corners, did awesome to me, in that game, because we didn't let Sark rely on that edge. He had to start coming closer inside because those guys started cheating up. It was one time, I think Jalen Key, if he didn't hesitate on that blitz, man, he breaks that whole little trick play up, man. And that's just a result of not being in this system long enough, understanding what your job is. He's too busy worried about making a play instead of going and do your assignment. Your assignment is go blow the ball up in the backfield, meaning the quarterback has the ball after the fake, you're blitzing, blow him up. He did it. He hesitated and it caused a different play. So we're going to see, hopefully, I'm not going to continue to say what we're going to see because this is starting to give me those, and I'm not giving up on the season by far. I'm not giving up on Jalen Milroe, anything. We haven't had much of we've only had a sample size in 2 games to see what this team, we've seen their high, we've seen their lows. We've seen what they could possibly be when they executing at 110%, and we've seen what they could be when they executing at 50%. So it's one of those things where I'm optimistic and I'm excited to see how they respond. Am I nervous about how they may respond? Yes. But overall, I'm excited to see how they respond. And as a fan of this program and as seeing what Coach Saban has done in the past, usually our teams respond in these moments. Let's see if we can see that happen again. Go ahead, brother.
Let me say big shout out to Smoking Bud. Big shout out to Mr. Pigskin. Big shout out to TG. These guys have some great comments, man. I really enjoy those guys' comments. Troubled man, Darryl Williams. Even Darryl Williams, man. These guys got some good comments. Smoking Bud always makes sense. Tim Levette, $4.99 super chat. We need new leaders. Kool-Aid ain't it. Wearing all that jewelry before the game, and these boys following suit. I see no dogs on this team. Prima donnas.
The jewelry and the mouthpieces, man.
In my opinion, I want all the coaches to chime in on this. I'm an old school dude, brother. I played when football was football. It wasn't all this hooky, bookie, 5 wide. I played when you had to come up and really be about that business. I agree 1,000%. I don't care about your bro. Listen. I hope Kool-Aid or somebody know Kool-Aid. Listen, I love the jury. It's great. Love it, brother. Love it. Shout out to you. But when you losing, nobody gives a damn. You know what I mean? SPH said that. Don't care who don't like it. When you losing, brother, nobody cares about none of that. You know what made the past Bama teams great? They had discipline. They done things together. They didn't run down the field celebrating by themselves. They celebrated with their teammates. I'll never forget Reuben Foster knocked what's my man from LSU?
Leonard Fournette
head off. He ran to the sideline and the whole team went bananas. That made me hop up off the couch and went crazy. You understand what I'm saying? That's what it's about, man. I love the jury. Love it, brother. And I don't hate on you, young brother. Get your money, get your NIL, do your thing. But all these colorful mouthpieces, half of you don't got them in your mouth. All this ridiculousness. Come on, man. No.
The goal.
I'm going to go last because I'm about to.
I agree with the old Bama players, for real.
The gold mouthpieces have to go, man. The gold mouthpieces, the yellow mouthpieces, the green mouthpieces. It just like how Bo Scarborough said, man. It pisses me off because we're not following the tradition. We're not following the tradition. We're not following the. We want to talk about how these players talk about how we trust the process. How do we believe you when you can't even wear normal white mouthpieces?
Colorado don't got different mouthpieces.
They don't have that. Exactly. Like they do not.
They do not.
These boys got grills in their mouth. They got these fat Cuban chains on. These boys.
But
listen,
what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying. My bad, Jared. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, when you see Colorado, they is as uniform as you could possibly be, brother. All that's cool when you're winning. But when you go out and get, come on, man. I'm gonna be quiet.
Listen, this is what the difference is. Everybody want to make it about all that stuff that don't matter about what happened on the field. It has nothing to do with it. No,
it does matter.
You want me to tell you why?
It absolutely does matter.
Tell me this. Before we stop. Nope, I didn't cut you off. Let me get mine out.
Louis bags.
Them boys came in. They got recruited on this. This is what they got. This is what caused them to come to Alabama. They don't come and get this whole, I guarantee you they not getting that old school talk. This is old school ball. If you don't want to play old school ball, you can't play at Alabama. I guarantee you. So when they come to Bama and they're told that your individuality and your self-worth and your value worth is what matters to us, these guys are still finding the doggone fine line between that. So that's where that has nothing to do with guys making tackles on the field. You go and you look at Georgia, these guys got their own NIL deals. They got their own little mouthpieces and stuff, they specialty stuff. Yeah, they winning. Guess who was winning before them? Bama. You get what I'm saying? So it ain't got nothing to do with that. At the end of the day, fellas, at the end of the day, guys gonna do what they do off the field, regardless of what happens. We had guys that was smoking weed at Bama in 2008, 2009, off the field, getting caught up at bar fights and stuff. Guys doing their own thing, buying cars, doing their own thing before social media became mainstream. Kids been doing this. It's a fact that the things that we as fans keep paying attention to, talking about some Amari Knee Black being on the live after the game, what he's supposed to do? Go home and want to kill himself because he played a great game and the team didn't finish? Like, the kid played his first big game in college football, his first big game in college football. He went out there and made an impact. We lose. Let's wake up tomorrow and go back at it. Filter it out. How do you filter out? Some people go and sit on the porch, sit on the dock of the bay, listen to the wind blow. Some people get on their Instagram and listen to music. It's just a way of it's the change of college football. And if Alabama doesn't find a way to find his niche in it, we're going to continue to fall behind. Kirby Smart has found his niche in it because none of them players, when they go out and make bad plays, they're not getting ridiculed for being on Instagram and dancing by their fan base. They literally going out there and making up because they know it's a process. It ain't got nothing to do with all that extra stuff. Ain't got nothing to do with on the field. I don't care what y'all say, bro.
Listen, bro.
Ahead,
Listen to me. That's cool. I respect it, right? I coached LeBron Ray all 4 of his years. They didn't sell nothing about no jury to him. They told him to come to Bama, work hard. This is what's gonna happen to you in the future.
Did LeBron Ray have NIL?
Hold up. We lost to Tennessee, bro. We lost to Tennessee. Got our ass whipped by Tennessee. I don't care about your Louis bag. I don't care about your link. You
ain't got nothing to do with the field,
on
bro.
national TV, bro. I don't care about your personal stuff, bro. What you talking, man? Bro, listen. If you get beat by Tennessee, how dare you go tweeting about your Louis bag? Come on, fam. What we doing?
This is my point right here. Thank you, Javian. It ain't got nothing to do with no.
I understand about your social. I understand what you're saying about the kids are younger. I get it. You're right about that. Social media is a part of their lives, bro. So you can't take that from them. You 100% correct on that. But it's a way to do it, bro. It's a way to do it. If you gonna shine, you better be balling, bro. Georgia, you mentioned Georgia. Them dudes ain't trying to be no individuality, especially if they losing, bro. Kirby would lose his face, man. You know what I mean? It's a way to do it. Are we saying you play Tennessee and get beat like that on national TV? I don't care about your Louis chain, bro. Your bag. I don't care nothing about that. Respectfully.
One of the things. I'm sorry, Coach.
Go ahead. No, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm finished. Go ahead.
One of the things that made Georgia so special, and this is how I said, you know what, Georgia might be on the midst of a dynasty, was when I forgot. I think it was Quay Walker. Quay Walker, when Cameron Latch was wide open, he was wide open, sat right there, right, was able to sit right in coverage, wide open in the end zone. The Kobe Dean had to make up for Quay Walker's mistake and attacked him and forced the incompletion. If he would have made that touchdown, that could have changed the life of the entirety of the game. You know what the Kobe Dean did after the play? He didn't celebrate. He went right over to Quay Walker and he cussed him out.
Yep.
Cussed him out right there on the field because he knew because he's letting him know, do your job. Why do I have to do stuff for you? And this is what we talk about before. And again, we understand it's modern. It's modern, right? It's the 21st century. Players are going to do what they're going to do, because at the end of the day, these are kids, they're human beings. But when we talk about leadership, when we talk about continuity, when we talk about holding players accountable, I think, to me, it's a part of it, because it kind of tells me that no one is above. This is what Bo Scarber's talking about. No one is above the team. We hold each other accountable. No one is. It doesn't matter how much you get paid. When you step on that field, we don't want to see the jewelry. We don't want to see the gold mouthpieces and all that stuff like that. We are all one together, because guess what? If one person is above the team, we're not going to win that. We're not going to win a lot of games with each other, because there's going to be grievances. Like, you can't tell me what DJ Campbell did to Deontay Lawson doesn't piss off any Bama fan. Because what pissed me off more, and I keep implementing this, why didn't any players walk up to DJ Campbell and smack him in the mouth or step up to him? That tells me all I need to know about the culture right now with this team. Because again, we can talk about on the field and schematics. If we're not holding these players accountable, if these players are not holding each other accountable and even stepping up for them in the moments where players are literally bullying them off the field right in front of the Alabama bench, it doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to win a lot of games if you can't step up and be that leader. So that's what I think what me and Coach Sean is trying to get into, man. It's a mental thing. We got to get it right. No one is above the team. Keep the tradition because that is what made us have 6 national championships. We made our own tradition. The players made their own tradition, not the coaches. They made their own tradition. They kept the standard for all these years. And the players, and what we're seeing over the last 2 years, this started 2 years ago with all this crap happening, when there was more individuals on the field than us coming together. It started 2 years ago, and it's happening still now to this day. And after that Texas game, this is what I'm saying, man. I have tears coming down my eye before I came on this damn show because I'm literally watching this team self-destruct. I'm watching them self-destruct. Not just schematics, not just based off of formations and misreads and stuff like that. It's watching what's happening off the field. It's watching what's happening to these guys when they're getting bullied and Texas players are making fun of them and stuff like that. And them putting the horns down and celebrating on our own logo. That never happens at the University of Alabama. But it's happening now because it's more individuals than teams that come together, man.
Go watch a Ryan Anderson interview. It's gonna make the hair on your arm stand up. With no smiley, jokey. Bro, we trying to destroy you on the football field. We trying to send all your fans home unhappy. And I ain't hating on the young kids. Do your thing, brother. I said I don't care what you do. It's just what got me. We lost to Tennessee in that fashion. I didn't see no anger with nobody. I'm not saying I'm in the locker room, but I don't care what. For God's sakes, brother, if you gonna lose to Tennessee, cool, bro. I don't play for y'all. That's fine. I played at HBCU. If you want to lose to Tennessee, hey man, that's your business. But don't tweet me your Louis bag the same night, bro. I don't. Come on, fam. Have some. It's a lot of dudes who bled for that, sweat for that. At least be mad for one night. That's all I ask. Be mad for one night, bro. Then you can go back to your jury tomorrow. At least do that.
Shout out Taylor Anderson for the $9.99 super chat, fam. We appreciate you for coming through. Roll Tide. And as we close out this show tonight, man, as y'all can see, I ain't hearing none of that what they talking about, but it is what it is. We can agree to disagree. Roll Tide still. I think it's done on the field, man. At the end of the day, it's done on the field. But we want to talk about scoring predictions. We're gonna get into score predictions this week. I honestly don't know how this Bama team is going to come out. I don't know what type of attitude, what type of energy is coming from this team. We could say what we think we saw in these interviews today. We can say what we think we see in these practice clips. Honestly, I don't see a pissed off team. I don't think they should be pissed off. I think they should. Why would you be pissed off? This was your opportunity to go out and show why you were pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Like last year was your opportunity. So knowing how this game ended last year, coming into this season, knowing everything was set up for you to be pissed off and to show that you're the better team, it's not time to go out and say you're pissed off now. So my thing is come up and show it on the field this week. Come out with your attitude on your sleeves on the field. You get what I'm saying? Not coming out, like you said, Sean, with that soft energy, like come out with your attitude on your sleeves. That's what I rather than judge what they do off the field, bump it. On the field though, like Jarek, I'm with Jarek all the way. On the field, let's be dogs. If it's gonna be 15, let's make it worth it. You get what I'm saying? Don't be around there helping your guy up after you just seen somebody stomp him or you basically body slam him. You know what I'm saying? Like not a football play at all. Play is over with. You get what I'm saying? So at some point we got to just be more physical. And maybe it's not the old school way of physical. You know, maybe we're stuck in that middle of trying to find the new form of physicality. Georgia is doing it their way, but we see what they're doing. You see what's happening with Georgia. They're doing the same thing we did after like 2 or 3 years of dominating. They're coming in and struggling with, FBS schools in Ball State for the first half. I mean, we did that third and fourth year trying to run for a natty. So this week, Bama, we got to step up. We got to dominate it. I need a shutout defensively. So even if it's 38-0, meaning a second quarterback come in second quarter and get some meaningful game reps just in case. Because if Jalen Miro come out hot, 3 successful drives, let's get him out of there and see who our possible number 2 could be. Because we got to get in the conference game planning starting this week. And if you don't know what you're going to be able to do with Miro, we got some problems going into conference play. Coach Jay, then Coach Sean. Predictions on this weekend.
I think realistically for me, I'm gonna say 41. I'm gonna say 41-10. I'm gonna say 41-10. I think we do see some changes. I would like for this to be a blowout. I don't want this team moving past the 50. Me personally, if we talk about how Tyler Booker talk about how we're pissed off again, why weren't you pissed off during the Texas game? I have no idea why, but we're more pissed off after the game than during the game. It is what it is. But I think around 41, maybe even 48-10. Again, I don't want to see this team even move past the 50, but I think that we're gonna continue to make some mistakes. I think there's going to be some things that we're going to learn from this game, and I think that there's going to be some mistakes that we're going to have to carry over moving on to the Ole Miss game. So I'm going to say 41-10. I think Jalen Miro starts. I think he does become a little bit better. I think Tommy Reese, for the most part, does make some adjustments, and he does run a lot more designed runs and just a more comfortable offense for Jalen Miro to run. I don't see him throwing for a lot of yards in this game. I think that rushing wise, I think we can get back to I think around 150 yards, if not maybe even more than that for this game. I think it's going to be a little bit more run centric compared to passing plays, which sucks because I know how badly these receivers want the ball. I know and they're working extremely hard, man. They're doing their job and more some. But it is what it is. We got to develop that continuity. We got to develop some sort of rhythm and find where we need to be at in order for us to potentially have a more balanced look. So I'm gonna say 48-10.
For me, I hate making predictions, man. I'm superstitious. I mean, I used to wear the same shirt under my shoulder pads for 4 years. You know, I admit it.
Same.
I think Bama. Yeah, I know it's sad. I admit it. I think Bama about 45 points, man. I pray that these guys can at least shut South Florida out. They got some great skill. But I love, like Coach Moose said, I'd love to get a good shutout in this game, man. You know, I think that'll make everybody feel a little bit better about the situation. I hope we go in and I'll be happy we just go out and just play a good, clean, solid, dominating game, man. At this point, that's really all I want. You know, I want to see us dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. If we can do that, I'll be happy, man. I'll be happy.
I'm gonna say this to end the show, y'all. This weekend, and I saw somebody say it doesn't matter. If you think this game doesn't matter, you don't know how much like mentality, like just from a mentality. I ain't talking about a result standpoint, and we talk about results with mentality, but the mentality of this team this week matters, guys. This week matters more than the Ole Miss game, because if they don't come out and dominate, and I ain't talking about a Middle Tennessee State game type dominate. I'm talking about dominate, bro. I don't like the questions going into week 4. I don't like the questions, and I don't think we have as many questions on defense as we do offense. I think we can grow pretty fast on defense, especially with the young guys that were thrown in, new guys, how they were able to compensate for the mistakes that they did make in the Texas game, but. Offensively, we have to grow up fast, and it's going to start with this game. Carry over into Ole Miss. Coach, you got anything to say before we get up out of here?
No, I just hope that for the most part we show up. I just hope that we just show up, man. That's just all I can say. I just hope that we just show up. And I can't even say we're going to bring back Bama murder ball. They just got to show me at this point. Just show me. Stop talking, man. Stop talking how you're pissed off. Just show me. Right. Stop talking, man. Just show us. That's all I can say.
Right. Coach Sean, closing remarks.
Ditto for me, man. Just show me. Dominate. Beat Bama.
And that's all it takes, man. That's all it takes, because we have the talent. We have the receivers. Last point, guys. Miro, I want to see you make the easy reads early. That's how you buy time. We all know. You don't start off the game trying to, take your big shots. You don't want to show your cards in big games like that. Maybe against USF, force them to put the pressure on him early to see if he's ready, composed enough to handle the big calls early. But I want to see consistency. You know, if Miro has 21 attempts this game, which shouldn't be that way, which I don't think. If he has 21, he needs to complete 17, 18, you know, and they have to be precise, not indecisive, almost should have been picked off like he did against Middle Tennessee State. So I'm excited still, even in the questions that we have. This is a good thing about being a fan of a team like Alabama, man. You get to see their highs and then going through the changes and possibly, our plateau. It's just the experience, man. It's an experience, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it with this fan base. I enjoy it with you guys on this show. A lot of different perspectives, And before we get out of here, make sure y'all continue to follow this channel, Bama Football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. We have our show, Monday Night Quarterback, here every Monday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 7 p.m. Central. We try to keep it less than an hour and a half, give you all a chance to come in and just, vent. Let us know how you feeling. Let us know what's going on when it comes to the Bama football team. I do want to say this, y'all continue to support these three guys, these other two guys on this panel right here. My boy Coach Sean, my boy Coach Jay. They're all, we're all growing, trying to do this content creation thing, and we're working together to get this thing off the ground. Your support is definitely important, so continue to support. And don't forget, man, everybody that gave super chats, we want to thank you. High Power TV, Tim Lovett, Javian Smith, Taylor Anderson. We appreciate y'all for your continued support for this Alabama football outlet when it comes to your college football news and your reports and your reactions. Like I said, Alabama against USF this weekend. I'm excited, guys. We should win. I want us to win. We should win, right? Like, it's USF, right? And I ain't talking about just win with points. I'm talking about like dominate,
destroy them.
Yeah, destroy
like annihilate
them.
them.
I'm not talking about 28 to 6.
Hey, Kool-Aid. From a leadership standpoint, no team has ever lost a national title in week 2. No team has ever won the national title in week 2. What are you telling your guys now as a leader in that room to get back to focus and kind of, the future is now, as Coach Saban said yesterday?
Like you just said, the future is now. I mean, like you said, no one's ever won a national championship in week 2 or lost it. So I feel like we have to come together and make sure that we got everything together. And the season is still ahead of us. SEC players still ahead. We still have opportunities to do exactly what we want to still do as a team. So like you guys said, week 2, I mean, it's a big game, and it's a game and all. It's a game that we definitely want to win, but it don't win a national championship or lose it.
Hey, Kool-Aid, how would you assess the preparation that you guys had last week in terms of energy and practice?
I feel like we could have been better in practice, preparing and just working together as a defense, communicating on the back end, making sure everybody have the right adjustments. And, I feel like guys, even include me, can ask questions to coaches, ask questions to players just to make sure that we better understand what we have going on.
So what were some of the factors that led to the explosive plays that Texas had down the field?
I feel like those guys did a good job of what they was doing and how they attacked us. I feel like they attacked us very well. I feel like a lot of it play a part of us, like I was saying, just knowing what we're doing and communicating and being on the same page.
How difficult is it to kind of get your coverage schemes when a team's moving in tempo? And then what do you do on the field to kind of make sure everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing and spots everything within whatever the 5 seconds you guys have?
When the team's moving quick, it's just, we have to make sure that we get the call and making sure that everybody gets the call so we can all play on one accord. I mean, we practice very fast, so it's not nothing that we just not used to at all. We have periods where we just make sure that we're going very, very fast in case the team come out and do that. So we just have to make sure that we get the call and everybody's on the same page.
When there's Alabama football alums after the game going on social media and criticizing the current team, do you guys notice that at all, and does it motivate you in any way?
Me personally, I'm not really big into reading social media or seeing what other people post. I mean, after a game like that, me personally, I haven't even really been on social media to see what's the media been saying and what people been saying about us, what former players been saying about us, because to be honest, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, the game is over with, and all we can do is learn from our mistakes and move forward about it, and just acknowledge our mistakes, go over it with coach, and just move on and be a better team.
How much do you see the front seven, especially the edge guys, being motivated after kind of laying a goose egg in terms of sacks last week?
I feel like those guys, like, they're gonna come out and do their thing this week. I feel like I've heard those guys talking about that in the locker room and how they want to be more aggressive as a DN or outside linebacker, however you want to call it. But I feel like those guys they feel some type of way, and it's motivated them in a big way to want to apply more pressure.
I know Texas is a team that does a lot of pre-snap motion. What kind of challenges does that present for the secondary?
With the team doing a lot of pre-snap motions and motioning, we just have to make sure that we all on the court, communicating ahead of time before the motion even happen, making sure that we all know what we're doing as a team, as a unit, as a back end.
As someone who goes against him in practice, what have you kind of seen from Kobe Prentice as he's in his second year in the program and kind of growing in the offense?
I feel like Kobe Prentice is a guy who likes to compete. I kind of him and Isaiah Bunn, I kind of been on them since they were freshmen. You know, just talking to them and trying to help them guys improve as players because I see the talent that they have. So guys like Kobe, I feel like work very hard. You know, ask me questions about like how you was able to guard that route. What could I did better? So guys who even cared enough to know or care enough to ask a question about what he did wrong in his route, asking the DB that's very ahead.
So how much of a transition period has there been going from having Pete on the sideline last year with some of the calls to having Kevin Steele in the box and different coaches making the calls on the field?
I feel like it's not big of a change, with having the coach in the box and having the coach on the field. I mean, it's kind of the same, just want to get the call and execute the call.
All right, Kobe didn't answer this, so I'm going to give it to you. You've seen a lot of Alabama receiving corps. Is this the fastest from top to bottom? And also, who's the fastest player that you've gone against in the unit?
Well, I can't really speak on the guys who was here before me. I mean, I don't know how fast those guys were. I mean, I never got a chance to guard them. So, but the guys we have here, it's a lot of speed in the receiver room. I feel like a lot of those guys are fast and can stretch the field. The two that hit my head when we talking about speed is Jermaine Burton and Isaiah Bunn. I don't know which one of them I would say the fastest, but both of those guys are definitely moving.
Hey, Kobe. Some of your big catches in the game, what was the key to putting that together and just stepping up in those moments?
It's kind of like what Nick Saban preached to us all week, just having the kind of mental toughness and effort to be able to go out there and be able to perform at a high level.
You're in year 2 in the program now. Just how much more confident and comfortable do you feel?
Well, it definitely helped being able to get on the field last year as a freshman. So coming back this year is just using that experience I got last year in the big games definitely helped.
What does Jalen's ability to extend some plays with his legs do for y'all helping get open?
Say that again?
What does Jalen's ability to make some play, like buy some time with his legs while he's back behind the line of scrimmage do for y'all, maybe have more time to get open?
I mean, it's definitely a great asset to have. I think Jalen Miller was a great quarterback, and I think that I'm pretty proud of him of how he played, so, yeah.
Through 2 weeks, the receiver group's been off to a strong start, made some tough contested catches as well. What do you think has been the key to the group having a strong start, especially in those contested situations?
Well, I think everyone as a team, we all played good. I think we all did some good things in the game, and I think we all did some bad things in the game. I think we can all improve in areas, so, yeah.
You changed numbers this year. Kind of what went into your number change? Do you have a special story behind your new number?
Well, I mean, I kind of grew up an Alabama fan, so watching Devontae Smith play receiver here, I kind of always aspired to walk in his footsteps, I guess.
I was going to ask you about the number 2, but have you talked with Devontae about that, after making that thing, and did he talk to you about living up to the number 6, or?
I've kind of been focused with the team on how we can get better week to week, so I haven't really been having a chance to worry about the off-the-field things. So.
Anything else?
What's it been like trying to develop chemistry, not only with Jalen, but the other guys at quarterback?
It's been good. We've been working all summer long, all the receivers, getting some catches in with them before and after practice. So it's a work in progress.
Where do you feel like you've grown the most between year 1 and year 2?
Where I feel like I've grown the most is just being more comfortable on the field as far as reading defenses, being able to adjust.
You talked about there being things that everyone on offense needs to improve. What area of improvement do you think is biggest for the wide receivers heading into this week?
Say that again.
Maybe what area do you think the receivers need to improve on most heading into this week or the rest of the season?
I'm really proud of how we all played as a group, as far as the team as well. So I feel like we can all improve in different areas. So.
You talked about playing last year as a true freshman. So did Kendrick and Isaiah Bond. What's your relationship like with those guys, and how's that blossom going into year 2?
Those are my guys. We bond in the locker room as well as on the field and off the field. And I think coming into this season, they're a lot more comfortable on the field. As you can see, game 2 they both played good. So I think.
Last one, Tony.
You've watched a lot of Alabama football, so you've seen a lot of Alabama receiving corps. Is this the fastest one from top to bottom? And then also, who's the fastest player in the unit?
I'm going to leave that one to Nick Saban.
How about the second part, at least?
Fastest player in the unit? Yeah. Another one I'm going to leave to Nick Saban.
Thank you, Coach. Get you guys started.
How would you assess the running game through the first 2 games, and what do you guys want to do to keep getting better in that regard?
Up front, keep being physical, keep doing what they're doing, keep communicating, just being able to talk to those guys, ID the front, being able to talk to Miro next beside me, and getting the receivers on the same page.
How do you think yourself and the other running backs have done in terms of pass protection?
We still need to work on some little things, technique-wise, but just knowing who we have in our assignment, like I said, communicating up front is very key because they do a lot of different things. Of course, we play different teams that do this and that, but I feel like we got the communication part done. Knowing who we have is the most important thing, but just getting there and our technique needs to be cleaned up.
How much of success in the running game is dependent on the running backs, or how much is the O-line, or is it y'all have to be in sync together?
I would say that, it just comes from all of us doing what we need to do and how it needs to be done. Of course, I get in and we get the situations done, and Jace gets in and Jam gets in, and all the backs just know what they need to do, and the O-line as well, no matter who's in.
Roydell, do you guys notice when there's Alabama football alums criticizing you on social media after the game, and does that motivate you guys in any way?
No, me, honestly, I don't pay attention to none of that. I don't know if anyone else does, but we try to keep a positive head when, coming away from a week like that. We try to look forward. Our goals are still the same. ACC.
Fam, what's up? It's Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube. Take a minute to hit the thumbs up. Go on this video, 500 thumbs up. Let's get it. And then also, please note to hit that subscribe button. Almost to 100,000 subscribers right here on Bama Football on YouTube. With that said, let's dive into the Pro Football Focus numbers. And when we look to Jalen Milroe's passing tree, this is really interesting. And by the way, our buddy Tony Tsoukalas, who works for Rivals, has a great breakdown about Jalen Milroe's passing tree, because what the article is going to talk about is he's doing quite well, tops in the nation with passes 25 yards down the field. But his short, intermediate passes is where he is on the struggle bus. So to the outside left, 2 of 3, 78 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 of 6, 136 yards down the middle with a touchdown. Those numbers are phenomenal. Some of the best, if not the best in the entire country. 1 of 3 to the outside right, 48 yards with a touchdown. But as you see, down the center, under 20 yards downfield, 1 of 4, 39 yards, interception, 8 of 11, 48 yards with the interception. You get what I'm talking about in terms of the passing tree for Jalen Milroe. Now, this is very concerning. When we look to Alabama's offensive line, these are the grades from Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus is a group that's made of former coaches at the college level and NFL level. They grade the film, and then they compile the grades from it. Tyler Booker up top. This is pass blocking, 68.3. J.C. Latham, 82.0. Seth McLaughlin, 24.0. Unbelievable. I mean, through 2 games, this is what the numbers are. Caden Proctor, 47.9. Darren Dalcourt, 66.9. Okay? If you look to the bottom of your screen also, remember when Coach Saban said that Terrence Ferguson was a starter? Well, he's played in just 1 game, and he's played in just limited snaps. So, curious to see if Terrence Ferguson can work his way on the field going forward. Here's a look at the overall offensive grades for the Alabama Crimson Tide. So, to kind of walk you through it and how Pro Football Focus works, up top you have Caden Proctor, and then you have his number, the position that he plays, which is tackle, games played 2, total represents the snaps, which is 123, and then the offense, OFF, is their grade offensively. So as you can see, he has a grade of 58.8. Tough start for the freshman. Tyler Booker played in 123 snaps as well, 61.9. J.C. Latham played in 123 snaps, 70.8. And then Seth McLaughlin with 123 snaps for a 51.0 grade. Jalen Milroe, one of the highest offensive grades, despite having a very difficult time against Texas, a grade of 77.7. Darren Dalcourt, 68.7. Jermaine Burton, 78.6. Honestly, Jermaine Burton has been playing really well. The wide receivers as a whole have been playing really well. I think collectively through 2 games, they have impressed me. I think they bailed Milroe out on several throws to make tough contested catches against Texas. Jermaine Burton's been playing at a very high level. Glad to see his grade up there. Isaiah Bond, 70.1. And there's the rest of the grades collectively. Kobe Prentice, there at the bottom, 77.8. He's been playing at a very high level, honestly. When we look to the defensive grades, bring those up right now. The defensive grades look like this. Let's get a full size of this image. Okay, so Deontay Lawson, his grade is where it says DEF, 72.7. That's through 2 games and a total of 133 snaps. He's played the most snaps out of anybody. Caleb Downs, young freshman, 130 snaps. Now, Caleb Downs is leading the team in tackles, but he has a grade of 56.5. His run grade is 72.1, tackle grade 68.8, pass rush grade 59.1, coverage grade 50.8. We'll talk more about the coverage grades in just a second. Kool-Aid 68.3, Malachi Moore 70.2, Terran Arnold 69.8, Jalen Key 77.2, Justin Ebogbe 64.5, Dallas Turner 70.2, Chris Broswell, though he's played in just 80 snaps, has a grade of 78.0. Let's look at the coverage grades, okay? Coverage grades are really interesting to break down through 2 games, okay? So it's a small sample size, but this is where we stand after 2 games. Also, hosting a very dynamic offense in the Texas Longhorns, all those weapons. Caleb Downs, 50.8. Tough start, as we said. Terran Arnold, 65.4. Kool-Aid, 67.2. Malachi, 66.7. Jalen Key, 80.2. Then you have some linebackers, Deontay Lawson, Chesman Marshall. Their coverage grade, 66.0, 59.9. Clearly, these aren't the grades that you want to see. Gives us a little bit of optics in terms of where both sides of the ball stand. Let's look at the pass rush grades right now. Justin Ebogbe up at the top of your screen, 56.1. Tim Keenan, 71.8. Chris Broswell, 65.2. Jaheim Otis, 66.3. Dallas Turner, 65.8. Tim Smith, 55.1. As you know, Alabama didn't record a sack against Texas. In fact, they had just 3 pass rush hurries on Quinn Ewers. So that's kind of where things stand in terms of the grades. I wanted to present those to you. I know they're not the prettiest grades, but they are what they are. And they give us a little bit of optics for where this team is. Alabama's 1-1. Talked to Kool-Aid today. No team has lost the national title in week 2. No team has won the national title in week 2. This team has a lot to work on. They don't have an offensive identity just yet. I'm curious to see what transpires against South Florida because Alabama is such a big favorite in that game. No matter who you start at quarterback, I kind of get the feeling it's going to be Milroe. It's not going to matter because South Florida is a lesser opponent than I would say Middle Tennessee, to be honest. Alabama's a 31-point favorite in this game, and I think any quarterback is going to fare well. I think they're going to run the ball effectively. I think the offensive line is going to look good. But what does that tell us? Because Alabama's early season is also, their schedule is very inconsistent. Middle, then you got Texas, then you got South Florida, then you got Ole Miss coming to town. What does Ole Miss and Texas have in common? Well, each head coach was a former assistant under Coach Saban, Lane Kiffin, leading Ole Miss. And then also you have the former defensive coordinator, Pete Golding. One thing that we didn't talk about was the fact that Texas had so many assistants as well. Jeff Banks, Kyle Flood, right? AJ Milwee, who works with the quarterbacks, works with Quinn. All those guys were part of the Alabama coaching tree at one point. I think that certainly comes to play because those coaches understand the right psychological disposition that it takes to come in here to Bryant-Denny Stadium and play at a very high level. Ole Miss, Alabama, in 2 weeks at 2:30 right here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. My name is Kyle Henderson at BAMA Football on YouTube. Take a minute and hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe. I want to hear from you inside the comment box. What do you think about this team right now? What do you think the offensive identity is going to be? Is this on Tommy Rees? Is it on Jalen Milroe? Is it on the offensive line protection? Is it an inability to run the football? It seems like it might be a combination of a lot of those things. But the good news is the season is young. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I honestly think that the defense is better than what they've showed. I think that the defense was put in some tough situations against Texas. I think that Alabama has a good secondary. I think that Caleb Downs is going to grow up after this Texas game. There's a lot to take away. You're going against some elite NFL type talent. And I think he's going to be just fine. I do think that the pass rush greatly needs to improve. I don't know what's going on there, but they have to be pissed off. They have to get to the quarterback, and they have to be able to implement some sort of a pass rush if this team wants to accomplish their goals. SEC West champs, SEC title, playoffs, and the national title. The grades aren't good. The season's not over. The future is now, as Coach Saban just said. My name is Kyle Henderson at BAMA Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We'll catch you on the next video. Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube. Coming up next, it's Nick Saban's weekly SEC teleconference where he talks about the quarterback competition going into week 3. He also highlights Alabama wide receiver Jermaine Burton, who's been playing really well through 2 weeks. And also at the back end of the SEC teleconference, I got Alex Golesh, the University of South Florida football coach. I got his press conference. I boosted the audio for you guys to check out. Remember, he was the OC at Tennessee last year. It's a really good press conference worth watching. Tonight, on Wednesday night, you got Nick Saban's press conference. We'll bring that right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe, and we'll catch you soon back here at Bama Football on YouTube.
To ask a question for Coach Saban, please press 10 on your telephone's keypad now. And Coach, while I wait on any questions, if you could take a moment to comment on your team as you enter the USF game on Saturday.
Yeah, well, I think it's important that everybody responds the right way and that doesn't waste a feeling in terms of the things that we need to improve on, the things that we need to clean up, some of the things that we didn't execute very well in the last game, and make the kind of improvements we need to make to play to a standard that's going to give us an opportunity to be successful. And that's the point of focus. I mean, every team you play is challenging technically in terms of what you have to do to go out and be able to execute. And, you know, this team that we're playing this week is no exception to that.
For questions, press 10, and we'll begin with Mike Rodak of 24/7 Sports.
How effective have the leaders on the team been in policing and being vocal about some of the practice habits of their teammates if they see something that's not up to snuff?
Yeah, well, I don't think we've had, bad practice habits. I don't think there's been times when we haven't done things particularly well, and we want to get those things corrected. And I've been, pretty pleased with the way the players on the team that are the leaders of the team have responded and tried to hold people accountable.
Next is Matt Baker of the Tampa Times.
Hey, Nick, I'm curious, what jumps out to you on film when you looked at USF?
Well, they play really aggressively on defense, a lot of stunts, a lot of blitzes, a lot of pressures, play hard. Offensively, their system and scheme is very similar to, Tennessee, which they spread you out. The quarterback has done a really good job. They got two good runners. They've been able to make plays and have balanced run and pass, and I think they've been, really, really effective, and it's going to be really challenging for us, on both sides of the ball.
Thank you.
Next is Mike Griffith of AJC Dog Nation.
Coach, Jermaine Burton, I think he had 3 touchdown catches. A couple of them were called back. Could you comment on his development, growth, and importance to the offense?
Yeah, he's, done really well so far this year, and obviously not his fault that somebody else committed a penalty when, he had the opportunity to make a play. And, his consistency and performance has been, very good to this point. We're very pleased with the progress he's made, and we want him to continue to grow and develop and show the maturity and dependability that you need to have to be an outstanding player, which he certainly is capable of being and has been for us.
For questions, press 10, and we'll continue with Steve Moulton at WZZN.
Coach, hope you're doing well today. I wanted to ask, you mentioned about South Florida spreading it out much like what you saw out of Tennessee last year. So what kind of, if I could get an evaluation out of your secondary, what have you seen out of that group, and where would you like to see some improvement?
Well, we obviously didn't play very well in the last game. We gave up a lot of explosive plays, and we take responsibility for that as coaches. We got to try to get our players, better prepared and for what they're going to see. And but I like the group. Their attitude has been good. They're working hard. Got a different kind of challenge this week, so I think the continuity will help. Last week not having continuity, all the guys in practice all week was a little bit of an issue, and that's something that we haven't had to deal with this week.
And, Coach, if I could ask about the quarterback room in particular in terms of what kind of energy you're seeing out of the quarterback room and what kind of competition potentially for the starting job are you seeing this week, Coach?
Well, we evaluate every position, every week. And, if guys want security in their position, they need to play well. Everybody on our team knows that. And I think everybody's responded in a positive way to try to get better and to improve, and we'll constantly evaluate that position as we do every other position.
Thank you, Coach.
I think we have a follow-up from Mike Griffith.
Yeah, Coach, we've heard how your players have responded in terms of the emotion and being challenged. Is proven as you are with all your championships and all your accomplishments, do you still feel emotional challenges when you hear your program challenged, or when people say that, this great dynasty you've created, might be coming to some end because of one loss? Does that still affect you emotionally, or does that really not factor into your makeup or approach?
Well, my approach is try to play to a standard, try to get our players to play to a standard. And, when we don't play to a standard, I don't need anybody else to criticize. I've got pride in performance just like everybody else in this organization. So, we want to try to get it right. We want to try to do everything we can to get people to play to a standard. And that's what we're focused on. My standard comes from within me, not from some external motivation that comes from someplace else. And I haven't even heard or read any of those things because I don't really pay a lot of attention to it. I do pay a lot of attention to what we're doing here internally and how we can get it fixed so that, our players have a better chance to be successful.
Thank you.
Next is Nick Alvarez of AL.com.
Hey, Nick. Kool-Aid told us yesterday that he feels that players need to be open to asking more questions, even himself, about, what schemes you guys are trying to get across in the secondary. Do you feel like there's been enough communication with the team, like from an install standpoint to kind of a film review standpoint, to make sure it's not just you guys got it right and then kind of move on and, make sure that they're not, just maybe nodding their heads and making sure that they're actually understanding the concepts you guys are trying
Well,
to do?
I think that's all part of preparation. I mean, it's a part of preparation from, our standpoint as coaches and teachers, and from, their standpoint in terms of comprehending exactly what we, want to do or trying to do. And then I think they got to carry that communication on the field so that they can play well together and have a good understanding of exactly what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to do it. So, we're responsible that as teachers that the students get it right, and there's got to be a high level of communication both ways. I think sometimes, people don't want to ask questions because they don't want you to know what they don't know, but we're constantly, encouraging our players to, do you understand? Is there any questions? And I actually coach the players, and we all coach the players and ask them a lot of questions periodically when we're teaching, like, what are we in here? What should we have done? How do we adjust to this? So that you're getting them to communicate, and you actually are getting a good feel for what their level of understanding is.
Next is Kennington Smith of The Athletic.
Morning, Coach. Hope you're doing well. You mentioned creating separation as an area of improvement for the receiver group. Curious, how do you practice those things day to day, and what progress have you seen from that group in the early week of practice?
Yeah, they've done well so far this week. I think that, you're always trying to coach guys on good techniques and terms of how to release at the line if they're getting pressed, and, how they run the route at the top of the route so they can create separation at the top of the route. And I think our guys are working hard at trying to do that well. And, they want the ball, so they want to get open. So we want to try to help them get open. And I think the attitude has been good.
That's all your time today, Coach. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
How's everybody doing? Awesome. That sounds like everybody's elite and rocking and rolling. Appreciate everybody being here. Start off, again, I said it after the game, but more importantly than anybody, I want to thank the students for coming out on Saturday. That was really cool. That part of it is what it should be. Thank the fans that came out. I think they said 36,000. That's really, really cool. So I don't have another word other than cool. That's what college football should be. There should be an awesome crowd. We got to earn the right to get people excited about college football in Tampa. And it was certainly good to get away with a win. I think in a lot of ways, obviously a win's a win, and they're hard to get in college football. But in a lot of ways, I was really happy, proud that our kids played hard. I thought for 2 weeks in a row, our kids played hard in all three phases. I wasn't super proud of the way at times we played, some post-whistle penalties. There was some in-game penalties on special teams that are preventable. More than anything else, it was the way at times that it went. And that's what I addressed with the team. Again, effort, really, really good, which is the standard, and it should be. I thought some of the stuff I was disappointed in, the penalties, even some of the celebration stuff, the get an interception and we're running over to a student section. Like, I thought that stuff was really immature and not what I had expected. I thought the week before we handled that stuff a lot better. So that the pieces I was really disappointed in. I talked about laying a foundation. That's what we're doing in terms of laying a foundation for what this program is and what it's going to be. There were some of those things that I thought were honestly embarrassing and ridiculous. So I addressed it with the team yesterday. We turned the page, turned it to Alabama, and certainly excited to play at home on Saturday on a big stage against a good opponent at home. It'll be really exciting. So we got to go to work. We just finished with our Tuesday practice, which is a heavy work day. Tomorrow will be a heavy work day. And then we'll start tightening it up on Thursday, Friday, get ready for the game on Saturday afternoon. So I'll open up to questions.
Alex, a few years ago when Scott Frost was at Central Florida, they faced a somewhat similar situation. They were going up to play Michigan. And instead of presenting it to his team as just another game, he presented it to them as a challenge. He said, look, this is what we want to be. Go up there and let's see how we measure up. And his kids really bought into that. They got really excited about it. Are you presenting this as just another game, the next game on our schedule, or are you doing anything like that?
Yeah, I'm not. Obviously, I wasn't there. I have no idea how that was actually presented. It's our next game, so it's the most important game, which is how they all are. I don't think any of our kids are naive to know that we're playing a really good football team. Challenge, again, I think these guys are aware of who we're playing. They're aware of who is favored to win. For us, I don't know if it's just another game. There's going to be 65,000 people there. In terms of that, in terms of environment and all those things, it should be a really cool game. But challenge, yeah, I think they're all a challenge. We've won 4 games in 3.5 years. I'd say they're all a challenge. That's what we're trying to change. That you got to rely on something other than a hope and a prayer. You got to rely on a foundation. And the one thing that we keep talking about is be the best version of us, which is play really hard, play really smart, execute at a high clip on all 3 sides of the ball. When we do that, we'll earn the opportunity to go win football games. So we did enough of that on Saturday to go win football game. If we do all of that, we'll earn the right to win a football game on Saturday. So, yeah, I get the reference. I don't really know how it went there. For us, it's the next football game, which is the most important football game.
Coach, 2 questions. The first one, the hardest thing to determine on film is speed. You and a lot of members of your staff have seen Alabama up close and personal. Does that help in game planning?
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
You've seen Alabama yourself, actually, how fast these guys are. You can help your players, help your staff, and say, hey, this guy, you know what you're looking at a lot.
Gotcha. You can see guys run on tape. We actually have technology called telemetry, gives us their actual speeds. Yeah, I guess I don't understand the question either. Have I seen these guys in person? This will be my 3rd year in a row seeing them. Speed-wise, I think it's all relative, right? Like, you watch the film, you have scouting reports, our players study those guys, and are you asking, are they faster than like another team?
Are they the fastest team you've seen so far?
They're the fastest team we've seen in 3 weeks, yes. Yeah.
Coach, second question. When Admiral Yamamoto was told that Pearl Harbor was a sneak attack, he said we woke a sleeping giant. You think Texas woke Alabama up and they're not going to look past anybody this week?
Yeah, I got no idea on that. Texas is really good on film. I was really impressed by what they look like, what they built. Alabama is Alabama, right? They've won 6 national titles in 15 years, 16 years. those guys know how to win. They know how to work. They got good football coaches. They got really good players. I imagine for them this is the most important game on their schedule because it's the next one as well.
Alex, how concerned are you about your pass protection at this point? Byron's been hit an awful lot the first 2 games.
Yeah. Concerned in terms of we got to continue to work to fix a lot of things in there. You know, I think the O-line gets a lot of heat on that. And this week, we gave up 6. 3 of them were on the O-line. 3 of them were on me and everybody else, meaning either we're not putting them in the right situation or we're not getting open, or at running back or at tight end we're not quite holding up enough, or we're just not putting the ball out on time, you know, and it's all of that is a huge combination. We talked the last 2 weeks, man, one of our points of emphasis to winning was protecting the quarterback, and I think it's going to continue to be for the rest of time, you know, in terms of if you're going to put the ball in the air a bunch. But it really is everybody's job, and not to sound cliche on it, I mean, wideouts got to get open, running backs got to protect, we got to scheme it the right way. So there's so much that goes into it. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've given up 12 in 2 weeks. That's a lot. So certainly a huge point of emphasis, and a lot of scrambles where Byram has created some positives, you know, which is encouraging. But absolutely, especially as you're getting a young quarterback, confident young quarterback, getting him ready to go, and you're selling confidence to him for him to be able to set his feet and deliver a football is really, really important. So, yeah, I don't know, concerned, a huge point of emphasis, for sure, especially as you go up against a good defensive line and, you know, and certainly a good scheme that you're going to have to hold up.
This might sound like a simplistic question, but as you have observed Alabama, what makes them good other than they've got a bunch of good players? And what is it about what they do that makes them so darn consistent for decades?
Yeah. You know, I think several things. Obviously, having really good players is a piece of it. They play really hard. They've recruited to a scheme on both sides of the ball for a really long time. You know, when they made a systematic change offensively, they've recruited to that scheme in terms of having a dual threat quarterback, and so therefore you can recruit different on the perimeter, going more to a spread, no huddle type offense. They've been able to recruit to that. Defensively, they've evolved, but they've recruited to a system for a really long time. So you know what you're getting in terms of when you're recruiting, this guy's going to be here, and you allow him to develop and grow in a system. I think when you have consistency in that way, and even though there's been coaching change, the system on both sides of the ball has really stayed the same. So they've recruited to the same system for a long time. And that's what makes a program really good, is the consistency of scheme, consistency of expectations. And then obviously as you win, that's contagious and helps recruiting and all those things. So it's a program. You know, I think in a lot of ways it's what everybody strives to be, is a consistent program. And as you lose coaches and being able to plug and play and say, this is what we do, and then you're just plugging coaches into that.
A lot of programs would not choose to play a school like Alabama. What is the advantage for your program to play this game and to play them later? What do you hope to emerge from for this type of competition?
Yeah, I think it's another measuring stick for us. You know, like I thought week 1 was that, go up against a football team that's won a bunch the last 2 years, that's consistent in what they do, that I thought was physical, I thought was tough, I thought schematically was really sound. It was a really good measuring stick for us. You know, like I wanted to see what we look like. You go week 2 against a good FCS team, a team that's also won 18 games in the last 2 years. Another good measuring stick. Like, how do our kids handle that? I just told you how I felt like we handled it. I thought we handled it just all right. I thought week 1 we handled it extremely well. And now you get a team coming in here that's a really good football team, a top 10 preseason football team in the country. Where do we measure up there? So that's why I know I seem short with my answer on all these like analogies or mythical, like man, we got to go strap up and line up against another man and go at it for 3.5 hours, one-on-one, and whack heads. That's what it is. You gotta scheme the right way. You got to execute the right way. We got to protect the quarterback. We got to tackle in space. Like, it's no different, no matter who you're playing. And that's why I'm not like a giant fan of like all the David Goliath, like all of like it's another squad that you get to go in, and it's another test for us as we lay the foundation for what we're doing. And just like I've talked about going into the season, like the end result, I'm going to get evaluated on, we'll get evaluated on, and it's going to be talked about. But for me, our process to what it actually looks like on a Saturday right now is the most important thing. And the part of it that our guys are still learning, and I think we'll continue to learn, is that we don't control the end result of that game. We control this week, like we control what Tuesday practice looked like. We control what the rest of the day looks like, tonight looks like, how we show up in the morning. Like, we control all that. Saturday will be a byproduct of what the week is. And anybody that's ever played sports can attest to that, right? And so that's how it rolls. And our guys are slowly understanding that. Again, you're taking a program that hasn't had success in terms of wins and losses. You bring in a whole bunch of new people and you blow the entire thing up. And you say, this is how it's going to be, and you hold people to that standard. So you're going to see ebbs and flows. And so far, I've been really proud of the effort that we're going to work with. What the end result is will be a direct reflection of what this week looked like.
Alex, what did you take away from the game against Alabama last year, for you personally?
Yeah. Playing them 2 times in a row, I think, like, you go in year one, you see a system, like for them, and obviously I was on one side of the ball, but you see a system that's consistent in that conference. Like, there's a lot of people that have gone out of that tree and have played, that are coaching in that league now. And so I felt like you see that scheme over and over again, and you're navigating it, trying to find the right ways to attack it. In year one, I thought we were on the right stuff, just didn't have the bullets to go finish it in the fourth quarter. And then last year, felt like we found an answer, found a way to create some explosives, and then kept exploiting that, which was cool from a schematic standpoint. Executed at a high clip. We were prepared for that moment at that time as a program. And so what I gathered from that was it took us 1.5 years of seeing the same scheme and then actually having the right answers for how we were going to attack it. So I think it was like a culmination of a lot that went into that game in terms of seeing the same scheme over and over and over again and trying different things and having different answers. And as a program at that point last year, I thought we were ready for that moment. Like, our process was right for that moment to happen. So that's what I was talking about earlier, is like, at what point will we get our process to where it's right for the moment? Whether it's Alabama or it's Rice or it's Navy, it doesn't matter. Like, will our process be right enough to go attack it?
Do you have to talk about being on a stage like this, or you trust the process will make it right on Saturday?
I've got to trust that the process will make it right. I got to keep attacking, keep pointing out where it isn't right, and keep giving them and educating them tools to make it right.
Coach, you kind of mentioned already the 65,000 you're expecting on hand. Alabama obviously travels well. Are you worried about a road atmosphere in your home stadium?
I guess I hadn't thought about that. Should I be?
You're the one that coached in the SEC, you tell me.
Yeah. I would certainly hope not. It'll be cool, though. It'll be fun.
Coaches, as you prepare for this game with the excitement you talked about the players having, how do you manage their emotion during the week so that they don't, for lack of a better phrase, peak too soon in their preparation?
Yeah, by making it exactly the same as it was last week and the week before, and what it's going to be like week 10 and 11 and 12. Going back to your question of, it's the same. Tuesday, practice, how we installed it last night to this morning, it's all the same. So you keep it exactly the same for them so that their consistency in their preparation is exactly the same, so that there is no difference. You don't ever get up or get down, you stay exactly the same, which is ready at all times. and you build up to what Saturday looks like.
What do they do really well that you guys are preparing for this week?
Well, I think from just simply a size standpoint, like defensively up front at linebacker, like the front six is where it's uniquely different. There's just pure mass on the D-line. Linebacker, they're just bigger bodies than what you're used to seeing. Up front, on the other side of the ball, on the offensive line, bigger than what you're used to seeing. Other than that, I think skill for skill, you feel like you can match up. You feel like schematically you'll match up. It's winning up front on both sides of the ball, protecting the quarterback, being able to stop the run, those types of things. That's where it's a little bit different. That's where you got to make sure that where you feel like you have a size deficiency, that you're able to mask it with scheme.
They've been kind of struggling with the pass rush. I guess, how do you guys capitalize on that as an offense?
Yeah, I think part of that, is that people get rid of the ball quick. That's a little bit a part of it. I thought Texas did an incredible job protecting the quarterback. I thought their quarterback played extremely well, didn't allow himself to get in trouble. So I don't know if through 2 games you can really say that they struggle with a pass rush, because on film it doesn't look like they're struggling with a pass rush.
Good O-line.
What's that?
Good O-line from Texas. Yeah.
We'll take it.
Coach, does your familiarity with the team, you talked about playing Bama 3 times, you beat them as a coordinator. How much can that familiarity, if at all, the personnel changes on both sides, theirs and yours, but how much does that help you prepare your team? And you were talking about what the SEC and what you can see, what kind of players they bring. How much does that help you as you get ready for this game? Kind of take what you've learned to help USF on Saturday.
Yeah, I think certainly on the defensive side of the ball helps you understand the scheme. You can get to what you feel like are the answers quicker. But I think at the same time you've got to pour that information into the guys. You could scheme everything you want, but your guys better understand it. I think where it's interesting is like you spend less time trying to figure out what's going on and are able to get there a little bit quicker. Other than that, I think that's really the only part of playing somebody over and over again that helps you. At the same time, they've also seen at least offensively what the base presentation looks like as well, so it evens out.
What have you learned about?
Just your group of receivers, after 2 weeks now, where do you think they're at? What are some things you want to continue to see, some things that you'd like to see cleaned up?
Yeah, I thought they took a huge jump from week 1 to week 2. I thought we played a lot cleaner. I thought, again, from an effort standpoint, they did a really good job of attacking. What we do offensively is hard for those guys in terms of how much stress we put on them. I thought effort was really good again. I thought from a technique and an execution standpoint, we took a step forward. I don't think it's anywhere near where we want to be. We got some guys back healthy. We got Michael Brown-Stevens back. We were able to play him a little bit. We got Huey Terry back. We were able to play him a little bit. We got Tyreek Kelly, a series. We were able to get him going a little bit. Again, trying to increasingly grow the depth there so that we can roll more guys and we could be fresh and could play faster. But I thought they played a lot faster. I thought they were a lot more decisive. I thought Naeem Simmons took a huge step forward. I thought Sean Atkins took a huge step forward. So those 2 guys I was really proud of. Again, I think the longer you're in the system, the better you're going to continue to be. So I was really impressed for what they looked like in game 2 of year 1. Expect us to take another huge step this week and then just continue to get better and better. But really, it's a confidence deal. You look at that group of guys, and I should have mentioned Jaden Alexis played a bunch and was really impressed by him. But those guys, although a little bit older, like Naeem Simmons, this was his 2nd Division I football game. Jaden Alexis, this was his 2nd football game he's played in college. Sean Atkins has been a role guy here for a while, but second time he's been a starter here consistently. Chaffrey Brown was his 2nd major role game since he's been in college, really. He's had a bunch of playing time, but in terms of a number 1 receiver, like it's been his 2nd one he's ever been a part of. So just growth as they get experience. And we could practice all we want. There's nothing like game experience. There's nothing like live bullets in that regard. So I've been proud of that group, though. They got to continue to grow. But depth is the key there for us. And as we continue to get healthy, I feel like we've got a chance to be pretty good there.
If you look for a winning edge in this game, is up front where you look first? How you compete on both sides of the line?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ability to run the football, protect the quarterback up on offense, and the ability to stop the run, and they're multidimensional with the quarterback being able to run, and just what they do with different sets. Like, you've got to be able to stop the run. You've got to be able to win with it up front. But absolutely, that's the difference in the game is what we can do up front on both sides of the ball, in my opinion.
Coach, isn't this kind of why you take a head coaching job to get into a situation like this where you're playing against a nationally ranked team, you're at home, probably it might be one of the biggest crowds that you're going to have at home. You get a chance to show off your program. You're on national television. You're going to have a packed house. It's a chance for you. Early on, it's game 3, but you're kind of get to show what you're trying to do here at the university with this program. I imagine that's got to be an exciting thing coming up.
Absolutely. It's really exciting. I don't know if it's the reason you took this job, but took this job because I wanted to build a program from the ground up and make this place relevant again. This is our 3rd game on the schedule. It is definitely a big stage for us to show off where we are. Again, just as much for us internally in the building as much as everybody else, but absolutely. And that's why I say I want to see us play really, really hard. I want to see us execute at a high clip because every week is important. This week just happens to be on a national stage against a really good opponent. So not minimizing it and not making it bigger than it is, it's the next step for us as a program. So it is. I think every time you go out there, you've got a chance to show what your program is doing, and it's the next step for us.
Have you had much interaction with Coach Saban over the years, and what do you think about what he's done to get to this point in his life and all his accomplishments?
Yeah, I have not. Besides beating him at one point on the road recruiting, I have not.
What do you think of, obviously, this Hall of Fame career that he's built?
He's a really good football coach, I would imagine. He's done a really good job building several programs throughout his career. But I don't know him like that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. How do you keep your players kind of level-headed, even keel throughout this week?
Yeah, I think by just working through our process. I know I keep saying it, and I don't mean to sound repetitive on it, but you just continue to work through it. You keep attacking our process. Like, again, you're trying to get your guys to understand that every single thing you do is really important. But it was the same thing last week, and it was the same thing the week before, that every single thing that you do, you got to have consistency. You got to have consistency so you know exactly what's coming next and you know how to attack it. And that way, if the end result isn't right, you could point back to something. Again, the foundation, I sound like a broken record on that part of it, but that's all it is for us right now.
Coach, your defense had 5 takeaways last week. What did you see during that game, and how important will performances like that in going towards building the confidence of your defense?
Yeah, huge. We had 4. We had 1 on special teams, but absolutely huge. That was a huge challenge to them the week before, was we didn't have any, and offensively turned it over 3 times in week 1 and lost the turnover battle. That was the difference in the game. It was absolutely huge. For certainly you look at guys like Logan Berryhill, who had 2 picks. It was huge for him. Jalen Stokes, who had his first pick of his career, huge for him. But absolutely a huge confidence boost for those guys. Really, really proud of them. Really proud of just the effort that the defense continues to play with. It's relentless. Like I mentioned earlier, not always super smart in terms of what we're doing, how we're doing it, from play to play, but effort masks a lot, especially on defense. And so I was super proud of them. I mean, in a lot of ways, that was the difference in the game. Again, you've got, one was to close out the game, but you've got 4 extra possessions. I think the flip of it is we only got 10 points out of that, which is not the standard. So really good, got to grow. got to combine it, go play team football.
What are you expecting the energy to be like on Saturday when you march out of the tunnel?
I would imagine it'd be an awesome college football atmosphere. Yeah, it would be really cool. It'll be really cool. It's what you come to college to play in cool environments. This should be one of them. I thought Saturday night was really cool too.
Kind of following up on the experience you've had facing Alabama throughout your SEC career, how inquisitive have your players been in like kind of picking your own brain about those set experiences?
They haven't been. Try to make it about what's important, which has nothing to do with me, has everything to do with the kids. Obviously, the film it's on there. Talk about it. Certainly talk about schematically what's worked, what hasn't. But I get the question. I really made this about our players, South Florida, and what's next for us. I'm not trying to minimize anything in the past. I've said it 100 times. Nobody actually cares what I did. Our players certainly don't. They care about what we're doing now and what we can do to help them be really successful.
How was your attitude today? Players.
Yeah, I thought it was positive. I thought we got to clean up a bunch, which is like every Tuesday. Tuesday, I feel like you come out and you install, you put a bunch in, and it always is like somewhere between kind of sloppy and kind of good, and then you go in, you clean it up, and you come out tomorrow and you feel like it's cleaner, and you kind of build up as the week goes. I thought attitude-wise was awesome. I thought execution-wise it was what a normal Tuesday was. I thought guys are super locked in, super focused. It's always easier to coach harder after a win. So I think we were hard on them today to continue to perfect their process. But I thought it was a solid practice.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. We'll see you Saturday.
Good. Well, the focus that we have is, trying to get everybody to play to their very best ability. Everybody play to a standard. Everybody buy into not just talking about what standard is, but what do I actually have to do to be able to accomplish that, play that, prepare so that we can go take and play the games to that level and do it for 60 minutes in the game. And that's something that, we've been talking about all week. Players have responded, pretty well, to it. I think the preparation has gone, fairly well. So we just got to keep these guys, focused on what they need to do. Not, I always say the standard comes from here. Motivation comes from out there. And we would like for everybody to have pride in their performance, so their standard is something that's important to them, and they're willing to do the things to invest in their future that they need to do so that they can be the best players that they can be. And nobody can really have the poor me's about, my circumstance, my situation, how I feel. We lost a game. None of that. I mean, don't waste the failing. Do everything you can to try to improve and get better, and that'll help our team get better as well.
How do you think Jalen's done so far, just in terms of reading and reacting to blitzes?
The issue in the game was I think we only got sacked once on the blitz, and the back cut the linebacker, and he got up and still sacked the quarterback. The other issues were really basically 4-man rush, 3-man rush. So I think that he has done okay. I think that what we need to do as an offense is everybody's got to pay more attention to detail. We can't give bird and rabbits so the other team knows when we're passing so they can tee off. All right. So all these little things sort of add up to create a disadvantage for you if you don't get them fixed. And these are all things that, our players need to understand and need to do so we can protect better and the quarterback can have a better chance to operate.
Hey, Coach. Last week you mentioned how continuity in the secondary was an issue because of the injured guys. Just how have you seen the depth of that position group kind of come along?
Well, they've been good this week. They've all been able to practice and do what they can do. Now, this team's going to go fast. They're fastball as fast as anybody in the country goes. So, probably can't, sub on third down. You're going to have to probably play with whoever's in the game. So when we tried to do that in the past against teams like this, we get caught with 12 guys on the field, or we can't get them off the field when they make a first down. So, we've been playing with those 5 guys. They've all not had any issues this week. So hopefully that'll be beneficial in terms of practice reps, again, this communication and all that type of thing.
From a recruiting standpoint, what's the benefit and impact of going to a market like Tampa during the season for a game?
I think anytime you play on the road and you play a quality opponent, which I think these guys have made tremendous improvement in their team and the quality of the players and all that. I mean, it's a game that's going to be on TV. It's a good market for our fan base in Central Florida. So I think it's all good. But I think it's only good if you play good. So, I mean, image is something that you got to work to really have in terms of what I talked about before, in terms of standard, how you play and the things that you do. So that pride in performance is going to be important no matter where we play.
What's the key as a coach to basically letting a player develop, or deciding that you need to make a change at a position, giving another player another opportunity?
I think everything is performance based. And, like I said before, and I said this to the team, if you want security at your position, then you have to play well. That's what gets you security at your position. If you're not playing well, then we're going to evaluate, can anybody else play that position more consistently, better, whatever. Because everybody's trying to give their best. People are sometimes critical of whatever, but nobody takes a loss harder than the players. Nobody takes a loss harder than the coaches, because it's our blood, sweat, and tears that we put into it, and we want to do it better. And I think the players want to do it better. But we live in a result-oriented world, and we have to live with consequences of what we do. I mean, nobody plans on, having a wreck and hurting somebody. But yet that could create consequences for your future that are unbelievable. So you don't do it on purpose. You try hard. You want to be the best that you can be. And I think that's the attitude that everybody should keep, regardless of what your circumstances are. Because even if you have a failing, you need to go work on taking advantage of the next opportunity that you have. And I don't know that I can truly answer your question as to when do you make those decisions. I think it's truly got to be based on someone's performance and how it's affecting everybody else on the team.
Are there experiences from past seasons or lessons you've learned from past seasons that you can use this season when it comes to establishing and developing the offensive identity?
Yeah, I think that, we went through some struggles. I forget what year, maybe 2013, 14, 15, somewhere along there, where, we were struggling early in the season. We lost to Ole Miss early in the season. We were sort of struggling on offense, couldn't find an identity, eventually found an identity and had, a really good season. So you keep searching. I think you got to get the right combination of players. You got to get the right chemistry, and everybody's got to do a good job. I mean, I don't care what the identity is. It comes down to execution, whether it's running or passing or punting. All right, it all comes down to your ability to execute. And we've had too many inconsistencies in execution. I mean, when you take drive stoppers, okay, we had 6 offensive penalties. Those are drive stoppers. 2 of those penalties took points off the board. We got sacked 5 times. Sacks are drive stoppers. Drop balls are drive stoppers. We only had 1, drop ball. So, and turnovers are obviously drive stoppers. The other team gets the ball and you don't have it. So when you add all those up, you should be at a much more efficient percentage than we were Saturday night. You can figure it out. So all those things come down to execution and people's ability to execute to eliminate that. So we can keep working on it.
After going over the film, what's led to the struggles in the intermediate passing game?
I'm sorry?
What has led to the struggles in the intermediate passing game, 10 to 19 yards, that range?
Look, when you have a pass play, it's not designed to go 5 yards. It's not designed to go 10 yards. It's not designed to go 20 yards down the field. You have a pattern, and most patterns attack various levels. And then you read the defense and you decide, where should I throw the ball? Sometimes it's 20 yards down the field. Sometimes you got to take the check down and it's a 5-yard play. All right. So we have made some explosive plays in our first 2 games. We have not been consistent in what you referred to as the intermediate passing game and making decisions and get the ball out of our hand quickly and run good routes so we're open and things are, pretty decisive for the quarterback because of the picture. So, and everybody needs to do a better job. Protection needs to be better. Pocket doesn't need to be collapsing on the quarterback with a 4-man rush. So all those things need to get better. And we're going to work on it.
Coach, in the past, clearly a lot of success, and that comes with a lot of players that had success with you. A lot of players since the loss have came out that used to play on your program, criticizing and saying different things. How do you tell your players to just listen to you and the inside noise and not listen to that? Because that's tough. I know it's easier for you, but maybe 18 to 22-year-olds, like Trent Richardson today said, we need to get back to BAMA ball. How do you tell your guys to stay in the room that you're in?
Again, I talk to the players about internal standard versus external noise. And, I think that we didn't play great. So, people get upset that we get criticized. But why wouldn't we get criticized if we don't play well? I mean, people call me and say, hey, man, this guy's a jerk for, saying this about you. No, he really isn't. I mean, it's right. We didn't play good. I'm responsible for that. So we did all these things on offense that I just talked about, add them up. Well, I mean, I'm responsible for that. So, I mean, in the real world, when you don't perform and you don't produce, you probably get criticized. Sometimes get penalized. Some people lose their job when they don't perform well. That's maybe even worse than losing a game when you can't feed your family and your children and all that, make your house payment. I guess that's worse. So I don't really know what the noise is. I haven't listened to one talk radio show. I haven't read one newspaper. I have been focusing 100% of my time on the next team that we play, the last team that we played, and what we need to do to fix that. And I think all the players would be better served, and everybody in the organization would be better served if they all did that. Because what somebody else thinks really doesn't matter. It's all about what you do and how you respond to what you need to do so that you have a chance to be successful in the future. All right, thanks.
Fam, what's good? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Take a minute, hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. It's week 3, headed out to Tampa, Florida on Friday to go watch the Alabama Crimson Tide as they're a 31-point favorite. There's some rat poison taking on South Florida. Spoke with Kool-Aid this week, and he said No team has won the national title in week 2, and no team has lost the national title in week 2. I want to take your calls. We'll put the call in line up in just a minute. I appreciate you. I'll see you in the comment box, J Sports Card. Do you think we'll see Ty Simpson this week? We will get to that. All this and more right here on BAMA Football on YouTube. Coach Saban had a nice little rant, if you will. He doesn't really have those rants that he had kind of, a couple years ago, but it was a pretty good rant. And he was asked about the criticism that his team has faced, that he has faced from former players. And he said, look, who wouldn't criticize us? We didn't play to the standard. And it's a good clip. I'm sure you guys have checked that out. I just uploaded the press conference. I'm going to put together a video to kind of show you a behind the scenes look at how it all goes down. Should be rolling out here pretty soon. Before we get to the good, I wanted to invite you guys to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel. There's several different options for everybody. And again, appreciate your support. This is what I do for a full-time living. So I just added some new emojis. As you can see, the emojis are down there, and members are able to use those emojis inside chats. Taylor just became a member, and so did Ritzy. So I appreciate you guys. How do you become a member? Well, you hit the join button underneath the bottom of this video. It works better on a desktop. You can see subscribe and you can see join. There's a $2.99 option. There's a $4.99 option. There's a $9.99, and then for the big ballers out there, there's a $99. If somebody's becoming a member of that for $99 a month, my goodness. But the $2.99, for example, you'll get access to all these emojis. You'll help support the channel. So there's that. So I appreciate you guys. Look, there's some good about this team, 100%. So let's start out with the good, and then I'll take you guys' calls here in just a minute. Let me put this on a full screen mode. What's up, Sean? I see you inside the comment box. Appreciate you guys. And I think when you look to the good of this team, you got to start with Will Reichert. Will Reichert has been such an asset for the Alabama Crimson Tide over the last couple of seasons, and I think this season is no different. I mean, what he brings to the table is automatic points, whether that's on a point after a touchdown or whether that's field goals. So the guy has been pretty much automatic, and you get him into the red zone, you got to feel comfortable if you're the offense, regardless of what's going on, regardless of what the play calling is, because you have such a weapon in Will Reichert. Jermaine Burton has been playing at a very high level. Talked to Coach Sean about that. He called for him last week against Texas. And Coach Saban was even asked about Jermaine Burton today by a Georgia Bulldog reporter. And I think the progression of Jermaine Burton has been very noteworthy. He's playing at a very high level, graded out as one of the top players for Alabama through 2 games. He had 2 touchdowns, would-be touchdowns against Texas that were called back. They weren't his, fault for having penalties. I mean, the guy's playing at a very high level, and we wanted to see that. Everybody was, critical of him, criticized his ability going into this season. I think he's been playing at a very high level. Kobe Prentice, my goodness, he's been playing outstanding. The guy's Mr. Dependable. And the thing about him was last year, we knew he was dependable as well. And to see him continue to play at that very high level, he has sticky hands. And he was asked on Tuesday why he switched to number 6. And he said, I grew up watching Devontae Smith. That'll age you a little bit, right? Grew up watching Devontae Smith. Like Devontae Smith was just here a couple years ago, Deontay Lawson is playing at a good level on the defensive side. And of course, you want to see more from that defense. They were eaten up in week 2. No pass rush, no sacks. It's an area that has to improve. They were put in some tough situations as well, going up against a very dynamic offense. I think that's going to be one of the best offenses, if not the best offense they faced all season long. So Deontay Lawson is a bright spot, and I think he's going to continue to flourish at that inside linebacker spot. James Burnap, the punter. Look, special teams, we're pointing out the special teams guys. It's critical for you to have a special teams unit that is tops. And Alabama they might not have an offensive identity. They might not have, a pass rush, but they do have an A+ special teams. There was that one punt that might have been shanked by Burnap, but his punts against Texas were stellar. And I think, he deserves a lot of kudos because he is just a great weapon for Alabama. So James Burnap, Will Reichert, those guys, special teams is no less than offense or defense. You have to be A+ across the board if you want to win a national title. And James Burnap is playing at a very high level. Amari Niblack, as you know, he did have a drop last game. But with that said, you look at the early season production, he's been doing a fantastic job. Amari Niblack is a weapon. Jermaine Burton is a weapon. Kobe Prentice is a weapon. let's get those guys the football. Going to open up the phone lines, if you will, and, you guys can call in. I'd love to talk to you guys tonight about Alabama going into week 3. As mentioned, I will be going to Tampa. The call line is 205-850-1994. There are 4 call lines open, so I will get to you guys as you call in. We can talk about Alabama going down to Tampa. Yes, they are a 31-point favorite. Listened to Alex Golesh, who's the head football coach at South Florida. Remember, he was the OC at Tennessee last year. And what did Tennessee do to Alabama? What's up, Sean? I see you in the comment box. Tennessee beat Alabama, and they exploited them through the air with one wide receiver that caught how many touchdown passes? 5. So he was asked about seeing Alabama. This will be the 3rd time that he saw Alabama, within the last 3 seasons, because he was the OC at Tennessee the last 2 seasons before taking this job. And he said, yeah, they're the fastest team that we've seen thus far, obviously. And look, this team has made a lot of progress. They're going to go really fast. They're going to have a very high up tempo. So it's going to be another challenge that for Alabama's secondary, another opportunity for them to get better. And I think that's good because behind South Florida, and I get it, it's the rat poison game. You're going to fly through South Florida, but behind South Florida is Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin and 2 more former coaches under that Saban tree. So it's going to present a lot of challenges to stop Ole Miss, and that's going to be difficult for anybody because Lane Kiffin and Pete Golden. Look, I don't know what Pete Golden's going to do on the defensive side of the ball, but we know that Ole Miss has an offense that can be dangerous. Call line is open, 205-850-1994. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. So going into this game, there's a couple things that I'm kind of questioning. And I think that while I wait for your calls, I'll bring this up on the screen. I think that these are the question marks that I at least have. And again, call line is open. We'll leave it at the bottom of the screen, 205-850-1994. We'll just illuminate this full screen. Leave the call line up. Sorry, let's get this up. Will Milroe start? That's the biggest question. That's what everybody wants to know. Call line is 205-850-1994. Will Milroe start against South Florida? And the more that I've thought about this, the more that I think absolutely he's going to start, because a couple of things. I think that he's going to start because you can't just completely take the momentum away. I know we want to see consistency at the quarterback position, but I think what is going to happen, and I agree. I don't think he should start, but I think he's going to start. And I think that what is going to happen is he's going to start. Alabama's going to go hot. And what I mean by that is Alabama's going to get up to 35-0 or whatever it is, and then you're going to make a switch, and then you're going to ride out to see what another quarterback can do. Now, I think that next quarterback to play is Tyler Buchner. Coach Saban was asked about Tyler Buchner this week and said that he has been progressing at practice, and I think he's going to be the first quarterback that we see come in. Ty Simpson is going to be thereafter. So I think you do see 3 quarterbacks play in this game. What is the offensive game plan going to be as well? Are we going to see a running back hit the century mark? And we got 4 callers just like that. We'll go to the phone lines in just a second. And the defensive pass rush has to improve. It's going to be another game where it's challenging to get to the quarterback because they are going to go fast. They are going to get the ball out quickly. So how is the pass rush going to facilitate getting to the quarterback in this game in week 3? And then the X factors. Who are the X factors going to be in this game? I get it. Alabama's a large margin of victory, 31.5 points. But I think that, is it going to be Amari Niblack? Is it going to be Jermaine Burton? Who is it going to be in this game? And then number 5 that I have down here, 3 quarterbacks. I could totally see that happening. With that said, let's go to the phone lines and we'll take it away right now. Hey, Coach, what's up, man? Are you there?
Oh, yes, sir, man.
Oh, sorry, man. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Timmy from Silicaga. Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling in. What's on your mind, man? Welcome to the show.
I keep, I've been doing a lot of digging lately, and everybody's been on Jalen Milroe, but it wasn't all his fault,
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line didn't do good. The pass blocking, run blocking, all that was a huge factor, but I agree with you. I think Milroe should keep the starting job for a lot of reasons, actually. He's got the most in-game experience other than Tyler Buckner, but he's a freakishly good athlete. Not only that, he's only a sophomore, so he doesn't have that many games under his belt. So I believe with more experience, he will fix those, game adjustments about not reading zone coverages and, stuff like that. But I do believe he will be a good quarterback. Alabama's just got to learn how to develop him.
On the line with Terry. Terry, I'm caught up in this because I think it's time that we see another quarterback start to see if we can find that consistency. And even tonight, Coach Saban said that everything is based off performance. So but I don't think what I'm saying is I don't think that Saban goes out and just starts Tyler Buckner against South Florida. I think the reason is this: is you got to give he's going to give Jalen Milroe one more half, another quarter, whatever, to get some confidence going. Because any quarterback is going to walk away from this game with confidence. So he's going to build Jalen Milroe back up, and then he's going to slide in Tyler Buckner and Ty Simpson. So all of those quarterbacks are going to have momentum going into that Week 4 matchup against Ole Miss. Now, who starts against Ole Miss? I have no idea. But I think, kind of like we've been talking about on previous call-in shows, that the quarterback will be quick to be pulled out if there is a significant error. An error being a turnover, a costly turnover. And those turnovers were very costly. And they could wind up costing Alabama not only in week 2, but down the road when Alabama, starts to win games, starts to get momentum, is in any type of talk. Because Texas, depending on their trajectory, which seems quite up, that's going to be a game that everybody looks back on. And those were some monumental interceptions. So I think it is time that we see Tyler Buckner and Ty Simpson and see if those guys can get consistency. Because Coach Saban said that everything is performance-based. But, I guess we'll see what happens. You know what, Terry, I have a question for you. I mean, it seems like it's taken too much time for this team to develop any sort of offensive identity. Along with that, it seems like the offensive line play just hasn't been it.
Yeah, offensive line's been a huge deal breaker. I've seen something on YouTube earlier today where Caden Proctor allowed 5 and I believe. I think that was a huge game. See, he's a true freshman. I mean, I know he doesn't have games under his belt or, any of that nature, but I think he should be benched as well because that was horrible. Like, he was getting shoved around everywhere. I know he's a big guy, but oh man, I've never seen a big guy like that get shoved like it was nothing. So that was a horrible showing for Caden Proctor.
Yeah, I think, the offensive line had a really difficult time, and I think that's been another problem. And that's something that Saban talked about as well is, a lot of that was on Jalen Milroe, and a lot of that was on the offensive line because Seth McLaughlin, as we've looked at the Pro Football Focus grades, I think in pass protection, he had a grade of 24 or something like that. That's honestly the lowest grade that I've ever seen on Pro Football Focus from an Alabama offensive lineman. I could show those Pro Football Focus grades if you guys want to see them again. I have a video out kind of discussing those PFF grades. What else, Terry? Make one more point before I move to our next caller.
Yeah, the defense, there's a lot of upside that I can see with that Bama defense. Like I said, the last time Caleb Downs would play a huge factor. He did lead the team in tackles, but he was how to, help Terrion Arnold and another if they get beat and he can kind of step in and help with that would be a huge game changer too. And that defensive line, like you said earlier, they had 0 sacks and 3 pressures. We have to get to the quarterback if we want to win games, especially against Tennessee, LSU, and definitely Ole Miss, because that Ole Miss quarterback is pretty quick from what I've seen against Tulane. So if we do not get to the quarterback, we're in for a long season. So
absolutely. Well, Terry, thank you very much for calling in. I appreciate it. Please call again next time.
All right, thank you.
All right, Terry calling in, leading off the show, batting lead up. Hey, fam, hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I think I just got disconnected. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. All right, slight technical difficulties, but we're back. We'll go to the phone lines. We got a 904, and let's do it. All right, welcome to the show. You're on with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Terry out of Jacksonville, Florida.
What was your first name? I missed it. Sorry about that.
Terry out of Jacksonville, Florida. Another Terry.
Terry, do we go Terry to Terry? I love it, man. You wouldn't believe how many times it happens. We go like Mike to Michael, but now we're doing Terry to Terry, man. So welcome to the show. I appreciate it, and let's get it, man. What's on your mind?
Okay, first, I love your show. It's
Thank
great. You. And one thing about it is, I'm gonna tell you that Bo Davis, he was a coach, man. That he showed it what he did, did out there with Texas defensive line, But what I they talking about Proctor, but man, he was sending in different guys, and so the young guy gonna get tired. And I saw what the guy was doing. They were standing off from him so he can't touch him quick enough so they can get up on him. You know what I mean? But what we got to do, if we can learn anything, we got to learn something about this game because they like 3 and 4 deep on the defensive line. We play Texas again. They got to have those guys fresh out of offensive linemen. At first, I was so mad at him. And so when I looked at it again, I said, you know what? Them boys was tired, man. Them guys were fresh, and they so big, and they kept beating up on them. You got to freshen them up sometimes. You got to switch out the center sometimes. You got to switch out the guard sometime, and the tackles. You got to switch them out because we play Texas again. Them big boys keep leaning on us like that. Come on, man. Because I saw in the first quarter they had Texas defensive line tired.
Yeah,
I saw them on the sideline breathing hard. I was like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they did their job in the first quarter. And after about the mid part of the second quarter, they got fresh big guys in there, beating us up, beating them up. And I was like, man, God, dog, sometimes you have to go and re-look and rethink. Mm-hmm. And, man, them guys did they ain't superheroes. They got superpower. I mean, you can't keep going against guys 340 pounds and keep beating you up. I mean, I used to box. It's just like me falling against guys, but we almost, I might be stronger than them or better than them, but you keep sending a guy in, I spar him 2 rounds, and spar another guy 2 rounds, and they just as strong as me. I'm gonna get weak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if we're gonna play Texas again, because I ain't never seen anything like that. You know what I mean? Where the guys and I heard Tyler, what is his name? The other, I'm not 52. Tyler Booker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard him talk about how the second team was just as strong as the first team. He said he had never seen that before, and that is true. Usually, it'd be a big drop off when you put another defensive line in.
Yeah.
But it wasn't with Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is for us. I thought we had the best trainers in the world. Really, I did. But man, something going on. Like I remember when I first went up to Virginia, and I thought I was great because I had my first coach was from Philly. And I went there and I saw this gym, and I was like, oh my goodness, these guys would have killed me because I saw the stuff they was doing in that gym. You know what I mean? So we got. I know it's a war of nutrition. They got it. Yeah, we're supposed to have it together, but man, we can't get too mad on that on the offensive line because I was hating it, man. I was hating it. And what that guy was doing, the Proctor, that Bo Davis told that guy. I look and he got him to step off when he got tired. So he had a speed rush. And we kept going up on him, and the guy tired. He don't got beat up by some 300 something pounders. This guy about 302 or 295, and he come with that speed rush, and I was like, man, somebody got to be smarter than these guys. As far as our coaches got to get smarter like they are. They was a step above us,
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, we just got to get it together. And the quarterback. See why people so mad at Miro? You can throw an interception, you can. I love him, but you can't throw 2 bad interceptions.
Yeah.
They was bad interception. Because I'm looking at it, before that first interception, before he threw it, I used to play high school football. Before he threw it, because I said, well, hold up for a minute. That guy, he playing cover 2.
Mm-hmm.
So before he threw it, I said, that guy about to intercept that ball.
Yep.
I said, oh my goodness. When he let it go, I said, that is a bad read right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I know I'm talking a lot, man, but we can get it done, and we got to rotate. If we ain't learned anything about Texas, we got to rotate our line more. Especially, our offensive line, now defensive line, we got to get these young guys in there, and them guys come to Alabama to play. So let them play and stop. Because when people see, when players see that you can't really play Alabama in a sense like, oh man, I know, because they know. See, players know throughout the state, oh well, this guy was great. This guy, they know him, they played against him, heard about him, but you get to Alabama, he can't play. They said, man, I'm not going to Alabama. I'm going to Clemson. I'm going to go somewhere, because, man, we got to get serious about getting these guys and playing them. We got to wear teams out like like Texas was out.
Yeah,
that was
I think,
a lesson learned.
I think on the line with Terry, I appreciate the call in, man. I think you do make a really good point in the fact of like the rotation of players, because two players that I think did not play significant time against Texas, Quindarius Robinson coming out on the defensive pass rusher. I think he saw like 7 snaps.
Yes.
And then also Terrence Ferguson. And if you rewind to the fall camp, Coach Saban said that Terrence Ferguson, he looked at him as a starter, played like 8 plays. Maybe it's time. Yes. And I think this is something that's kind of we're all tracking, is if Alabama is going to start rotating that offensive line, maybe put Darian Dalcourt at center, put Ferguson at guard. And, people don't want Elijah Pritchett at tackle, but look, maybe there has to be some sort of a rotation, because we need to figure out the consistency, not only with the quarterback position, but also with the offensive line. Like, that was a big catalyst to why, Alabama just hasn't found its identity yet. So the guys are there, and, we'll get to them. Terry, I'm going to move to my next caller. I appreciate the call from Jacksonville.
Okay.
Call in anytime, and I appreciate the support.
All right, be blessed, brother, and roll tide.
All right, roll tide to you, man. Be blessed. All right, that's Terry calling in from Jacksonville. We got a 615, a 256, and a 205. If you call in and you hear the busy line, that means that the lines are filled up. Have 4 call-in lines. I pay for the lines, so I could have 10, but then obviously, like from a business standpoint, it is what it is. But I will get to the calls as quick as I can, and I'll let you guys also make your point. 419 just joined us as well, so 615. Let's get it. Are you on the line with Kyle Henderson? Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, man, this is James from Nashville.
I appreciate you calling in, James. Go ahead, man. Welcome to the show.
I appreciate it, Kyle. I've been listening to what everybody has to say. I think a lot of people make a lot of very excellent points. I'll start with the quarterbacks. I think that the issue I have is, everybody acts like if you play a player or start a player, that player has to always start. But, why not give another quarterback a chance? We know what Jalen Milroe is capable of. We know what he can do. To me, it seems like he doesn't even call his own audibles. Like, you at least want to try to have a quarterback when they're looking at the defense to say, we're not in an ideal situation. Maybe we want to switch to a different play. And I just wonder if that capability, does he even do that, for example? I know he's a great player. He has a high ceiling, but why not allow someone else the opportunity to start to see what they can do? If they flop, you can always go back to Milroe.
Yeah, and I think
I agree with the
Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
No, I apologize. I agree with the offensive line thing. I think we ought to be switching up. Giving different people, put different people in different places to see who gels the best together. Because at the end of the day, it's a unit. You play together, and whoever does that the best, put those folks on the field.
And see, I think to your first point about the quarterbacks is, we have seen what Jalen Milroe can do, and you can always come back to him. It's not like he's going to lose his skill set, right? And he did play in 2 good games. He got the start against Middle Tennessee, got his feet wet, and then he played against a very good Texas team. What I don't want to happen is for Tyler Buckner or for Ty Simpson, whoever comes off, to come off in like garbage time. I think they need to get in when in some critical situations, like from the get-go, in an important 3rd and 8. yes, against South Florida. That's important. Like the first drive. So you can't have drive killers, as Coach Saban was talking about tonight. And those guys need to be put in those situations. So if Tyler or Ty is called on, or even Dylan Lonergan down the road, they have to be able to have that experience to check out of an audible. They have to be faced with some adversity. And right now, the only sample size that we do have is from Jalen Milroe. So Coach Saban wants consistency. Coach Saban said that everything is based on performance, and he's right. So what we don't know are kind of the question marks that I posed. Is Milroe going to start? And how many quarterbacks are we going to see play? Because I think we all know, and it is what it is. I mean, Alabama's going to go into South Florida and do what they want. But how many quarterbacks are we going to see in this game? And what order are those quarterbacks going to be in? And are those quarterbacks going to come in during some sort of garbage time where I don't think it's going to be very effective? And then one of the things that I've been harping on as well is not only has the offense been inconsistent through the first two games, as well as the defense, but the schedule has also been inconsistent. Middle Tennessee, then Texas, now South Florida, and then back to Ole Miss, right? So it's hard to kind of gauge where this team is. It's hard to see the offensive or defensive identity. So we're not going to learn too much more about this game, but these guys need experience. So what else you got for us, James? We're on with James from Nashville.
The only other thing I would say is in regards to the defense, I mean, it's just the way it is. You're going to give up big plays. I mean, you learn from the big plays. I think our secondary is going to be fine. I think there's a lot of great folks in the secondary. I think we'll figure the rush thing out. The one thing I have an absolute problem with is our inability to create turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the one player that made a starter that made an interception the first game was Jalen Key.
Yeah.
That completely changed that game.
Mm-hmm.
It's 14-0, makes a pick. We go down, we score. And turnovers are critical when you play defense. It's such an important part. And we had 0 turnovers. We had a couple opportunities, but we had no turnovers. As a defense, we have to create turnovers. I don't know what it is we need to do to work on that, but that's something that has got to be fixed.
Absolutely.
So,
well, thanks for the call, James. Up in Nashville, you enjoy that beautiful city, and I'll catch up with you next time.
Thank you. God bless.
Yeah, God bless you too, man. All right, we got a super chat in. 199. Do you think the O-line will shuffle will happen? Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, the O-line is not where it needs to be right now. So you got to find consistency there as well. I think you got to see more of Ferguson and maybe even see if there's someone else other than Caden Proctor. And I know I hate saying that, but the way that he was bullied and beat off the edge, I mean, that can't happen again. And when you go to that gauntlet that we've been talking about in the SEC, like that isn't the performance that you need. Then we also have Bama Jeff 79. He said 2 super chats and we missed them. Man, my bad. I hold it against my head, not my heart, man. You know I got love for you, Bama Jeff 79. No hard feelings here. Appreciate all the super chats and everybody's support right here on the channel. We go back to the phone lines with a 256 and let's do it right now. Coach Sean, what's up, man? Appreciate you calling in.
What's up, Kyle? How you guys doing? Roll Tide to everybody. What's going on with you?
Man, I went to the stadium. So Wednesdays are busy because what happens on Wednesday is you have the SEC teleconference at 11, and then I have like some meetings and kind of game plan for my show, which is now. But then you also have Coach Saban, who starts at 6, right? So I got Coach Saban. I upload the press conference from the Naylor Stone media room. And then what I do is I package that as quick as I can, pack up my stuff, and then I drive home and I got dinner with the kids for like 6:45 to 7:30 or whatever. And then I jump on the show and here I am with you fine people. So it is busy on Wednesdays, but that's during the football season. I love it. But it's just about organization. So we're knee deep in it. And the thing about it is you can't have a lull or be disinterested in week 3. Like this is a critical game. There's critical factors that you need to focus on in week 3. It doesn't matter about the opponent so much as it does like focus on what needs to be done from a technical standpoint and building the identity of this offense, the defense, and getting some sort of continuity with the entire team. Because guess who's behind South Florida? Ole Miss. And guess who's behind them? Mississippi State. Like, these are big games. So you can't just be like, oh, it doesn't matter. No, it matters tremendously going on the road. It's your first road game. Dial these kids back in. Get back on, get the dub, and you got to play at a very high level in week 3. So with that said, man, welcome to the show, Coach Sean. I know everybody loves you, man. So what you got for us?
I agree with you. 100%, man. I honestly think Coach Saban is going to start Jalen Milroe. But what I think he's going to do, matter of fact, what I know he's going to do is he's going to play another quarterback, like you said, not in garbage time. I really believe that he's going to give Buckner a really chance to play within the normal flow of the game. I don't think he's going to wait to garbage time. But what I do believe is I don't think all 3 of quarterbacks is going to get significant reps. I think 2 quarterbacks is going to get significant reps, and I think the 3rd quarterback will come in garbage time. I think the significant reps during the normal flow of the game will be Buckner and Milroe, and I think Ty will come in at garbage time. As far as Caden, Caden's a young guy, man. By the time Caden leaves Alabama, I promise you guys, he's probably going to be an Outland Trophy Award winner. He's young. For Coach Saban to start that young man should tell you about everybody behind him. I don't think you need to move Caden. I think you need to give him one more game. To ask this young kid to come start against Texas like that, that's a big deal. That's a big deal, brother. I told everybody those guys were talented on defense. That's a lot to ask of a true freshman, man. And I think he's going to get better. I think he's going to learn. He's obviously a smart young man. He's obviously gifted. I think he's going to get better. I think that kid will be better. Let's watch him this game and see what happens going forward. As far as our offensive line, I think these guys need to have a come to Jesus meeting, man. I really do, as far as a whole. I didn't like what I seen from several of those guys. I didn't like the chemistry. I just didn't like a lot about it. I understand Texas is great on defense. I get it, man, but I just didn't, like I said before, I'm not used to seeing Alabama's offensive line get done the way we do people. That was very humbling for me as a fan to see. But I'm going to tell you something about this sport, man. It happens.
Yeah. It
happens, man. I listened to, a couple other shows, and I heard Josh Pate say something about our coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
And, I want people to understand what he means by that when he said our coaching staff is not as seasoned as some of our past coaching staffs. He's not saying our coaching staff is not good, but when you compare it to those 15, 16, those coaching staffs were legendary. I want people to understand who was on that coaching staff. Miami's head coach was on that coaching staff. Oregon's head coach was on that coaching staff. Georgia's head coach was on that coaching staff. Florida's head coach was on that coaching staff. Ole Miss's head coach was on that coaching staff. Texas's D-line coach was on that coaching staff. Colorado's outside linebacker coach, Coach Sal, was on that coaching staff. So you had all these guys at BAMA at one time. So that was an outstanding coaching staff. And these guys all got head coaching jobs based on how they performed at Alabama. They got jobs at other places. They did well. Now you see these guys in the SEC. And every one of these guys has taken a little bit of that secret sauce with them to wherever they went. So it's difficult, man. It's difficult. I really believe that the guys are going to come out. They've heard everybody. I enjoyed the older players. I enjoy when the older players chime in. I do. It's a standard here, man. It's a standard here. It's no disrespect to nobody. But Coach Saban said it himself. Alabama ain't for everybody, man. It's not for everybody. We got a standard here. You know what I mean? And it's got to be held up. It's got to be held up. If you don't want to hold a standard and don't want to pick up this line, respectfully move out of the way. Move out of the way and let one of the younger players get in there and do their thing. I do believe the guys are going to understand and snap back this game. Obviously, it's against South Florida. We understand. I'd like to see a shutout. I'd like to see a shutout, just like me and the guys said on the show. I want the guys to come out. I think I would feel a lot better if the guys came out, dominated this game early, and put up a nice score and not let those guys get in the end zone. I really would feel a little better about the situation. I don't think it's over for us by far, man. I think we're young in a lot of key spots, and I think we're going to get better, period.
on the line with Coach Sean, Kyle Henderson of BAMA football on YouTube. So check this out, Coach Sean. So I go to Westgate and have a good relationship with them. And let me see, I might have to take a screenshot of this so I can get into a different file. But I'm gonna put this on the screen in just a second. You guys are gonna hear a screenshot. So when you walk out of the Westgate and you go to the top floor, you see the 2015 squad, okay? And the 2015 squad is exactly what you were just talking about, and probably what Josh was talking about as well, right? So let me put this up full screen, and let's just look at the coaches on this team. It's crazy, okay?
Right.
So let's just go from the right.
And I forgot about Mel Tucker, too. Mel Tucker was on that staff, too. Michigan State field coach.
Okay, so let's just look at this, okay? So you have Lane Kiffin to the right. And you guys point them out too. You got Gerald Burns, right? One of the OGs. There's Mario Cristobal up there. There's Tosh Lapoy up there.
Yep.
There's Scott Cochran when he had hair up there. There's Coach Saban, the young GOAT. Then to the left, you have Kirby Smart, right? Oh, there's Tosh Lapoy up there. Then there's Mel Tucker.
Yep.
Right? So, like, I think, maybe that's what he was getting to. Like, that is an elite.
Yeah, exactly.
That is an elite coaching squad for sure. And you look to all those guys, right? It's really amazing to see kind of, who was on that squad. And you're right. They have taken the secret sauce a little bit. And think about the guys coming back to Alabama with that secret sauce. Like you just said, Steve Sarkisian, Jeff Banks, Kyle Flood. Right. Another guy that we didn't even talk about was A.J. Milwee. The guy worked with all the quarterbacks at Alabama. So he was kind of like one of those quarterback gurus. He was actually under Alex Mortensen, who was the quarterback guru. Now he went with Trent Dilfer to UAB. But do you see kind of all those coaching tree under Coach Saban, right? And now you have Pete Golding, you have Lane Kiffin, and those guys on the back end of South Florida. So those guys know what it takes and the right mindset to play at this level when you come into Bryant-Denny Stadium. But yeah, that 2015 squad, that has a lot of that's a lot of money in there, at the highest level.
Yes. and remember, the next year Billy Napier came to coach wide receivers. He coached Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
Billy Napier, Florida's head coach, was on that staff as well.
Jeez,
so
that's crazy.
I mean, think about that, guys. that is crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
So yeah, man, I believe we're gonna be fine, Cal. I believe we all had our upset moments. You know what I mean? I think the young men, they understand. They've heard the cries of the former players, and I really enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they'll bounce back, man. I really do. I think Ole Miss is preparing right now for us.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen those guys have a tough game against Ole Miss, and I think we'll be fine. And I'm gonna be positive about it, man. I can't wait for Saturday.
Yeah. All right. Well, Coach, I appreciate you more than you know. You've been such a great addition to the channel. A lot of people just love your take, especially me. And, I have nothing but respect for your take. And you have such a great delivery, too. So I always respect the grind. And I respect, you guys coming on the show to help increase the value of the show. So we will catch you on the post game. And, of course, me and you are always rapping. So thanks for calling in. And,
yes, sir.
We'll catch up with you next time.
No problem, man. I appreciate all of you guys and all the great fans in the chat that love chiming in with us. Roll Tide to you all, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. Thanks, Coach. All right, that was Coach Sean coming in. Really appreciate his take. He just has a really good delivery. And one thing that I do respect is all these people out here on the YouTube channel putting in the grind. Like, there's so many channels now that I see that are created, or even if it's editorial, if these guys are writing, like, you have some really tremendous hard workers in this media room that are writing the stories that you're reading and, creating content, whatever network they're from. Honestly, respect, because there's a lot of work that really goes into it. We go back to the phone lines with the 205 and we start right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, man, it's D again, man. I talked to you Sunday night.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the show. What's on your mind, man?
Man, why I had to follow Coach Son, man? I feel like Ray Perkins or whoever gonna follow Nick Saban, man.
It's a tough act to follow, for sure. Give it,
follow, man.
We can do it together, though, man. Teamwork is dream work. So I got your back, man.
All right, man. I just want to say that I felt when Bo Scarborough did his little rant, I felt everything he was coming from. And I read Marquise May's tweet and Reggie Ragland's tweet. And I think you the one posted on the clip of when Lawson got pushed over. And can you ever imagine Reggie Ragland get pushed over? Or what the guy that was in New England all them years? The linebacker that was in New England all those years.
Deontay Hightower? Hightower?
Could you imagine Hightower or Rolando McClain or Ashawn Robinson or Reuben Foster getting pushed over by a lineman like that, man? These guys are, it's like, I'm not want to talk about the kids, man. It's just like, it's something not there no more. And I used to always say, like on NIL, I think the NIL had really like made them, I don't want to say weak. I think they need money. They deserve to get paid. They deserve something. But it's like, maybe it has to soften them up a little bit. They think they're more. It's something there that's softening them up for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear the other guys that say, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Bo Scarborough said, man, we shed blood, sweat, and tears on that field. And you guys them guys were dancing in the middle of the A, man. Dancing and singing a fight song in the middle of the field. And, as a lifelong Alabama fan, that kind of hurt me, man. Like, they almost rushed the field. Like, you would think you would never, like Coach Brian said, act like you've been here before. You would never think you would see somebody rush the capstone. And that's what they did. And the little dude, he cut his mud off and all that, and he out there screaming. And it's like, it was disrespectful to me. And I know it was disrespectful. It was disrespectful to me as a fan. And I know how them guys feel. They never would have put up with that. So I want to hear them mad. Like, get mad. Go out there and beat them by 100 points. That's what I hope they do to this Florida team. But why? I mean, they shouldn't let them do that. That's all I want to say.
Yeah,
what do you think about that?
Yeah, and I think you're right too. Like, after listening to Coach Saban, I mean, he makes a great point. Like, why wouldn't that team be criticized? Like, they want to be pushed, and those guys, those former players, they've played at the highest level. They bleed crimson. They've been there. They are still part of the program. They are built by Bama. They have every single right to say what they're saying because you think you're a fan. Like, they played there. That's their home.
Right.
So, like, those are their teammates. So they're saying that they're mad. They're fans for sure. But with that said, like, they're also trying to come from like like they're getting on their ass. They're encouraging them. Like, we're built by Bama. This is not the standard. And look, I get it. Coach Saban, he can block out the noise. He's a different level. He's not on social media, whatever. But like these guys, these other players, everybody has seen the rants from the former players and stuff like that. And sometimes that is encouraging to those players. So yeah, I think just like everybody else can speak their mind, but it comes down to execution. It comes down to performance. And this team is very young. There's not a lot of returning starters on this team. It's a very early season. That's why you really can't discount a lot of the players who are currently playing. But with that said, you need to rotate in players because maybe some players are going to perform at a higher level on a more consistent basis. And right now, the players that are currently playing aren't showing that consistency. Therefore, other players need to be rotated in, probably at the quarterback position like we're talking about. D, make one more point before I move to my next caller, man.
No, you go ahead, man. Again, boy, I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate Sean, Coach Sean, and all those guys, everybody that work with you on your platform, and saying roll tide to everybody that listening.
All right, appreciate it, man. Roll tide to you, D. Take it easy.
Thank you.
All right, that was D calling in. We got a 419, a 706, and a 337. Let's go right back to the phone lines. 419, let's get it. Hey, thank you very much for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from? Looks like we lost the call, unfortunately. Dang it. All right, 706, let's go. Hey, 706.
Hey, man.
What's up, man? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Josh. I'm in Northwest Georgia.
Josh from Northwest Georgia. I appreciate it. Hey, before we start, 419, call back. I dropped your call. I know you've been waiting for a minute, man. So sorry about that. All right, Josh, welcome to the show, man. Appreciate you calling in from Northwest GA, man. What's on your mind?
Hey, Kyle. Love the show, man. Just calling to see if you could touch base a little bit on Ty Simpson. It's crazy, like the fall off at quarterback, and the same could be said for a lot of positions down there, man. You know, over the last few years, if you look at our previous quarterbacks, they're all starting in the NFL. You can go back as far as Jake Coker, and even Blake Sims could absolutely spin the ball. He was a dual threat, but he could spin it too. So, you know, we kind of knew, I kind of seen this with Jalen Milroe last year's 8A game. He had a good game, was throwing darts and fades to the end zone, but, you know, game come live last year, he just did not look great. I'm not on here to bash him, but there's obviously a significant fall off from what we have had to what we have now. And over the off season, all we heard from media and insiders was Ty Simpson, you know, over and over and over. So we all thought that was going to be the guy.
Yeah.
Like we thought that was the next best quarterback at BAMA. So if you could just touch on that, man, we're kind of just wondering, like, what happened to him, why the fall off, you know, because even like recruiting Buckner from Notre Dame, if you look at his tape, like, he's a turnover machine as well. Like, nothing about his tape impressed me whatsoever. So I'll hang up and listen. If you could just touch on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Josh. Thank you very much for calling in. Josh calling in from Northwest GA. So the thing about Ty Simpson was, yeah, he's right. Josh is right. I mean, all summer long, we actually heard from, what was it, Greg McElroy, right, was saying that he was kind of hearing the inside track was Ty Simpson. And who would know it better than him? I mean, he played here at Alabama. He's going to the practices and whatnot. I knew last season when Bryce left that they were going to bring on an additional quarterback. And I don't think that was a popular opinion with a lot of people. They felt that Jalen and Ty were capable enough to do the job. But clearly, Alabama felt that coming into the situation, they needed a quarterback with experience. Now, Buckner doesn't have a lot of experience, but he has some, more than Ty Simpson. So whatever happened during fall camp, you know, it looks like Ty Buckner might have beat him out in that second scrimmage that they had. But look, this is a long season. I think we could see a lot of quarterbacks this year. We could see Tyler Buckner, we could see Ty Simpson, and we could see Dylan Lonergan. Honestly, I think that's probably going to be the case because we're going to have to find some sort of quarterback who can finally take the bull by the horns. Coach Saban wanted that to happen during the fall. He didn't want that to happen during the season, right? So that's probably what's going to be the case. Now, has Jalen taken the bull by the horns? No, he hasn't. I agree with Josh too. I mean, I think Ty is a fine quarterback, and I think he has the mechanics and the DNA and understands the schematics. His dad is the coach at UT Martin. You know, the guy is a, you know, quarterback guru. And I think he has good athleticism too. He looked good in the spring game. He has athleticism. So, you know, why not give him a shot? And I think his opportunity will come at some point. One of these quarterbacks is going to turn into a playmaker for sure. Just when is it going to happen? Who is it going to be? And like, you know, we talked earlier in the show, we know what Jalen Milroe can do. And, you know, if ultimately he is the best quarterback in the room, then coach will probably circle back at some point and hand him the reins. But I'm curious just to see what happens against South Florida and who that true number 2 quarterback is. But again, it might not be a true number 2. It might be a continuing rotating fashion of quarterbacks. But I think, you know, Ty Simpson, I want to see him too. I mean, the guy throws a great ball. He has athleticism. His game, honestly, isn't too different than Tyler Buckner. I mean, they're both athletic quarterbacks that have good arms. So I guess we'll just have to see, you know, which quarterback kind of duels it out between those two for next in line. We go back to the phone lines, and it's a 337, and we start right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
David from Louisiana.
What's up, David? I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the continued support, and I know you're calling from enemy lines, man. What are you thinking about the quarterback situation going into week 3?
Well, you know, can't put all the blame on Milroe. You know, I mean, you could put probably 50% of the blame on Milroe and the rest of it on the offensive line because offensive line didn't do crap in that game. They did okay in the first quarter. You know, they was moving the ball down the field, good runs, you know, here and there. One thing that kind of aggravates me is when you got a running back that's only getting 10 carries and you pull in another one that runs 5 or 6 more carries. I want to see a running back come in and stay in and get 30, 40 carries and get him comfortable, in the game, get him warmed up where he needs to be at. As far as quarterback, I don't see Ty Simpson being a starter anytime soon. It had to be a miracle or Milroe and Buckner transfer or something of that nature. A lot of people talking crap about Buckner. I'm not completely high on him, but I have watched some video on him and everything. Last year he only got to play in 3 games. Yeah, he has turned the ball over, but most of the interceptions that I've seen were from deflected passes from a big, defensive lineman knocking it up in the air and then cornerback, somebody in the area intercepting it, running back for a touchdown or whatever. But against South Carolina in the Cax Slayer, Gator Bowl or whatever it was, he went for 271, 3 touchdowns. Yeah, he had 3 interceptions, but those 3 interceptions, one of them was a spy sitting there that read him, and the other 2 were deflected passes. The dude's got some wheels on him. He can run, his completion rating ain't but 55%, but that was last year, he only threw 46. He threw 83 times with 46 completions, and his longest was 75 yards. But like I said, I don't know who is going to be the one who can actually take over the team. We need somebody like a A.J. McCarron that's going to get on the sideline and chew them out. You remember, what was it, Notre Dame, Alabama 2013 BCS, the championship game, and him and Barrett Jones got into a big argument and a pushing fight in the middle of the field. Mm-hmm. We need a quarterback that's get on the sideline. Tom Brady kind of a mindset that's going to get in their face and hey, you need to block. You need to do your stuff instead of going sitting off by yourself by the phone and waiting on the OC to call you. You need to go sit down and talk. You as being the leader of the offense, you have to do something. Something's got to give. You need somebody who's going to have some pit bull in them. Not some Chihuahua, but some pit bull.
David, let me ask you a question real quick. Do you think it really matters that Tommy Rees and Kevin Steele are up in the box as opposed to down on the field?
Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think they don't want to be nowhere as close to Coach Saban and a headphone come flying off and popping them in the head. I think that's what it is. We've all seen Coach Saban, what he's done over the years. He'll chew their ass out. Yeah. And with them being, 150 feet in the air away from him or whatever, however far it is from him, they know they're safe until after the game. Yeah. But these players need to start holding each other accountable as well as themselves accountable. It starts with holding yourself accountable and then your buddy next to you. That's like when I was in the military. When I was in the Army, I went to Iraq. I went to Afghanistan. I served my country. Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn. Mm-hmm. But the guy next to me, I depended on him to have my 6 as well as he depended.
Yeah. David? I don't know.
And dancing and smiling and doing all this stuff, that's an embarrassment. That is embarrassing. If I was a head coach, he'd be riding the pine for 1, maybe 10 more games, or he can transfer. We don't need that. It looks bad. It looks really, really bad, and it's embarrassing to the Alabama Crimson Tide fan base as well as the university whenever you lose a game in your home stadium, and we had one of the most impeccable records in the country for years since Coach Saban's been there. We hardly ever lost at home. Then you get beat, and I'm not knocking Texas by any means. They're a great team. They came in with a dog mentality and said, we're going to do this, and they done what they did. Like last night I watched the BAMA Standard with Coach Smook and him, and I gave the whole team, they said, everybody in the comments, give them a grade. I gave the whole team a C negative, a C minus, because there were some times when Kool-Aid was playing and he had his back turned when the ball was coming to the receiver, that if he'd have been looking, he could have probably got an interception off of that. I mean, and I'm not knocking Kool-Aid. I mean, he's one of the best on defense, but play the ball. When you see that receiver turning back and looking for the ball, turn your head on a swivel too, you know, and look and see if the ball's coming, because if it is, you might get lucky and get an interception, possibly one for a pick six. But I've seen him do that a couple of times, and carry on Arnold grabbing and pulling and you know, about to pull the whole shoulder pads off of that dude. I mean, yeah, it was a smart play instead of it getting for a touchdown. And I don't think they scored on one of them. But, I mean, like I said, big games, you got to think, you got to, the penalties will kill us. But they got to have this dog mentality. And I'm not saying that Tyler Buchner's the savior by any means, but think about this, y'all. Just think about this. The last quarterback to transfer from a Yankee school and come to the South and play in the Southeastern Conference to win a national championship was, I don't even want to hit Joe Burrow with LSU. And I'm not saying that Tyler Buchner can, but all we got to do, we got to give him a shot, because from what I've seen, Milroe is a one-read quarterback. One read. If his first read ain't there, he's gone. And I watched Tyler Buchner, and like I said, only in the few little short games on his highlight stuff, he just didn't. Yeah, everybody's like, well, he's run. Well, 98% of those runs were designed for him to run, because he's fast. He's you know, he's good on his feet. He can shift and move. But I watched him read downfield and make some good passes and everything. He's going to look and see. All we can do is give the man a shot. If he don't, then we just move on down. And then if they don't work out, I'll see if I'm eligible, and I'll come in at 48 years old and try to throw the football 5 yards down the field or whatever. Something's got to give. But anyways, you know how I end my calls. God bless everyone. God bless this great country. You know, roll tide.
Roll tide to you. Thank you very much, David. We appreciate you. We appreciate your service to this great country. If you are in the United States military, you know, we really appreciate your service. I know that, you know, sometimes we have, you know, people watching from all over the world, really. So we appreciate you guys, and we understand that freedom isn't free. So thank you very much for what you do for our great country. We'll go back to the phone lines in just a second. I have some question marks going into week 3. Milroe to start, that's a question mark. I don't know if that's ever been, you know, kind of laid out. I think it's probably time for another quarterback to start, but I do think that Milroe will start, if that makes sense. Offensive game plan, what is that going to be against South Florida? This team needs some sort of offensive identity. Hey, Buck, thank you very much. 18 years, active Army. Really appreciate you. Thank you very much. If you're, you know, in the military, you can go ahead and post inside the comment box. I'll get you guys up on the screen. Thank you very much. Budnick's saying, I served 4 tours. Thank you very much as well. Defensive pass rush. We need to see it. It has to happen. I think it's going to be very difficult, you know, to get to this quarterback as well, because they're going to get it out similar to Middle Tennessee. Coach Saban said that South Florida gets the ball out quicker than anybody else in the country. And remember, the OC is, you know, he was the OC last year at Tennessee, and Tennessee beat Alabama. Not saying that they have the weapons to beat Alabama, but still, I mean, it is kind of strange that that is happening. And then 3 quarterbacks. Are we going to see 3 quarterbacks? Are we going to see 4 quarterbacks? What are we going to see? And, you know, we do have, you know, kind of those are the questions kind of going in. You've seen some emojis being posted inside the comment box, like a roll tide, Coach Saban. I'm even an emoji. You can get those inside the comment box by being a member of the YouTube channel. Fan Funder, just $2.99. Hit the join button at the bottom of the screen. Any video works better on desktop, and appreciate your support. And of course, everybody else, thank you very much for your support right here on our YouTube channel. We go back to the phone lines, and 205, and we start right now. Hey, thank you very much for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Jacob from Birmingham.
Jacob from Birmingham, thank you very much for joining the show. What's on your mind, man? Take it away.
The offensive line play has been rough, especially with at center, Seth McLaughlin. I mean, for the past couple of games, snaps on the ground, and it's kind of hard for the quarterback to, get a good read down the field when your snaps on the ground. And I have no idea why we're still starting Darian Dalcourt. I mean, it's been about, 2 years now, and he still hasn't improved, still getting pushed around. And I think improvements need to be made on the offensive line. And whatever needs to be done just needs to be done. And also at quarterback, I mean, a lot of people are saying we need to get rid of Milroe, find another quarterback, and I agree. I mean, if you take away those 2 turnovers that Milroe had, that's 10 points. And we lost by 10 points, so you can do the math on that.
Yep.
But, yeah. Jalen Milroe, I think we need to give Ty Buckner a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I just think we do. I just think we do. Because the mistakes that Milroe made, after the first interception, I was like, okay, he just needs to get the jitters out.
Mm-hmm.
But after the second one, you're putting your defense in bad positions, and it's really affecting the game.
Yeah.
So that's all I had to say. But
well, I appreciate you calling in from Birmingham. You're right. I like that first interception. It was kind of like almost everybody was waiting for Jalen Milroe to make a mistake, right? And then he made one. And then you're kind of like, okay, let's see what he can do. But that second interception was like, that was like that is not this level. That is not the standard. But then it's inconsistent because then he goes out and, look, so check this out. And I think I showed this on one of my videos. In fact, I know I showed it. It's the Pro Football Focus grades that he had. And what was amazing about his overall grade, I'm going to put those up on the screen, is talk about, kind of a, I guess, dichotomy of, a passing tree. Because when you look to his Pro Football Focus chart, I'm bringing this up full screen now, is that you see to the outside left and 25 yards downfield, he's 2 of 3 for 78 yards with 2 touchdowns and almost a perfect NFL passing rating. And then between the numbers, he's 4 of 6 for 136, a touchdown, and almost another perfect NFL passing rating. And to the outside right, he's 1 of 3, 48 yards with a touchdown for 121 passing rating. Those are 25 yards downfield. Those are amazing numbers. But then you look to the intermediate passes, that's where he struggles. Outside left, under 20 yards, 1 of 3. Between the numbers, 1 of 4. And look at those NFL ratings, 53, 67. And some of that is just reading defenses and understanding where people are going to be and where they're not going to be, right? So downfield, yeah, he has a big arm. He can sling it. He can throw it. But clearly he's struggling with those intermediate passes. So, look, maybe just, get him going on just deep balls. But something has to improve because you just can't go with the deep ball. Clearly, you need a quarterback that can pick you apart. Anything else why I got you on the line?
Yeah, it's just consistency. He's still staring down his first read, and like that second interception, he stared him down all the way. He wasn't having his eyes open to look at the coverage, and that's a big problem for when we go against better teams. Not better teams, when we go against the SEC competition like LSU and Texas A&M, big road games, and it's going to be challenging for him. But that's all I had to say.
All right, buddy. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Please call in anytime, and thanks for joining us tonight.
All right. Thank you. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you. That was Jacob calling in from Birmingham. We got a 404, we got a 205, and we got a 419 inside the call queue. Appreciate you guys calling in. I'm actually going to jump to my 419, 404. Hang tight. I know you've been on the line, but my 419 was on earlier, and he got cut off, so I'm going to go to him and then come right back. So thank you very much for being patient, everyone. Hey, 419, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson, who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
How you doing? This is Deshaun from Ohio.
What's up, Deshaun? I'm sorry about earlier. Somehow we got disconnected, so my bad, man. Welcome to the show.
Oh, that's fine, man. Me personally, I think we should just play the kids. Play Ty Simpson, man. I get it. The other guy, they've been there before. Tyler Buckner knows the system, but, man, I'd rather play Ty because if we're going to lose, we might as well just lose with the young guy than rather play with some guys who've been there that still haven't even shown any progress from the season before.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're on with Deshaun from Ohio calling in, man. I think that, the whole quarterback situation revolves around what Coach Saban said tonight during his press conference. I don't know if you got a chance to watch that, but it comes from everything is based off performance based. And if he's saying that, it's kind of reading between the lines, like the performance isn't there, and sometimes you lose your job. And that's how it should be, honestly. Like, if you're not performing, trust me, I've been there myself. If you're not performing at the level that you need to, things aren't going to go well from you. And nothing would ever be against the kid's character because the kid, it emulates such a great young man. It's nothing to do with that. It's just we're at the highest level. So you need the highest level player to be playing. I don't know if it's going to be Tyler, Ty, or Dylan or whoever, but consistency seems to be the theme that we can't keep circling back on. What else you got, Deshaun?
Another thing, like, we need more, like, play action out of these mobile quarterbacks. I know Jalen played like he didn't want to lose a job. Like, he really stood in the pocket more than he really ran for real the entire game. So if I was him, I would really just go to the offensive coordinator and tell him what he like to do. If you're a QB1, you need to let the offense know what you're trying to do and how you're going to make this team move forward. They'd rather just be like basically like a kid in school just going with anything. Like, oh, they tell you to run this play, you're just going to do it, and you're not comfortable.
What is what's kind of the pulse up? You're up in Ohio, right? What's the pulse on Michigan and Ohio State? People feeling pretty excited about Michigan and Ohio State this year. Is this like the year that one of those teams finally dethrones a team from the SEC?
Yeah, that's what they're hoping, but everybody's happy is finally on top this year.
I mean, look, they've had the team. I mean, I don't know if they've had the teams, but I mean, Ohio State had Georgia on the ropes, but it's Georgia was able to wiggle out, and we'll see what they can do. Anything else, Deshaun, while I got you on the line?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. Call in anytime, man, and enjoy the weather before it gets frosted up there.
I appreciate it.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right. We got a 404. We'll jump right to you. Hey, welcome to the show. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Good evening, Kyle. Hey, this is Al from behind Enemy Lines in Georgia.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in, Al. Good evening. Welcome to the show, man. Take it away.
Yeah. Just want to chime into what you had put out there. The last two callers talked to some of the things that I will address. I know last week when we talked, and we were talking about the score prediction and who's going to be the breakout player and this, that, and the other. And one of the things that I know we talked about was if we don't win up the middle, we're not going to win. Yeah. And that's been clear and evident. But one of the things that the caller brought out, too, that I saw early in the game when we was able to run the ball a little bit, is that we never capitalized on that to try to get some play action, to try to see can we take some shots early to get out, break out on top when we were effective running the football. Texas did adjust and start to take that away, but we didn't adjust and we didn't move the pocket. All three of these guys that we got in competition behind center, they got similar traits. So you got to get them on the move. You got to get them on the edge a little bit. You got to give them some stuff that they can dictate and start cutting the field down, have to read. Following a guy like Bryce, very difficult. But let me bring this out, too. I was watching the Monday Night Football game. Allen, the quarterback from Buffalo, he's an all-pro guy. And he threw three of the most horrible picks that I've ever seen. Okay? A pro guy, when the safety's on the far hash, you got 3-by-1.
Yeah.
Okay? And 1 and 2 is by the corner and the safety on that side. Mm-hmm. The safety to the far side got the third guy. So we call that trick. So if he goes vertical or comes deep, you got him. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? And we coach him up like that all the time. All pro quarterbacks to make that read. So I think we're being a little bit harsh on 18, 19-year-old guys, and we should put some of the onus on the coaches. The first interception Milroe threw is right to a trap corner, okay? And that should be coached up in practice. You see what I'm saying? They baited him into that throw. So when you break it all down and start looking at that, everything's correctable, but it's a team effort. Coaches and players buy into being critical of each other. So I like the idea of playing Buckner. He's an older guy, similar skill set, but I would like to see them incorporate movement in the pocket. I would like to see them incorporate maybe getting under the center to do some power stuff, to get some of the play action stuff going. I know we don't do that a lot at BAMA, but I'd also like to see, because these guys are mobile, I like to see them get some more of the zone read, RPO stuff to take advantage of some of it, and some rhythm throws, because that's what Sark did to us. He got Ewers in a rhythm up front, to get him in a flow, give him some easy throws. So a lot of coaching. So I'm not overreacting to the season. We're good. We just got a young staff. We got a young team. And everybody's need to take a deep breath in, man. Get these guys time to gel, give them time to become a team, build chemistry, and our staff too. So as far as the pass rush, Jihad wasn't there. And from what we've been hearing over the summer, he was predicted to be one of our better pass rushers. What Texas pulled that trigger on us. They turned their freshman linebacker on the speed rusher. Yep. You saw what he did. Yep. We never got to do that with Jihad on the field. So I just think everybody needs to take a deep breath. We got a seriously talented squad. It's all new chemistry. Everything that we're talking about here that we're being critical of takes time to gel. But as far as this next game coming up, listen, man, you got to have two quarterbacks ready to play.
Yeah. Period.
In the story. I don't care if the guy fights out the number one guy, he's clear cut. The number two guy better be getting 30% of the reps with the one in practice. He better be taking some critical snaps in practice. So, yeah, we got to play Buck. Yeah, we got to play Milroe, because you can't let him lose his confidence. You might need it, if we want to go deep in the season. But just a few thoughts I had, Cal. It was good talking to you, man.
Hold on now. Hold on before we go. Hold on. I want to play. It's time to play 5 questions. Okay, so next caller is coming in. I'm gonna post the 5 questions on the board to you. Just do a rapid fire. So Al, you're up first. Okay, so question number 1: do you start Jalen Milroe against South Florida? Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. Continuity, playing. Bring Buckner in, 3rd series, playing. Do it like that. Just go just like a running back. Right now, we know we're going to beat South Florida. Okay, but you got to keep these guys head in the game. So I play. Heck yeah, I play. I give him something he's good at. I give him something to give him some confidence to get the team to rally behind him. Then I pull Buckner in, let him do it. Now you got 2 guys that's got a little confidence in what they're doing. We got to play Ole Miss in a couple of weeks. We got to get into an SEC schedule. You need 2 quarterbacks. Yeah, I started. Absolutely.
Question number 2. What does the offensive game plan look like? Does it look balanced? Is it run heavy? Does it depend on the quarterback? What you got?
I try to establish our identity. We talked about we wanted to run the football. And so that's what we do. We establish the running game up front, set the passing game up off of that. And we move the pocket. We get some RPOs. We get the tight ends in the middle, down the seam. We throw it over the top with the guys that we got. And we spread, we do our thing. Yeah, we run the ball, period. Play action. That's us this year.
Do we have, and who are look, a couple of guys have started to perform. I've seen some good guys. I don't want to taint your mindset, but who are the X factors? Yes, you have to have X factors in games like this too. Who are your X factors or guys who have been standing out to you through 2 games or even going into this game?
I like Kobe. I like where he gets open. Yep. I like when Burton's down the field. The guy, he's getting open, man. I like when knee block showed. Yeah. In the game, he showed flash, and I'll tell you one guy, and I have a personal, I've only been on the field with him coaching in high school. Is a kid from Georgia. He got to get on the field, man. Mm-hmm. 22 has to play. Okay. And I'll tell you, here's another thing too. Let me talk that to you right quick. We got to get stronger at the middle. I like Seth in terms of as a combo blocker, get to the next level. He cannot anchor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have to look at the trade-off. And a lot of people have been slamming Dalcourt. I'm not a fan of his. Okay. I am not. But he got a big butt. The guy can anchor in pass block. As far as at the center, that's what he did up front. He never could get any movement. So we got a weak spot right there. But you tried Ferguson in preseason at center.
Yep.
I'm just saying. If we're gonna experiment, garbage time. Anyway, I digress. I'm sorry. More questions.
All right, Al. Well, Al, I appreciate
but
you.
I like the.
No, I like your I like your take, and I think you do have to get better up the middle. Look, this last game, I like Jace McClellan up the middle too. I thought he was doing good, and it was curious kind of why they went away from the run a little bit. I mean, the game, I felt that you maybe could have controlled the time of possession a little bit more. I thought Jace was doing a good job. I want to continue to see him get some reps. I know, like Coach Sean says, you can reach your hand into the jar of running backs, but Jace is looking pretty nice. Al, I'm going to move to my next caller, man. Please call again anytime. I love the context. Obviously, you know the game, man, so you're welcome to call back anytime.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Coach Sean, who was on the other night. The boys chopped it up really good. They're doing you right, Kyle. All right. Roll Tide, everybody.
Yeah, take it easy, man. All right. All right. Good call from Al out in GA. All right, so check this out, fam. All right, so these are the Pro Football Focus grades. And I'll get to we got 4 callers in the call queue, 205-409-251-205. I'll get to you guys in just a second. All right, so these are the offensive Pro Football Focus grades for pass blocking. So I've explained this a couple times, but if you're new to it, I'm going to walk you through it. So you got Tyler Booker up at the top left. His jersey number is number 52. He's a guard. He's played in 2 games. Pass blocking situations or snaps, 72. Pass blocking plays, 72. And his grade, and these are former coaches that coached in college and NFL putting together these grades, 68.3. Okay? So one of the things that I have to explain too about these grades, don't look at them. So like a 90 is like above whatever an A would be. So like a 90 would be like an A+++. An 80 would be like an A. A 70 or 75 would be like a B. But then, it does get low. And, these are not acceptable, which I'm about to read. So these are pass blocking, okay? Seth McLaughlin, I have never seen a pass blocking grade that low, ever. It's clearly not good. Caden Proctor, 47.9. Again, that is not good. Darian Dalcourt, 66.8. Think of that more like a C. Because that's how the Pro Football Focus grades are. But yeah, they're not good. And I think you can see, I think I screenshot. Okay, so Terrence Ferguson down here, he's played in 1 game and he's played in just 8 snaps, which is really interesting. So if you guys want to see more Pro Football Focus grades, I have a video out just talking specifically about the grades. I don't know if any of you guys, there wasn't like too much feedback on it, but you can look on the channel and check it out. Before I get to my next callers, here's the offensive grades, and I'll come back to this in between callers, but here's the total grades for the players so far through 2 grades. Caden Proctor, 58.8. Tyler Booker, 61.9. J.C. Latham, 70.8. Seth McLaughlin, 51.0. Jalen Milroe, 77.7. Darren Dalcourt, 68.7. Jermaine Burton, as we've talked about, playing at a very high level, 78.6. And then Kobe Prentice down at the bottom of your screen with a 77.8. Those are your Pro Football Focus grades. Again, if you go to our channel home, I have a video where I spend time talking about those grades specifically. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 205 and we start right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Cal? Uncle Charles, man. What's happening?
What's up, Uncle Charles? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show. Take it away.
Yeah, man. I tried to get through the other night. It was like 911. It was an emergency. Let me tell you something, man. We all want to put the blame on somebody. That's just the way it is. Even in a mystery or murder movie, when you watch a murder movie on TV, you always want to put it on the person, and it ain't even that person. It's somebody you never think it is. Let me tell you something. This young man, it's out there. He's doing what he's supposed to do. And you got to block for him. You got to block for him. You can't get this young man just 2 seconds to plant his feet, and then all of a sudden the defense is in the backfield. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I'm not letting him off the hook. He threw 2 interceptions when he knew that he wasn't sure about. And if running is your calling card, then run. Let me tell you something. In this world, you're either running hard or you're running free. How you running? This is how it is. You got to do your job. Let me tell you something. You know why children go to school early in the morning? Because they're rehearsing for a job. That's why they go to school. This is what it is. You got fall camp. You got summer camp, spring. Should nobody have to tell you how to play? But if you're out there and your mind is somewhere else, then go sit over there by the big fan. I heard it's real cool. Get on over there and sit over there. Let me explain something to you. This is how it goes. Do your job. Bo Scarborough had a right to go off. I'm sitting here. I was so angry. I didn't know whether to lay down in the bed or lay across the floor because I was so upset. I didn't know what to do. I said, what is this? Stigmata? Is this the exorcist? What's going on out there? And you took the lead. So you was good enough to play play with them. You took the lead. So don't tell me you couldn't stand up and play them man to man, toe to toe. You took the lead. This is a time where you listen to Nick Saban. Nick Saban get paid for a reason. Be mad at Nick Saban all you want to, but if he leaves tomorrow, we'll be so upset we wouldn't know what to do with ourselves. Let him have it. Let him do what he got to do. He on the cover of Forbes. I can't even get my picture on the local paper. I can't even get on that. But his face is, let Nick Saban do his job. He just said today, I'm making changes. That means somebody done lost their job. And I'm going to say this in close. Don't tell me you can't do it. Every one of you young men out there in Alabama can do it. You just got to put the effort behind it. Let me tell you, let me say this in closing. My brother served in the Navy for 23 years. He protected this country. And when he retired, the Navy gave him a cat. And he named the cat Ming. I didn't see my brother for 4 years, but talking to him on the phone, but actually seeing him and hugging him, I didn't see him for 4 years. And he brought Ming with him. And Ming is so big, he looked like a duplex. But do you know that he fed Ming every day at a certain time, gave him his water, and bought him a bed to lay in? Do you know that my brother was able to leave home for 2 weeks? And Ming did what he's supposed to. He pulled his own food, pulled his own water, and laid in his own bed. And when he pulled up in the yard, Ming unlocked the door. Now, I don't speak cat. I don't even know what that language is. But I can swear there's a human being in Ming. I'm telling you that right now. Do your job. Do your job. Listen to Nick Saban. And let's get up off Nick Saban. We need Nick Saban. Nick Saban do things for Nick kids. He's a service to our state. He's a man that teach our young men how to be grown men and be successful in the pros. Look at the pros now. If Alabama players all over the field, and you think that any other coach can do that, Nick Saban done it. So let's get up off Nick Saban and let him handle it. We're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine. If we keep on interfering, then he's going to get up one morning, he's going to have a sugar donut and a piece of cake and talk to Miss Terry. He's going to say, I'm going to go ahead and go back to one of my business. I'm done. And you will be looking like a fool in the face. Leave Nick Saban alone. Let him do his job. And that's all I got to say, y'all. I appreciate you.
All right. That was Uncle Charles coming in with obviously one of the calls of the night. I mean, it's, we might need to get Uncle Charles his own show over here, right? Thumbs up if you agree. Uncle Charles, you might be hearing from us over here at BAMA Football on YouTube. I mean, just the context, right? I mean, it's all about the delivery. Thumbs up for Uncle Charles, man. That was a lot. We're recutting that 100%. Sorry if you have to follow Uncle Charles, but hey, we have some callers who go hard here. Uncle Charles, one of them. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 409. Let's get it. Hey, welcome to the show. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Go. Let's do it right. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Mike from Galveston.
Mike from Galveston. I appreciate you calling in, man. What's on your mind, man? Take it away.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm a Longhorn fan. I've been checking out your show the last couple of weeks. I just want to give you a props. You're pretty good. But I was thinking, I got a couple questions for you. Do you think y'all's problem on the O-line is that y'all got 3 O-linemen that weigh close to 400 pounds?
Yeah, honestly, and we're on with Mike from Galveston, Texas fan, man. I appreciate you calling in, man, and thank you for the support, watching the channel. Yeah, you know, it was interesting because going into the season, there was, you know, I'm sure everybody saw the statistic that Alabama's offensive line was bigger than NFL's offensive lines, right? That's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, there's a reason like NFL guys have this figured out. I mean, this isn't as good as Alabama is, like it's not the pros, right? And you have to be athletic if you're going to be that big. And I think sometimes they were really slow. And I even noticed that against Middle, that they did seem slow. So Caden Proctor, a giant. You know, some of these guys have massive size, but it's just, you know, I felt it really impacted their performance. Now, one guy who was quick and could move his feet was Evan Neal, but he was completely, I mean, that's a first round type guy. But yeah, I certainly think it impacted the offensive line for sure. 100%. What else you got?
I was going to ask you, but looking at your grade, Latham, he looks like more of a guard to me. Like he had problems with our ends on the outside, and he holds almost every play. But looking at y'all's pass blocking grades, it would be a mistake to move him inside. I was going to ask who would be able to replace him if y'all did move him inside.
Yeah,
I know he's more of a run blocker.
Yeah, you won't. So he's pretty much etched in stone at the tackle position, at least here at the college level. I don't know, you know, what his trajectory is when you look to the NFL, but he's kind of your staple tackle. Those guys were having problems. And I told this to Catch of Orange Bloods is that I felt that I vastly underrated Texas defense. I mean, you guys have an outstanding defense. Those guys brought it. They were diesel up the middle. And you know what? A lot of that too, like I get it. The secondary, there was some times where I mean, I was at the game, so I was looking downfield and the secondary did a really great job. I mean, they were everywhere. I mean, that's a really good defense, and they bullied Alabama's offensive line. I said this on another show. The first year that I moved here to Tuscaloosa to start covering Alabama, I went down to Auburn, and Auburn's defense did that to Alabama. And that was really the first time that I had seen Alabama's offensive line, kind of the big and almighty, be pushed around. So it doesn't happen often, but yeah, credit to Texas D-line, man. Those guys came with it with just 3, sometimes 4. It was really impressive.
And then also on your D-line, I felt like y'all went heavy like y'all used to. I think y'all made a change after Johnny Manziel ran all over you that year. Y'all went to like a quicker, faster defense. It seems like everybody was heavy. Like y'all's front 7, everybody was bigger, like NFL size rather than college size. Is that something that you agree with, or is that something I'm off base on?
I think that the defense, I mean, man, they have these pass rushers like Dallas Turner. I mean, he's a projected first round guy. Chris Broswell, you know, I think he's, you know, second round type talent. Q Robinson, who only played in 7 plays. I mean, I don't know where he falls in terms of the NFL, but he's getting drafted. So that was the interesting thing is I don't know if it was kind of the Jimmies and Joes or the X's and O's, like not sending a lot of blitzes because Alabama didn't seem was too creative trying to get to Quinn. It seemed like they were trying to just, you know, they were waiting to see what was coming at them rather than trying to attack Quinn and bring in pressure because they only had 3 pressures in that game and they had 0 sacks. So I don't know, Malachi Moore, who's a star position player for Alabama in the secondary, he was asked after the game, you know, kind of about the lack of pass rush, and he said, I don't know, maybe call more blitzes. So maybe that was a message to Kevin Steele, who's the DC. He's like, hey, blitz. I don't know. Look, you guys have Steve Sarkisian. I know a lot of people from Alabama have a lot of respect for Sarkisian. I do. Pay that guy what he wants. He did a great job rebuilding himself. What he's doing at Texas is great. And clearly, Texas has endless pockets that, you know, the NIL works out great for them. And I think that the quicker you get him a big contract, the better. Anything else, Mike, while we got you on?
Yeah, I've seen Dallas Turner 2 years in a row. I just haven't been impressed. I don't see a first-round pick.
Yeah.
He had a freshman on him last year, and then Banks on him this year. He made one play against the tight end. Remember when he went from side to side on that 4th down?
Mm-hmm.
We had a 245-pound tight end who's a receiving tight end, but he pushed him back and made the tackle. Other than that, he made 0 plays against us for 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, besides him getting to Quinn, I guess, last year, right? But besides that, I think this is I guess like a contract year for Dallas Turner, so he has to turn it up. But yeah, I mean, Texas, the trajectory for the program, it's all on you guys this year, man. So I appreciate you calling in, man. And anytime, maybe we'll wrap here in a couple weeks. We'll see what Texas is doing. I'm curious to obviously follow them after week 2. Appreciate you calling in, Mike.
Appreciate you, brother.
See ya. All right, Mike calling in from Galveston, Texas. We got a 251, a 205, and a 256. We go to 251 right now. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. I'm David from Mobile County.
All right, appreciate you calling in, David. Thank you very much for calling in. Welcome to the show. Take it away.
I'm glad the Texas fan just mentioned how poorly our outside linebackers defensive ends played. In fact, to me, they disappeared. Not only in the Texas game, but LSU and Tennessee game last year. That's 3 of the last 4 or 5 big games we lost, and the defensive outside linebackers applied 0 pressure and disappeared in the game. I mean, you didn't see them. Where'd they go?
Yeah, you're right.
I've seen their pictures on milk cartons today. I saw their pictures on milk cartons. And quarterback, one quarterback, the player, where everything comes from, can make the whole team discombobulated, and the whole team stayed discombobulated. He showed me last year against Texas A&M game. He's had over a year to improve. He has not. If he starts the rest of the year, we'll lose another 3 to 4 games. He's not a quarterback. He should change positions. He don't even have escapability. He got sacked a bunch of times and he runs straight to the sideline. He couldn't even get upfield. So him being a great athlete didn't help him one bit. He's not a quarterback, and I think he should be replaced. Thank you for my call.
All right. Appreciate you. Thanks for calling in. That was who was that? That was David from Mobile. Appreciate the call from Mobile. I a lot of people, clearly frustrated with the quarterback play. And that's why I was putting up, the question kind of going into this show was, do you think that Coach Saban will start another quarterback? And the more I've was, thinking about it, I think that he is going to start Jalen Milroe. Doesn't want to crush the overall confidence and have him play maybe till first quarter or second quarter, but we are going to see another quarter. I think another quarterback. I think we can all agree on that. I would say 3 quarterbacks, right? I don't think we'll get down to Dylan Lonergan yet, but I definitely do think that we get down to other quarterbacks in this game. The thing that's hard about Jalen Milroe is, like our last caller said, he hasn't progressed year over year, in David's opinion. With that said, his deep ball has been on the money, right? And then those short intermediate passes where, he's had to make some coverage reads, that hasn't been his best area. So it's so confusing because you have middle, then you have Texas, and you're like, then you go, for example, if Milroe plays the entire game against South Florida, guess what? I mean, what's he going to do? He's going to throw for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns. Right. And then we're going to go to Ole Miss and what are we going to learn? So that's why I think it's important just to see what you can do with some other quarterbacks to see if they have that consistency. With that said, those other guys are going to ball out regardless of who it is, considering the opponent that they're playing. All right. We go back to the phone lines, 205, and we'll start right now. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. This is Carlton from Hoover.
Hey, I appreciate it. Could you turn down your volume in the background, please? I'll give you a second.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, just whatever you were watching the show on, like your TV. Hey, you guys know that you guys can watch the show on your TV or any of our videos. Just go to your TV, your smartphone, and you could just say BAMA Football on YouTube, and it'll pull right up. So just another way to watch it. And I missed your first name. I know you're calling in from Hoover, but what was your first name? I'm sorry about that.
Carlton.
Carlton from Hoover. All right. Welcome to the show. Take it away.
Yeah, just wanted to get on real quick. Been watching your show for a while. Just want to kind of get people off the bandwagon of down in Jalen Milroe for just a second. People kind of, forget that, he's only played in 4 games. And in that he has, a winning record. He's 3-1 essentially. 2-1 as a starter. So the guy, he can win. And, at the end of the day, it's all about winning. I think when it comes to, the offense, I think they need to, tailor the offense to his strengths a little bit, to his skill set. Do a little bit more play action, maybe set up some screens, quarterback power runs. And then, with that strong arm of his, just push the ball downfield, use that. I mean, that's a strength for a reason. We have the wide receivers, I believe, that can, stretch the field. So let's go there. And then, just thinking about the Texas game, even though he had 2, interceptions, we forget that, Texas had 2 potential turnovers as well. And those could have been, that, 10-point swings.
Yeah.
And we also had 2 touchdowns called back for penalties. I mean, that's 14 points right there, potentially. So, you got to take that into consideration as well.
Yeah. The turnovers, I mean, and Coach Saban talked about that tonight. I mean, you just can't turn over the football, and you can't have things that stop drives, right? 3 and outs, clearly turnovers, because it gives the team the other, another possession. And the defense was put in some bad spots. That's why I'm kind of reserving my take on the defense before we see more of the defense. Like, I want to see them against Ole Miss. I think that would be a good position to kind of look at that defense. Now, we can be super hypercritical of the pass rush because it just hasn't been there. And even of Dallas Turner, I've been hyping him up more than anybody. And, he just hasn't been performing in those high-level games, just like David from Mobile said. Where have the outside linebackers been in the games that Alabama has lost? Tennessee, LSU, Texas.
Right.
An inability to get to the quarterback is certainly affecting the overall record of this team. 3 of the losses. Let's do some statistical research. If you're out there, do this for me, or we can do this together. Okay, this is important. This is your homework. Okay, if somebody can look it up real quick, and thank you, Dwayne, for becoming a member of our YouTube channel. To become a member, a fan funder, just hit the join button under any video. Works better on desktop. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is your homework, okay? How many sacks did Alabama have in Alabama's last 3 losses? So in total. So against LSU, against Tennessee, and against Texas, how many quarterback sacks did Alabama have? Okay? If you guys can research that out there real quick and then post that in the comment box, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's been an inability, to get to the quarterback, which is not good. Okay, Coach Smook is saying 3, and David is saying 3. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Jarvis is saying 2, so it's 2 or 3, which is unbelievable. It's like that.
Wow.
It's so crazy to think about that. We just cracked the code, Carlton. Got to get to the quarterback, right? It was like, geez.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Coach Smook. Coach Smook was already on it. He said that in his show the other night. Yeah, I get it. Like that's a pivotal part of the game. Is like you got to get to the quarterback. What else you got, Carlton?
Just piggybacking on the defense. Yeah, defense definitely struggled. Having the lead going into the 4th quarter, you would expect our defense to just, seal that for us. Of course we would still have to put up points, but you would expect our defense to, just pin the ears back and get after yours. I'm hoping that they can step up this weekend. I'm hoping that we can, begin to generate consistent pass rush. Even if we have to, blitz a little bit. I mean, let's go. We need to get after the quarterback. We need to make each and every quarterback that we face uncomfortable. Get them off of their spots. It just, if they're mobile, take away the, add containment, run up the middle, blitz them, whatever we have to do, we need to generate pass rush. That's going to create more turnovers for us. And, it's going to, if anything, put us in better field position when we get the ball on offense. Just beneficial that way.
Carlton, I appreciate you calling in. Good context. And thanks for it looks like we cracked the code. Okay, so you got to get to the quarterback if you want to win big-time games. Appreciate the call from Hoover. Call in anytime.
All right, thank you.
All right, that was Hoover. Okay, I have to inside the comment box, I've been trying to crack this code all show. I just have to ask. Antonio Mims, I'm paging you, man. What do these numbers mean? 89. We got $2 89T. Man, what type of language is this? I want to know, man. 56B. I've been trying to crack it the whole time. I have no idea, man. Did you guys see too those aliens that the Mexican news released today? That was crazy. Because there's been all this, and I'll get to my next cause in just a second, but there's been all this like UFO talk and all this stuff, right? And all this going around. So the news today is the Mexican government released the UFOs. But the crazy thing was they looked exactly like E.T., right? Like, why did you guys see it? I was watching it today. That was crazy. All right, back to football, back to the phone lines, and Antonio, let us know what it means, man. Okay. 256. We start right now. What's up? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
It's Bootsy from Lake Gunnersville, Alabama. How you doing, Kyle?
What's up, Bootsy? Appreciate you joining me tonight. Welcome to the show, man. What's on your mind?
Well, everybody act like they ain't never watched football before and they freaking lie. I mean, I appreciate that guy, Carlton, the one from called in. That's probably the only one I thought had any freaking sense. At least he know. Miro having to play behind a line that, hell, me and you probably get sacked 10 times, 12 times behind. He's running for his freaking life. Ain't nobody looking at that because nobody sees that. And then we passed all the way down the field, took the lead at 16-13, and we got a young offensive coordinator going to throw the ball on first down instead of run the ball trying to give our defense. Hell, our defense is fought tooth and nail. I mean, you say what you want to. Yeah, they give out in the fourth quarter having to put in second stringers. If the second stringers is having to play, that puts a lot of pressure on. You know what I mean? We don't have the guys, the experienced guys, and people got to understand that. Let me explain something to you. Ty Simpson and Buckner, neither one can't lead that team. Mm-hmm. Now just go and put them in. That's what he needs to do. I'll just go and put them in so they can find out just how quick that they would have been sacked how many times? 15? Huh? They can't get away from the rush at all. At all, they can't get away from the rush. So what do you need that for? They need to get behind this kid. He fought tooth and nail for him, and then, nobody cares. See? Nobody cares about that, how hard he fought just to even have, and put us in a position to win. And then you got a young offensive coordinator that can't realize that you're in the SEC. You have to run the ball in the fourth quarter. When he come out, we should have been running. Why come we wouldn't run the ball, Kyle?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
That don't make no kind of sense. Now look here, they can be bad down the defense. Yeah, we're gonna wear out in a bunch of games. Yeah, because there ain't no help behind the backup. No. And for us that blitzing, they're not letting him blitz. Oh, Kevin Steele, he got blitz packages. He got them. The Saban gonna have to forget that cover mess, because I'm gonna tell you, we got good cornerbacks, but ain't nobody in the whole United States gonna be able to cover for 5 minutes. There ain't nobody I know cover 5 minutes, guy. So the thing you do is you send 6, 7, 8 if you have to sometime. I'm gonna just send them out there. We got the athletes to do it. They need to stop that crap because we ain't covered in 2, 3 years. We can't cover no more. We got to get to somebody with the players that we do have, and we got the speed. Use the speed. Now, that's all I got to say, Kyle. And they can go ahead and put Buckner in, but I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with him. He ain't never played on this kind of stage. And he's going to be so scared. You'll find out. The Eagle show this weekend, no. They could use, what is that guy, Lonergan out there this weekend. And they could. But I can tell you right now, when as soon as Ole Miss goes, when they have to score, I guarantee you they'll be big. And just as soon as Milroe come off that bench, hey, that's right, when they're down 21-7 or some shit. What's the use in that? Sit down somewhere, act like they know football, and pull for the team. See? The offensive line just going to have to work. Their rear end's going to have to work. Period. That's just all there is to it. They got to work. And if they don't want to work, hell, they just put them freshmen in. Hell, might as well if they're going to look like shit anyway. All right, Kyle. That's all I got to say. Roll Tide.
Thank you, Bootsy. I appreciate the call. I was Bootsy coming in from Lake Gunnersville. First time I went up to Lake Gunnersville, it was just like, it was so amazing to me. It looked like an ocean, talking to a dude coming from New Mexico where like, we got, we got a couple small rivers in there. We got a couple lakes, but nothing like Gunnersville. Hold on. I just got a text from my boy, Toby. I need to get the latest photo up there. Actually, look, I want to get this photo up because I know Toby's watching. So give me a second, and then I'll go back to the phone lines in just a second. So if you don't know who Toby is I guess, according to his family and according to Toby is a lifelong Alabama fan, and he is from Leeds, Alabama, and we became buddies. I'm sending myself a phone picture right now. We became buddies, and I met him before I came to the Middle Tennessee game. I was up in the press box and I saw him. So it's kind of been like a small tradition that has started. So every time I see Toby, and he watches the show, he's a long time watcher and listener, and I appreciate you, Toby. Here's Toby and I right before the game against Texas. And Toby, I see you. And Toby says that he's not going to be able to make the game against South Florida. So I'm going to send a picture. He's requested a photo from South Florida, which I will send. And then he also has a message for everybody. And it says, let's see. And they say basically, he says that if you think you can coach, you can't, and you need to let Coach Saban do what he wants, and that everyone else can shut up. So Toby's saying, let Coach Saban coach. So that's my good buddy, Toby, and I appreciate you, Toby. And I will see you during every home game. That is Toby, my good buddy, who's a lifelong Alabama fan from Leeds, Alabama. All right, we go back to the phone lines, and we got a 256 and a 706. 256, you're up. Let's get it. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hi, Kyle. It's Adam from Talladega again.
Hey, what's up,
How
Al?
you doing?
I appreciate you. What was your first name? I'm sorry. I got so many callers. What?
Adam.
Adam. Okay. All right, Adam from Talladega. Adam. I know we've talked, a couple times. So welcome to the show. Hope you're having a great night, and take it away.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm calling to say that it's hard for me to believe that Tyler Buckner or Ty Simpson to be more inaccurate. It doesn't seem like that's the case, because I saw the 8A game and I saw everything else. But Buckner come in and made a couple plays. Ty Simpson came in and made a couple plays. It just didn't look like Milroe. He looked scared. He was terrified. And this kind of offense, we're either going to have to run the ball decisively with Milroe, or we're going to have to throw it deep down the field. And I really believe that Buckner could come in on the second or third, fourth series, make a few plays, get us to the 50, and then Milroe do his thing, get us in the end zone. But we have to decide that that's how it's going to be, and everybody believe in it. A two-quarterback system is not the end of the world. And it's just like I said, I remember us talking about players before the season and how, the dude might be too big to play offensive tackle, about running out there and looking dumb and everybody running around them. I know you remember that. And also we talked about how Caleb Dance could get beat over the top, Well, I mean, maybe those things are going to happen to anybody, okay? But it doesn't have to so many times so we could win a game if we had an offense that was consistent enough or decisive enough, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to blame Tommy Reese for calling the throwing plays, knowing that's not our strong set, on first down when the coverage, everybody was on the line. I mean, if you're going to run, what happened to line up 5 wide? If we would come out there first play with 5 wide and just to see what they was going to do, they would have probably crapped. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then just let him drop back from the shotgun 5 yards and then start pump faking like he's going to throw it and then take. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could have did. I understand how are they getting to the quarterback and we're not? I think we have we need a reality check. I mean, this was a reality check, but all this talk about BAMA standard, I don't want to hear no more of it.
Mm-hmm.
Not a word. Mm-hmm. Don't talk. Do it. I'm sick of that already. I mean, I put up with it long enough. I believed. I thought we was back to the Copeland, Curry, and Rogers days in '92. I believed it, but I see Justin Boydby face masking folks, tackling them, and Tyler Booker holding on a touchdown call. What's going on here, man? You're supposed to be the leaders. I don't know. It might have been a mistake to move Booker off the strong side.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Miles McVay? It's hard to believe he could, do any worse. Ferguson and Pritchett, I believe, I don't know. We all can sit here and second guess the coach, but come on, man. Coach is known to be slow about pulling people, but now there's no fan that could say that it's not time to try Tyler Buckner on the 3rd series. And because it's just, there's no way he could be more inaccurate. There's no way him and Ty Simpson could be more inaccurate. It's just, man, I've been watching a lot of college football, and I ain't never seen people that make it to Alabama be so messed up. Milroe's got talent, but we're abusing it.
The thing about the quarterback position too is you look to, what do we just see in the NFL constantly now, right? Is like the guys in the NFL were just quarterbacks here at Alabama. Look at Jalen Hurts. Look at Mac Jones. You guys see Tua?
Yes. Also, look at Jalen Hurts. He wasn't good enough. He had to sit down, and that's where we're at now.
Wouldn't it be something?
It's just the way it is.
If Tyler Buckner, how about this? Tyler Buckner takes over, or Ty Simpson takes over. Jalen Milroe comes back, leads Alabama past Georgia in the SEC championship, and then someone else leads them past Texas in the playoffs, right? Like, college football is weird like that. Like, that sort of stuff could happen. But I get what you're saying, Adam.
It can be a storybook ending. I know it can. I know it can be.
But what, you have every right as a fan to be upset because I get it. Whoever was going to replace
We're
Bryce,
underestimating the wheels that Buckner and Simpson have too. Now they've got a little bit of wheels.
Absolutely.
Respect to the last caller, but those guys got a little bit of wheels
for sure, and they are super athletic. Like Tyler Buckner, I don't think people they don't understand how athletic he is. He's an athletic quarterback, 100%. Same with Ty Simpson. But we knew whoever replaced Bryce was going to be a big step back. You're talking about the first pick in the NFL draft. I get it. But it's like the standard is higher. So that's why Coach Saban tonight, and he took accountability. Look, the guy is clearly accountable for losing. He doesn't want to lose. He wasn't mad about anybody being critical of him. That stuff doesn't bother him. He knows what people are saying. Like, that team didn't play to the level. They didn't play to the standard. Adam, let me ask you before I go, do you feel, because now we're talking about outside noise, do you feel that college football has caught up with Alabama, meaning NIL, transfer portal, has created more parity?
Absolutely. Look at guys like Caleb Williams, And look at Ohio State, how they had everybody. I mean, didn't they have all the quarterbacks? Didn't they have Joe Burrow? Didn't they have Quinn Ewers, C.J. Stroud? It caught up with us before we knew it caught up with us.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've underestimated, or maybe it's some recruiting flaw. I mean, the numbers are great and all, but the guys are not delivering. I don't know, man. Some changes just need to be made for us to see. But Coach did it right. He let us lose a game with what we have, and now nobody will be mad if we change and try anything. But yes, it's caught up with us and passed us before we knew it. Same way Terry Arnold, got beat by
he was
Mitchell.
Yeah, that was
before you knew it, he was gone.
That was rough. All right, Adam.
We're trying to hold on, but we can't.
I'll move to my next caller, man. But please call again next time. I appreciate you.
All right, man. All right. Have a good one.
Adam out in Talladega. All right. We will go to 706, and we'll do it right now. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
What's going on, Kyle? It's your boy, Coach Smoot, man. How you doing?
Coach, I didn't even recognize the number, man. Jeez. There's so many numbers, man. I'm just blind taking them, man. I'm like, who is this? And wait, I've thought about doing a recording to where I could just hit my soundboard and be like, you on the line with Kyle Henderson, who am I on the line with, and where you calling him from? Because I have to say it, and I like, the delivery has to be fast, because some people who are new to the show, when they call in, they kind of like, so the regular callers let it go. But what I was thinking about adding to the show was like, I was like, because I used to listen to the Dan Patrick Show when I worked in California. And one of the things that I liked about the Dan Patrick Show is when people would call in, they would have to announce their height and weight. So it'd be like Coach Smoot, 6'2", 175. And then one of his producers would hit like the ding. And so that's how they started the show. So I thought that was funny. But anyways, all right. So you're the last call of the night. Let's do this right. What you think, man? I got the question marks on the board. There's a lot to dive into. What you thinking?
Man, it's it comes down to just decisive, immediate adjustments. And I'm not talking about waiting to Ole Miss to see them. I'm talking about we all complaining about Milroe and the offensive line. And we complain about Reese's play calling. It all plays a factor. You can't blame one more than the other. Yes, Milroe missed reads that were open. Yes, Milroe didn't have time. Yes, the offensive line opened up good run blocks early. They died off, early in this, late in this first half, and never regain composure. Wide receiver was probably the only consistent thing on the offensive side with one drop, and that was a questionable drop. Milroe threw knee black in between two guys, and he still almost made a play on the ball and actually saved the interception if you want to be honest. But what I want to see is just immediate change, immediate adjustments, man. We have to see the immediate adjustments. And I mean, we all see Milroe's strength. I believe Milroe can throw on the run, moving off platform, off a different base. I think he could see the process things more clearly when his feet are moving. We saw him make some good decisions when he was scrambling towards the line, and they weren't the prettiest, but they were some good decisions, some late decisions, some athletic decisions, things you don't see normally, or things that aren't taught in the QB academy. So allow him to be in more of those positions to make defenses be out of sorts, because when you do that, they can't traditionally cover that type of offense, that type of movement. So it puts more strain on the defense, especially at the safety level, that, allows a quarterback who's struggling with reading passes, those 7 or 8 times, you want him to drop back 3-step, 5-step drop. You want him to have the option, have as much field, as much clarity to work with. And you do that by allowing him to be an athlete and implementing that run game. And that also is going to help, I believe, with the offensive line. I saw a lot of the comments in the chat too, Kyle. It's a lot of people just, kind of just discrediting the fact that Texas was just a solid team. They were prepared. They had been working their way up to this. They did things offensively that they showed against Rice.
Mhm.
They just, gave it different looks. They sprinkled a different wrinkle in there, so it was nothing so spectacular. It's just they executed and they made plays that we didn't. And they took advantage of the opportunities when we didn't. So I think we should see a different play calling set on both sides. I think Kevin Bootsy was spot on with his call when he said, we got all these athletes that's supposed to be able to cover and be these 5-star DBs, let's start sending those 6 and 7 man pressures again. I remember Alabama used to just, send guys, and I mean, just send them because they do that. We was going to create some type of havoc.
Yeah.
And I don't see us making quarterbacks drop their eyes from downfield. Go ahead. I see you trying to get their super chat.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, David, thank you very much. I appreciate it. He says, can we get Marcel Darius on defense?
Man.
I mean, those were the players. But, I mean, you're right, Coach Smook. I mean, I think you bring up a lot of great points. I mean, I think when you have a quarterback like Jalen Milroe, I think I've said this a couple times, like, I wonder if, you're just like, and this has nothing to do with Milroe's intelligence at all. It's just the ability to be a playmaker. If you were just to go out and be like, look, okay, make some calls at the line, be a playmaker. Go out there, get the ball to your guys. That's it. Like, if you need to run, run. Because what I was started thinking about is Tommy Rees is a younger offensive coordinator. And sometimes when you're a younger offensive coordinator, what you try to do, I think he's only 30 years old, is he might be trying to micromanage too much, right? And kind of force his offense and put Jalen in some sort of a box. Whereas Jalen Milroe, his strength is being a playmaker, and that's out of a box.
Right.
And I think that might be the disconnect. So I'm curious to see if Tommy Rees has more of a continuity with Tyler Buckner because they do have history. But I think like Jalen Milroe, that might be kind of something that might be kind of disconnecting Rees and Milroe is, he's micromanaging the offense, whereas it needs to be like, just go out and just be a playmaker, dude. Like playmaker, just be it. Like I'd be curious to see kind of, like someone's talking about USC inside Matthew. I see you talking about USC in the comment box. Those guys have playmakers. You guys seen Zachariah for USC? My goodness. That dude might be one of the most electrifying players in all of college football. Utilize those guys in some sort of way. I don't know. There seems to be some sort of a disconnect. I don't know. Make a final point, Smook.
Yeah, and you were going straight to my point. I don't think that there's necessarily a disconnect. I think we had to test Milroe in that type of game scheme calling at some point. And I would rather it be against a highly touted Texas team that's going to give you the exact look, probably the best look you're going to see defensively. When you're talking about wanting to be ready for Texas A&M front, wanting to be ready for LSU style defense, want to be ready for Auburn, with their defensive front. We see them struggling early, but I think they pick it up with their veteran defense. We're going to see a lot of veteran defenses in the SEC, and why not put him to the test this early and then have a chance? I think schematically it doesn't fit his strong suit. Clearly it doesn't. Mm-hmm. But you force him to see where he has to grow, because there's going to be games. If Milroe goes out and he performs against USF to the point where it's not him coming out because he's not performing, but we're just giving Buckner and Simpson looks, that's fine. He goes into Ole Miss, he handles business. If he continues to handle business and continues to progress, I don't see the play calling being lessened. I think that relating back to what he does best adds to what you're trying to build him up with. And get what I'm saying? Meaning, like, give him more. 7% of his pass plays should be him on the move. The other 30%, he could drop back. So if we're going to call 20 pass plays, he needs to be on the move 14 to 16 of those pass plays for it to be successful. And play action, something, RPOs, some of those pass plays need to be quick. Majority of those pass plays need to be quick decision. And that's going to help our offensive line, which is my major concern. the offensive line, find the right personnel grouping already. Dalcourt has had his chance. Seth McLaughlin needs to clean up the snaps. Proctor is going to have growing pains, but if he continues to lose matchups early in the game, we got to get guys rotated in early so they can get their momentum built up.
Yeah.
So
100%.
overall, I think we see the adjustments overall. Hopefully, I'm hopeful. I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket and saying Reed's going to figure it out over 1 week. I think that game was a great test and a great measuring stick. And big picture, I know everybody wants to keep looking at the small picture and what happened and how it affects immediately. But big picture, you want to talk about answering questions. We answered a lot of questions. We saw Jalen Milroe cannot step back and put the ball downfield comfortably. We saw that he's effective making plays as we thought he would. It's up to Tommy Rees to see that, and it's up to that offensive line to understand what type of quarterback that they'll be protecting going forward in those heated situations, so we don't have two great plays made by Jalen Milroe, even though one was luck, but you don't have those scores called back because the lineman is trying to block downfield because the running quarterback guy that can go break past one tackle and I could block one guy, to let him to the end zone. They're not thinking, let me get downfield and try to create a lane for him. They think, okay, he might be trying to make a pass. So it's those small things that's going to continue to grow, and I'm excited to see it. Hopefully we see the changes. If not, man, like you said, it might be coming to an end, man. We might be seeing a transition, and a lot of fans are going to lose their hat. But me, I'm going to be steady here. I've been through this before, so it won't be nothing to me. Roll Tide, man. I'm out of here.
Roll Tide to you, man. Good night, Coach Smook. That was Coach Smook calling in from up in VA, doing a great job here on BAMA Football on YouTube. We got a Notre Dame fan in here. He's like, Reese is now your problem, guys. Drops the 4-leaf clover. Well played. Well played. All right, fam. It's time for us to say goodnight. Thank you very much to everybody who called into the show tonight. Thank you very much to all of our fans for hitting the thumbs up, liking, and subscribing. If you want to be a fan funder, hit the join button underneath any of our video. Works better on desktop. You can become a fan funder of our YouTube channel. We really appreciate you guys joining us. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Kyle Henderson of BAMA Football on YouTube. On Friday, I will be taking off to Tampa, Florida, as we go into week 3. Alabama taking on South Florida. Saturday, September 16th. TV is ABC, 2:30 p.m. That's 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Alabama favored by 31.5. I appreciate all the coverage, honestly, or all the support, rather. And thank you for being here with me, hitting the thumbs up, and cruising with me during the 2023 football season. From beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama, good night, fam.